musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, This only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender! Thorns remain, should petals spring.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the Badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak cabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10 in the final weeks of the regular season. Day number 1. We are going to be starting things off with SMG going up against Orange Esports, followed by RSG against Red Esports, and ending things for day number 1 with Team Hawk going up against CARACAL. It's a pretty early morning here in Friday for the final week, and this is going to be an explosive match here in MPL MY Season 10.
Yeah, it's going to be explosive. And one thing that we have to consider, this is a new patch. And in my personal opinion, this patch actually changes a lot of things. Hello, everyone. Welcome to MPL Malaysia. This is going to be the English broadcast, and you guys are here with me, Lofel, as well as ICBB12.
Peace out, brother. And this is where things are very, very interesting, because why? It's not just interesting for us casters, not just for the players as well. It's all you Mobile Legends fans, because there is so much changes into the meta. There's going to be a difference in approach and playstyle, and we've talked about the previous patch, advanced servers, new emblems, etc. And guess what? This is something that everyone is in the dark just because of of the recent changes onto its advanced servers as well as the current servers. So I'm a little bit curious here because there's so much to talk about, and unfortunately say the biggest two heroes that we want to talk about is Leslie and Gushen, who will not be allowed to play in current regular season.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate, especially we see a lot of people are actually using it. People are having fun. Personally, I'm having fun as well. But looking at the situation right now, all of the changes, I like that when a patch note comes in, it looks small, but it envelops the entire game. It changes so much, and I want to see who actually adapts to it first, especially for Team SMG, where they won last week by having a very interesting draft. Can they do the same thing against Orange eSports? So I want to see changes. I want to see adaptation, and I also want to see both teams. So with that being said, let's introduce both of them to the stage.
Orange eSports.
Well, Orange eSports still dominating the MPL regular seasons. Improvements has been made after their loss against Team Ha. However, I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they maintain the consistency and adapt to the new changes, especially towards almost nearly every single hero in the current meta.
I feel like they can, because Valens as well as Stormie are extremely flexible. However, we do have to see, it looks like AIM is not in the lineup, and Haru is going to be playing in the roamer position. This is going to be very interesting. Oh yeah, I just remember AIM is not feeling well, so yeah, that's the reason why he will not be playing for today.
Team SMG.
Well, Team SMG, after their win against Homeboys with a very convincing 2-0 last week, they brought in the Johnson. Despite the Johnson's nerf, will we see it again? As you can see, the fans are extremely excited to see SMG back at the top of their game.
Yeah, honestly, the Johnson nerf for me is quite big. It really impacts the way that Johnson players play. But Zorn is very flexible. He is one of the best Minsitars here in Malaysia, and Minsitar has been buffed. So I'm wondering, is it gonna be in the plans for Team SMG to actually bring it up going up against Orange eSports?
Well, they're currently standing in the 4th place in the Group A's, and will they be able to catch up in terms of points, making those upper brackets? It all comes down to this final few games, and considering that this is the final 2 weeks, we've got to talk about the brains behind the bronze, because new patch means new ideas. The coaches coming in from SMG as well as Orange are going to be up on stage. We have Long as well as Coach James from the side of SMG, and from Orange eSports we do have...
Can't remember the name right now, but honestly it's fine. I think it's Aush. Yes, yeah. It's Aush. It's Coach Aush, but usually we see Haru up there, but because he is in the player slot, that is where he's going to be. So it's going to be very interesting in terms of the draft, and we got to look at the keys to victory, because even though things have changed, some things remain the same, where we got to look at the draft and how it really pans out, the composition strength, the mid laner impact, as well as the objective pursuit. I kind of have to say, for the mid laner impact, I want to see the mid laner duo, not just as a single player. So Zion Sampoy and Zorn, and now Stormie with Haru, which we've never seen play, in the season.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to adapt to the situation, right? It all comes down to bringing in the new drafts, but that's the thing about composition strength. I think you bring out a very, very good point as well, especially towards the hero pools coming from SMG. For Zorn in particular, his Johnson and Natalia took a very, very big hit in the current patch. Not exactly sure whether or not he's going to be bringing to the table. I like that you brought out a very interesting point about the Minsitar. It's something that a lot of people don't really realize about this. Even for myself, he was once upon a time a top global Malaysia Minsitar player. So is it going to be used in the current meta? That's going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well. Of course, considering that there are a lot of hero adjustments when it comes to objective pursuit, I feel like it is going to be a game of map control and maybe even I would say vision control when it comes to the current meta, because there are a new, I would say, new objective turning is like the magic sentry coming in, which is towards the wall of your base, which is something that a lot of people are not utilizing as well, even for myself, because it's still relatively new in the current meta.
Yeah, Magic Sentry is more of an extra resource for you to use to get a small advantage in the losing situation. But right now we're looking at the audience prediction, and it looks like in the QR code everyone is rooting for SMG. And for Orange eSports, I would say in the meta game, in YouTube as well as Facebook, they've been winning it out, but on Instagram it's all SMG. Last week regular season, yeah, it's sad. The playoffs is gonna be more awesome.
True. I've heard a pretty interesting rumor is that the playoffs it's not really a rumor. It's pretty a sure fact. We are going to be moving the playoffs, but at the same time we've got Sunfrost friends coming in. But at the same time, for you guys watching at home, if you guys want to win some exclusive goodies, you can actually share your prediction for this match. Write your most creative comments be sure to include your game ID as well as server ID and hashtag MPL Predictor on who is going to be winning this match and stand a chance to win exclusive MLBB skins worth up to 749 diamonds.
Yeah, right now Orange Esports is honestly in a very comfortable situation. I don't see a world where they're dropped to the low bracket, so I feel like in terms of both these teams, honestly, even SMG, I kind of feel like SMG they should do some risk in the way that they pick, especially for Zorn, because when we change up Zorn's hero, he can put a big impact into the game. So I don't want to see Zorn using the same old, the safe. I want to see something different and make it so that Orange Esports, they have to figure out a way to deal with something that they have not been dealing with for a very long time.
I think one of the heroes that can be considered as well is the Mincetar, right? You talked about why the Mincetar is really, really strong in the current patch. We haven't exactly field tested it yet. Franco is something that he demonstrated he could play. Very similar mechanics, with a little bit more of a tankiness now on the Mincetar. Another one that I really want to talk about as well is going to be the jaw hit in particular.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen roaming jaw hits for a number of times. Based on the patch notes, they are primarily focused on XP lane jaw hits. But in your opinion, it is going to be, a potential jungle jaw hit. So I'm not exactly sure, are we going to be seeing that? Are we going to see, still a very tanky play style into his jungle? Or are we going to see, a fighter style of a jungle now?
Let me just say, Jawhead playing in the jungle.
Yeah.
7-second ultimate. How does that sound to you?
That's pretty broken.
That is pretty. Baru lepas sampai report card ni, boss. Looks like someone just got their report card and is asking Zorn for a skin. But yeah, Jawhead is because in this current patch, like in the previous patch, his first skill, the smart missiles, was buffed. And this time it has been buffed again. So the amount of damage onto the jungle as well as onto the enemy team, he has one of the strongest level 1 and level 2 power spikes, so he can invade into the jungle, he can't do much. Focusing on the penetration, Hunt Strike first, a lot of cooldown, a lot of damage. So, it looks like they want Johnson?
Yeah, X means I guess it's going to be
Zorn.
No.
Zorn.
I think he wants Zorn. Yeah, most likely it's going to be short form for Zorn. He's still typing his way through, but nevertheless, we are going to be starting good things off for day number 1 in the final weeks of regular season. This is going to be the drafting phase for Orange Esports as well as SMG. I know we've been talking a lot about the patch notes and rambling on. I know you guys are looking forward to see the match, but the reason why we want to talk about it is to fully understand what is going to be the current meta. However, based on the bans, we still see standard bans coming across. Fanny has been nerfed. Varamis has been nerfed as well. Valentina has been hit with a big nerf as well. Does it prove to be a very, very big
Valentina is still
effect?
strong, man. Valentina is super strong. If they're gonna ban, I think Valentina is a pretty strong ban. Varamis, I feel like, is one of those heroes that you can let go, but they probably don't want to take a risk in the first game in the series. But we're gonna look at Valence as well as Sasa, where in terms of numbers, Valence is up ahead, 5.8 average KDA and 733 average gold per minute compared to Sasa 696. Nice. And average KDA 4.6. But I think one of the bigger numbers that we have to talk about is Valence. He has the highest total kill in MPL with 150 total kills.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he was able to break the record of having the highest damage done in a game with the Melissa last week. So this is something that I'm actually looking forward to see as well, considering that these are two marksmen that are really, really excelled. But based on the current patch, there has been nerfs onto Beatrix, there has been nerfs onto multiple heroes.
But not the Melissa.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that does raise Melissa a bit in priority, but honestly, I gotta say, my own personal opinion, I think Beatrix is still very, very strong, man. Like, you just have to change the way that you play. Before this, it's all about the Wesker and the Renner, but now it's more likely the Nibiru as well as the Renner. So you kind of actually play Beatrix just like how when Beatrix was originally released. You just play a long-range kind of game, like a true marksman.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much the Rockets is going to do now, considering that they did do a little bit of buffs. But interesting enough,
Fredrin.
Orange Esports prioritizing on Fredrin, and Fredrin we've talked about ever since its release. There was a little bit of hiccups here and there. The cast time animation is a bit long. They have fixed it and optimized it to be a little bit quicker. But how big of an impact is going to be happening? That's going to be my question. So as of yet, they think it's a threat. They will ban it. Likewise, coming from Diggy, what is off the mark? Julian has been nerfed. Is it going to be priority? I don't think so. I think Paquito is going to be a first pick material. That is going to be in Orange Esports' hands as of yet.
Yeah, Paquito is still very, very strong. However, I do feel he has to change a bit of his items. We will talk about that after the game. Right now, Team SMG, they probably anticipate this Paquito pickup. So I'm expecting for Zonzure to come a little bit late because they have to anticipate that this Paquito can go into the jungle or the EXP. So I would prefer the Roamer as well as the EXP laner have a little bit longer time before they actually pick up whatever hero they want to use.
Yeah.
In terms of mages, honestly, Farsa has been looking super strong, especially against a marksman lineup. So I want to see if Zyme Senpai wants to pick up the Farsa a little bit earlier, or do you want to play safe and just pick up something like a Lilia or an Eve?
I honestly think I actually got the chance to actually try out the Farsa early before we actually started to resolve. Looks pretty good, but unfortunately for SMG, they're not going for their route. They are still sticking with Julian as well as Melissa. Interesting enough as well, in the patch notes, we've talked about heroes, blah, 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 a couple of item fixes here and there as well. Magic Sentry is one of the biggest buff. I like that you actually brought up a very interesting point, which I know you want to talk a little bit more after the game, which is regarding the penetration status as well as the armor growth for almost every single hero. It was a pretty much underrated, unlooked patch notes, and I don't really know how much of an impact it's going to bring towards the game. And this is something that I think most of the pro players don't exactly have time to also experiment, considering that the amount of changes is a little bit too much to handle. But what I do know, they are still going to try out previous meta heroes and see how far it has been nerfed down. Is it still viable? Is it, or is it not? Orange eSports, they pick up the Grok, they pick up the Dirov. So very, very strong armor shredding here. You talked about penetration. Seems like Orange eSports, they're doubling down on it.
Yeah, TLDR, the way that I feel about it is the way that Moonton has been nerfing and buffing certain things. I kind of feel like they want Mobile Legends to go towards a late game kind of meta. But right now, looking at the draft, looks like this is most probably gonna be a chill Zorn. So a lot of pickoffs will go for the side of Team SMG. They already have two heroes that can lock down absolutely anyone. SMG, I kind of want to see an Irrital ban because Irrital as well as Dyrov, that will be a little bit too much in terms of armor penetration. So even if they don't build any penetration, it's gonna hurt quite a lot. So Lilia, a very good ban. I kind of feel like Irrital should be given respect.
Yeah, I think Irrital needs to be respect to the wall. But at the same time, you know, they're calling in, praying for AIM. Seems like AIM is going to be taking the down low for is 6. So that's the reason why they've got Haru in from the side of Orange eSports. Hopefully he's going to be able to live up to the expectations. Haru going to be playing on the role position. Haru did play roam in the previous season as well, a little bit more on towards the tanky role, whereas AIM is more on towards the mage role department. So I don't think we will be seeing a lot of, I would say, double mage coming in from Orange eSports. But what I really want to see is, like you said as well, the potential Farsa pickup. So SMG, they know for a fact Orange eSports, they don't really have their mage role. Orange eSports will be denying away boxes. Usual jungle hero, that's going to be the ball one.
Yeah, I talked about the Farsa, but I think it's going to be quite dangerous for Orange eSports to pick it up here. It's still possible. It is still possible, but just because we see a Chow as well as a Julian, you have to be a little bit more careful when you're about to use your Feather S-Strike. It's not just Farsa, but it's the same thing with an Eve. So if you want to be a little bit safer, you're kind of looking at Kagura. But the problem is if you use the Yin Yang Overturn onto Melissa, and then when you go back in to the umbrella, and then she uses the go away, it's really gonna put you in a very, very tight spot. So Sicilian is a very good ban. I wanted to see an Irrital, but I can respect the Sicilian ban right now.
I kind of like the Kagura, to be honest. They did do a little bit of rework on towards Kagura. Honestly, it is looking pretty strong as well, a little bit more tankier than before. The burst potential still takes into its consideration, but I like that. In terms of penetration, there has been rework as well. Raw magic is going to be the way to go. We've kind of discussed to a point that maybe, you know, we might not see a little bit more Divine Glaive. Holy Crystal is going to be the way to go, just because of how penetration is going to scale towards the later stage game. So it's something that I think a lot of teams would overlook it, including ourselves. But it all comes down to whether or not, for now, it is going to be the priority for heroes. In this case, Atlas completely ignored. And I don't think both sides are going to be going for it. Masha, even though there has been nerf, they will respect it on the XP lane. Team SMG, 4th pick coming in. What is going to be on the smooth playing on the XP? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, it's very interesting because they already banned out the Masha, where Masha is going to be impacted in terms of the macro play. Oh, Lancelot is going to get picked up. So it looks like Smooth does not have a clear idea right now of what to pick up, but now Team SMG, they basically revealed their entire lineup. They just don't have an EXP later, and it's kind of rough because Darov kind of wins all matchups.
True. That's
unless they want to bring in the Alice.
Oh yeah,
Alice is still dangerous, but you can just scale.
That's the thing, right? Smooth, I think for season 7 or is it season 8 or was it season 9? I can't remember. I think it was season 8. He played almost every single game. It was either Alice or Uranus.
Exactly.
I was like, okay, that's. I don't think Uranus is a good matchup with Zero, but I kind of like the Alice to a certain degree. So
Farsa.
Orange eSports, they bring in the Farsa, they bring in the 1-1 as well. 1-1 has been nerfed a little bit. But yes, I like the Farsa pickup. However, I'm a little bit worried for Stormie in this regard, just because of how much dive potential SMG has to potentially cancel the Feather. That's right. Final pick coming from SMG. What is Smooth gonna play? A matchup against Dirov. You know, we've seen a couple of buffs here coming in for the Lapu Lapu. There's a couple of buffs for the Minsitar as well. I think the Minsitar against the Dirov isn't too bad. Okay, let's go. I want to see this happen. Smooth Minsitar. No way, it's a Zord Minsitar.
Yeah.
It's a Zord Minsitar.
This feels so good because we talked about it first.
Okay.
And then it happened. We talked about the Farsa. We talked about the Minsitar. Zorn is the #1 Minsitar in Malaysia. And the thing is, the only reason why Minsitar was never picked because he never excelled at one thing. He's not the best in terms of tankiness. He's not the best in terms of damage. But now, he's pretty tanky now that the second skill has been buffed. And the King's Calling can cancel way more things. Can cancel the 1-1's basic attack even. So it's going to be way more impactful in the game. And Stormie, he right now stands at an average KDA of 6.9. Nice. If he's able to actually make it even higher, if he can still use the Farsa, despite all the level of engagement coming in from Team SMG, he deserves to be crowned the best mid laner here in MPL Malaysia.
Well, why don't you guys stick around and find out? What a way to start things off on a Friday morning here in the first day of the final week of the regular seasons. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is game #1 for Orange Esports versus Team SMG. To start things off, we are going to be seeing Smooth going for the wave cut here, and he's going to be dying very, very low. Neo forcing the flicker out of Smooth, and Smooth managing to clear the creep wave as well as doing some significant damage onto his gold plating. Top side as well, Valence is looking to bully out Sasa. Not exactly sure what Sasa is thinking, but Valence getting hacked on by Zord. He's doing some significant amount of damage, but it is going to be enough to trade 50-50s.
Yeah, something about the Minsitar as well, because of the way the passive works. Team SMG should overall have a goal and EXP advantage, just because every single time there's an assist or whenever Zorn gets a kill, everyone will get some kind of buff. So I want to see how Team SMG, they're going to use this level of advantage, but down in the bot side, Smooth is still pressuring Neo. He looks like, I don't care if people say you win lane, I want to show you that as an EXP laner, my ego is bigger than anything else. I'm going to fight.
Yeah, I think Cho is a pretty okay way to deal with Durov as well. Interesting enough, we did see Zorn with the new emote. I think a little bit of an underrated thing was like the emotes for all the MPL teams has been changed. And you know, for Geek Fam, it's Santai Bro now.
Santai Bro,
That's the Geek Fam logo, right?
Yes,
that's pretty cool.
Yes. I personally like the Uwu one, but anyways, up here at top, Val is taking a lot of damage from Box, but looks like he's not going to go down just yet. Looking at the emblem setup for everyone, looks like for the Farsa, it is focusing on the magic damage, just putting 1 point on the movement speed. But honestly, it's fine just because wings by wings. Oh, but Haru's getting hooked.
Oh, Haru now going in for the kick as well. He's not going to be able to survive this. A perfect setup coming from Team SMG. Very easy takedown, immediate rotations on towards the turtle pin. And Subway, he's looking to get a little bit cheeky, but he gets hooked as well. So he's going to be forced to co-op as well. Re-engage comes in from Orange Esports. They force the Feather Extra as well as the Flicker to extend. But unfortunately, not going to be able to do too much. SMG, they're looking for the bait box, dropping a little bit too low. The box comes in. Can they go in for the push? Smooth goes in for the cancel, but they manage to drop them down pretty low. Subway has the shields to survive, but they cannot fight this. While the rest of Team SMG will focus on taking down Neo. They will finally secure the turtle. Meanwhile, Stormie is dropping very low. Smooth! Oh! He almost got in on the bottom left of the screen. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad.
Yeah, that was so long. The team fight went a little bit too long where Zorn was able to get his level 4 and the King's Calling basically made it so that Neo on this die-off, he could not really engage. He could not use his skills and that was a whiffed ult by Haru and we're gonna ignore that because I'm just gonna say this is the effect of Mincetar. When you have a small lead, it becomes big because it's 3 minutes in and it's almost a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
True, but at the same time, what was that, bro?
Dude, come on, man.
Hold that thought for now because Smooth, he's gonna take it down as well because an Invisible Strike coming from Neo is gonna take him out. Zyme Senpai in a very awkward spot. He doesn't have the cooldowns. That is gonna allow Neo to get a double kill with a 1v2. Big clutch coming from Neo.
They gotta understand, they won the previous team fights because Neo could not use his skills because of the King Calling. So without the King's Calling, and if you're not actually holding Neo down with crowd control, he's gonna do a lot of damage. And Valence, he's up alone here. Zorn, will he be able to hook anyone? And looks like Haru is gonna get caught, but not enough damage from Sasa, so they're not gonna fully engage in that fight.
Yeah, Valence thinking about going for the crossbow tanks. Unfortunately enough, he's only a level 5. He doesn't have a big boy damage. He needed a couple more skills set up coming from potentially Stormie to actually take down Sasa. So great defense coming from Box, but Valence taking a little bit too much. So harassments are coming in. SMG looking to win the top side. Haru not going to be able to do too much since the rest of SMG is going to be focusing on setting out for the turtle pit down bottom.
Yeah, right now looking at the goal, it looks like everything has balanced out with a kill coming in from Neo. Well, Haru is taking quite a lot of damage. He has to be careful because in the early stages of the game, I kind of feel like he needs to take it a little bit slower just to get himself a little bit more comfortable in the match, but Sasa already used his go away to make sure that Subway doesn't secure the kill.
Yeah, that was a close one as well, but the damage has been done. No protection coming from the Melissa. SMG still going to be forcing with the turtle for now, but from behind you can see Smooth looking for the cake, misses the angle. Neo's going to be able to get out of there, but the turtle dropping pretty low. Smooth would gladly trade his life for it. They secure the turtle coming in from SMG, but now all they got to do is back out. Neo's there to try and punish Zorn. Zorn will escape nearly with 1 HP. However, Zyme Senpai, he doesn't have the skills, will pop the sprint and back off. So a little bit of 50-50 trades from both sides.
Neo right now is being an absolute problem, man, because the armor shredding from this dire-off is proving that even though there is some hits towards the penetration, but the way that the armor shredding is calculated, it will hurt still quite a bit. So Team SMG, they kind of have to wait for Sasa to scale up.
Oh, the hook almost connecting. Smooth gets a nice flicker. Jikun though catches off Subway. Now they're looking to turn the tides. Valence can't seem to proc the crossbow tanks. The puppets are going to be able to zone him out. So Orange eSports losing another trade, but still trading off 50-50s in terms of economy. Sasa getting caught out. Here comes the wings, the feathered airstrike, and it's going to be enough to take him out as Orange eSports will get a very, very nice pick on Sasa.
Beautiful re-engage by Orange eSports, but something that I guess we do have to point out that it's going to be a little bit difficult for Valence to actually get the crossbow of Tang because he has to make sure that the target, hold on, before that, Box dealing quite a lot of damage. So the Valence, the crossbow Tang has been popped and managed to get a kill onto Box, and Neo down here in mid gets Zyme Senpai.
Oh, big catch. A little bit of a mess up coming from SMG, looking a little bit disorganized. Orange eSports was able to get 2 punches in on the top as well as mid lane, and because of this, they are going to lose potentially objectives across the map. Fortunately for them, Sasa now, he's going to be rotating down mid to try and get a little bit more mid control to set up for the top side. Zorn, the opening up the map, Smooth is also here as well. He wants to try and set up for a kick. Unfortunately enough, Haru will be able to back out. They're swapping up the lanes coming from Orange eSports to send the Valence down bottom. So maybe it is not, they're not going to try and contest this turtle pit as of yet. But Haru, he might get caught out. The damage is a bit too much, and okay, they just completely take him out.
I mean, like, we gotta look at this, man. Haru is using a support emblem, and even though it is the preferred choice for a Grok, but the support emblem will not give enough defenses compared to the tank emblem. So 1v3, no matter how tanky the Grok is, he is gonna die, especially the damage from Zyme Senpai. I think at this point, it's gonna be quite a problem, and as we saw, somehow someone gets a kill, sure.
Yep, on the bottom of the screen as well. We did see Smooth getting dived on by 3 heroes completely. Neo, however, will be traded off down mid. Box will be caught up with Feather Airstrike down towards 10% HP. Unfortunately, Orange eSports will not be able to finish that. But however, I think Orange eSports did a very, very wise call because they are able to get a trade with the tier 2 down board now with a middle turret for Valence. So that's a lot of economy swing on towards Valence's favor on this 1-1.
Valence already has the Demon Hunter's Sword, Subway has the Malefic Roar, and Neo already finished his War Axe. So they have quite a big power spike right now if they wanted to take any kind of fight. It's just that, again, Valence, he has to be careful on who he actually engages on, because the weakness stack, the way that the crossbow of tank works right now, whoever weakness stack that he actually popped, then he can use the crossbow tank on that one target only. So even if Smooth and Zorn, they body block a lot of the weakness stack, he can't proc the crossbow of tank onto Box or onto Sasa. So that's probably why we see Valence being a little bit ahead in terms of positioning. And looking at the itemization now, Zaim Senpai should prove to be quite a problem, because he already has a Genius Wand as well as a Shadow Twin Blades. And the Lancelot as well, having a lot of penetration, is going to be good for now. But going up to 12 minutes is going to lack in terms of damage.
Yep, Orange Esports now looking to try and re-engage against SMG. They know for a fact that SMG is rather weak because of Zorn, because if he messes up the King's Calling, things are going to be in a little bit of trouble. And this is the Uwu one you're talking about, I guess. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of taunts coming in. Orange Esports, they know they have perfect control of the situation. They've got turrets all across the map. Box now forced to back out. Orange Esports wants to try and go for the fight. Hook doesn't connect from the side of Zorn. Feather Airstrike used to zone them out. And SMG, they're forced to back out. But Zorn, he re-engaged with the King Calling. He catches on too, but he's getting shredded on Breeding Roars as well. But no, the follow-up is not going to be good. But from behind, the 3-man stun coming in from Orange Esports will cancel him off. Great KO punch coming from Subway, allowing Valence to get a double kill. And now SMG, they're losing members. And Box, not going to be able to continue with the pursuit, and Orange Esports forced to completely go for the reset.
I feel that's actually good for SMG. They lost 2 members, sure, but right now Valence is alone. Box taking quite enough damage from Valence. He has to be careful, because even though it's a nerf, hey, Marksman is still going to be strong regardless here in the late game. Looking at the gold ranking, Subway and Valence is at the top of the ranking, Sasa and Box in 3rd and 4th, but honestly, the goal difference is so minuscule, it kind of doesn't matter that much. And again, I want to say, in that previous fight, Team SMG, they did well, and they managed to catch Haru.
Oh no, feels bad for Haru. That was a blind hook coming from Zorn, but at the same time, he knew there was going to be someone there. So Haru fell for the easiest trick of the book, but at the same time, this gives opportunity for SMG going for the bullet. Valence gets pulled in, but there's no follow-up coming in from SMG. 1-1. Wants to back off and respect this a little bit more. Subway looking for the re-engage, but the Feather Airstrike gonna be enough to take down Sasa as Neo continues his pursuit. Neo will be pulled back, but now with the kick coming from SMG, they will gladly trade it as space was created by him for Orange Esports to secure the Lord.
Hey, you know, man, this Farsight is a marksman counter. It really doesn't matter what kind of marksman you use. The burst damage is going to be so strong, and right now the conceal has been used. How will you be able to catch out Smooth?
Oh, Smooth getting wall charge in. He doesn't have the tankiness to sustain this. The damage is a little bit too much, and Orange Esports will take him out. 2-for-1 trade-off. Absolutely worth it. With the Lord knocking in on the bottom side, Orange Esports will pretty much guarantee the middle turret. And this is where I want to see how the Magic Sentry is going to help in favor of SMG. You can see Zorn, they do review their position. Orange Esports coming in. Sasa in a little bit of awkward spot. Feather Airstrike will zone him up. Zorn tries to cancel it with the hook. So there is no Feather Airstrike for this next fight. However, Zaim Senpai from behind. He's looking for the catch, but they know where he is. Big chase come in, and Zorn gets a big fat King's Calling. They catch on the 2. They completely swarm on Orange Esports, but no. At the same time, the kick comes in from Smooth. Will re-engage. They take down Neo. They get 2, and they somehow manage to defend. What a catch coming in from Zaim Senpai.
Hey, you were asking, would the Magic Sentry help? Yes, it did. Because Zaim Senpai saw a blind spot where there was one way that he could actually get the control on the bush on the buff side. Giving vision is great, but the way I was actually anticipating him to use the enchanted chain, we actually used the enchanted sword to get a favorable position. He just needed to give a good place for the King's Callings to be used by Zorn, and they immediately turned the game around because the damage from Sasa is enough to actually deal with Orange Esports, especially when they're caught off guard just like that.
Yeah, the setups was a little bit too much to handle. However, what was very unfortunate was that Valence still managed to survive it. Oh, so the bigger target here to actually take down coming from SMG is got to be focusing on how to deal with this 1-1. We know there has been nerfs, but they need to find a way because as of yet, Stormie is a little bit too painful as well. So as of yet, SMG, they're trying their best to actually defend against this. I think they did a fantastic job in this situation. They open up the map a little bit more. But this is where things get a little bit dicey, right?
Yeah.
Sasa, he needs to do a lot of damage. Obviously, it's pretty clear-cut. But how can he deal with both Balance as well as Stormie at the same time? Because as we at bottom side, Zaim Senpai getting caught out, trying to go in for the flank is not going to help him at all because Haru now re-engaging with the wall charge. He's going to be trapped off and he's going to get taken out. Mistakes from Haru is going to cost him. However, the kick coming is real smooth. Catching a Stormie is going to allow them to win that fight. Now, another hook comes in from Sword and Balance. He's stuck in the King's Calling for 2 seconds. Big catch coming from SMG.
That was a huge oopsie, man, because they managed to get Zaim Senpai. That should have been enough because they could have gotten a better position all around the map and actually controlling Team SMG, but Haru went in and everyone else committed. That was a huge mistake because Zorn was ready to counter and engage, and we saw how the hook as well as the King's Calling impacted so much in the game, especially because Stormie was heavily engaged on, because I was going to say that it's a big win condition for Orange eSports because Stormie has scaled up. Stormie is going to hurt quite a lot, but it's hard for Stormie just because 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Team SMG can actually put a threat on Stormie, so he has to be very, very careful about his positioning. And because he went a little bit too far ahead because Haru already committed himself, that was a very bad position to be in.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, props to a Smooth because he's died 0. He hasn't exactly gotten a kill. He's 5 deaths, but he's got 10 assists because of his setup. But take a look at the items as well. We don't see pretty much things out of ordinary. I like how Smooth is going for a little bit hybrid of both the Molten Essence as well as the Dreadnought Armor for a little bit more sustains. But now with SMG in the Pride as well, he goes in for the goal. He catches Stormie again. That's a big cash in coming from him, and Neo needs to back off. Smooth is looking for more. Zorn gets a 2-man King's Calling. They're trapped. Zain Senpai looking for the enhanced chain. It gets 2, and now they have to back out. Damage has been done. Subway looking for the re-engage, and they won't get the wipe on Neo. And SMG, they're 5-manning on the Crystal. They're going for the wipe. Subway trying his best to defend against this, but the damage has been done, and SMG will take down the Crystal.
What a game by Team SMG, and I gotta say, this is what I said before the game started, but it looks like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we're adjusting to a more later game kind of game, because even though Orange did pretty well in the early to the mid stages, but with just 1 win in the purple buff area of their own jungle, Team SMG, they controlled the entire game right after that, but I gotta say, it feels bad. Team Orange eSports, they made 1 too many mistakes.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a big brain here, but still, the setups coming from SMG looking pretty good with the Mincetar. Props to Smooth as well as Zaim Senpai, and you talked about so much catch potential. We saw it, you know, the moment one of them make a mistake or they group up, the King's Calling comes in, makes it so very difficult to actually get an outplay, and this is where I think, you know, Sprint isn't exactly too bad, or maybe even a Purify to a certain degree.
Yeah, Zorn is out of this world. That's why he is the best Mincetar in Malaysia. And the reason, again, like, people might start picking it up just because right now the King's Calling can cancel so many things.
Yeah.
Before this, it was slightly limited, but now a lot more. And I feel like the hooks were pretty good. It's kind of like a good-bad situation because the hooks were good, but the positioning from Orange was very suspect, making it a little bit easier for Zorn to actually get those hooks. Now, this is what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the items for both teams because the damage coming in from Subway has fallen off because he has 2 penetration items where he has the Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar, and the way that the penetration, it didn't adjust it, the penetration itself didn't change. What changed is every single character in the game, the armor and the magic resist has scaled up to make it to a situation where raw damage, pure damage, actually deals more damage than penetration. So what they really needed was just 1 penetration item and then focusing the rest onto pure damage. Even looking at this, Stormie does not have any penetration items. And the interesting thing is with the Enchanted Talisman, looks like Stormie is anticipating that he will get cancelled out on his Feather S Strike quite a lot. That's why he built more cooldown to actually deal with it. But overall, it was not enough.
Yeah, it was very difficult for Stormie to actually play that. I wouldn't say that it's his fault. It's just based on how his hero's mechanics. Yes, arguably it's been buffed, but if you think about it, SMG has just too much catch potential to actually catch him off guard. Zorn 3-1 and 14 on the Mincetar, going full tank, and a little bit surprised with the Winter Trunken pickup as well. I think he had the immortality, he died, and then he swapped it off early on. Not exactly sure how that actually went through, but all in all, he did a fantastic job flickering forward. King's Calling the setup with either Zyme Senpoi as well as Smooth. It's just out of this world. Didn't see too much coming from Rox, to be honest. Didn't see too much. You know, he was struggling to actually get cut towards the backlines. I get it. But at the same time, it was just a good game coming from SMG. All in all. Nevertheless, let's take a look at the MVP for that match. Who do you think it is? It is going to be none other than Zorn on the Mincetar. The crowds are going absolutely crazy about this, and they're loving this as well.
94% kill participation, only died once. 3-1 and 14. This is why he's the best Mincetar, because even looking at the KDA, I like whenever a roamer, a tank player, he understands that, yes, technically I'm the front line. If I die, it doesn't matter. But it would be much better if I don't die. And I gotta say, man, looking at this picture, Mincetar in the back and then Zorn in the front, it looks like Mincetar is kind of proud of Zorn. It's like, my boy.
Yeah, my boy.
My boy.
But at the same time, I've got a very, very bold claim, or maybe I would say a question for you now. Would you say that this performance coming from Zorn in Season 10 is his best thus far since Season 3?
I would say not yet, because I would say Zorn, of all the matches he's had, only 30 or 40% he did well.
All right.
The rest was still not good enough. This is not Zorn's best performance yet, but if he keeps up with this Mincetar, it could be. But right now, looking at the highlights that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, it's all about Team SMG technically counter-engaging.
Yep, at the same time, I know I love this 1v2 coming from Neo as well. A little bit mistake coming from Smooth kind of cost them the life. And that's the downside about Julian, right? Once you go all in, the cooldown kind of sets you in a situation where you're like 7 to 8 seconds not going to be able to do too much as a mage. And that's pretty much the only downside about Julian. But one thing I really liked was that Orange eSports, they understood their timings, right? If they had their spacings right, all things are going to be good. But the King's Calling, like you said, seemed to be a little bit annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
Even the wall charge can't exactly be proc to counter-engage against the King's Calling if you get dropped first.
Yeah, and as we can see, a lot of the highlights is actually Zorn picking people off. And this is an amazing engagement from Team SMG, where they know how to flank just because of the extra vision that is provided in this game. They can actually put themselves in a situation to sandwich Orange eSports in between members of Team SMG. And this one, sure, SMG won the fight, but I would say it's the mistake of Orange eSports and Smooth just realizing that, hey, Stormie, you're not using a Purify, you're using a Flicker. So if I catch you, you're dead.
Yep, and then on top of it all, almost every single hero coming from Orange eSports does have dashes. So the moment you get caught on King's Calling, none of them can actually do too much. Likewise coming from Subway as well, because I feel like Subway struggled the most. He's got 4-1 and 2 by the end of the game, but the moment the King's Calling comes in, he could not set up for combos, he couldn't even go in for the punch, he couldn't even help his teammate or whatever who gets caught out. And the only one who could actually throw spells was pretty much Valence on the first skill, which I don't think is going to be enough to actually help anyone if you get dived on.
It's not enough, because even if you can use the crossbow of tank, you cannot. You cannot. And right now, we got to remind everyone that this is the new patch. A lot of changes has been going on. Make sure you guys catch the trailer for Strike to Fate, where Gushin as well as Leslie have been revamped. And honestly, a lot of people have been trying out in Classic as well as Rank. Between Leslie and Gushin, both of them are strong.
That's annoying. Both is annoying.
I don't like Gushin, because now it's very hard to outplay him. Because when Gushin was released, his dash for the first skill was amazingly fast, making it difficult for you to outplay. And then they slow it down. Now you can outplay it. Now they make it fast again. It's like, I can't, man.
Okay, I don't know about you, but you know, for me, it's like, oh, okay, Gushin is still bearable, but Leslie is kind of annoying now. It's so quick, you know, it's mobile. A good player can be a little bit hard to difficult to fight with as well, especially if you're playing further Farsa, right? You know, having auto lock is great, but those in-V plays, the conceals, this is a little bit too annoying to deal with. But nevertheless, be sure to check it out, because it's brand new patch, brand new stuff coming in. You know, first day in the regular seasons coming in the final week here to show things off that into its new patch. I'm really, really excited. We did see the Mincitar in play. This is a very, very big factor to actually deal with the current meta, especially Paquito, highly prioritized and first pick throughout the entire meta so far. So maybe is Mincitar going to be ban worthy? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, I couldn't catch the question because I was looking at the fans because we're looking at the orange fans and they're actually looking very worried because in the game just now, SMG looked really strong. And looking at all the damage, Zyme Simple as well as Sasa, they did quite a lot. 58,000 for Zyme Simple, 52 for Sasa. And it's kind of unfortunate, but for Team Orange Esports, they could not deal a lot of damage. And part of it is because they lack the setup.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't tell who's SMG and Orange fan from their clothes because they're both wearing orange as well. So that's that's something as well. But the fans seems like we've got a Zorn fans as well of a confession happening somewhere around.
Yeah, too easy for Zorn. I mean, with a KD of 317, I can't blame them. Zorn looking very strong on the Mincitar. I kind of feel like even though it is strong, is it bannable? Is it bannable?
I think it's just straight up outdraft coming from James. The final pick Mincitar really threw a wrench into his Orange Esports plan because if you think about it, everyone from Orange Esports had very, very good mobilities to actually escape out of a normal traditional gang fight over the weeks. But Mincitar completely destroys that. You cannot extend the fight, you cannot even prolong the fight. Once you get caught up, you're pretty much deadlocked and dying. And that's one thing that I think SMG took advantage and understood, in that in the later stage of the game, they will be able to straight up win their fights as long as they buy time, and that's exactly what they did as well. So this is going to be some stats for you guys. For Sasa, we do see him with 93 kills in total so far in his entire journey here in Season 10, 47 deaths and 123 assists with 27 appearances. Sasa, very stable name so far from SMG. What are your thoughts on the Beatrix ban so far? We haven't seen it picked at all.
For the Beatrix in particular, I kind of feel like a lot of teams are still having the same question mark where they kind of understand that the nerf doesn't really change Beatrix to make it so that she's unplayable. She's definitely playable. It's just that for now, a lot of people have invested so much time onto Melissa because they don't like getting dove on. And Melissa so far, especially in team fights, have actually done a lot. And here, Orange Esports Valence, 153 kills and 152 assists. This is almost completely balanced. Thanos will be super happy. 729 average gold per minute. And just now, Sasa almost 3,000 average damage per minute. And for Valence, almost 4,000 damage per minute and 69 average kill participation.
That's nice at the same time as well. But at the same, I was a little bit surprised in the drafts coming from Orange Esports that they did not pick the Irritel for Valence, just because of the fact that it has been, kind of popularized over the weeks as well. The armor shredding coming from the Derov with the Irritel has been a threat to a certain degree. We've seen SMG kind of use it as well. We've seen Lunatics as well. Suhasi was kind of bring it to the table. So I was very surprised that they completely ignored it. 1-1, taking a huge nerf. Didn't exactly do too well in that game. We saw a little bit of a struggle compared to the crossbow tanks. So maybe that's not gonna be the go-to strategy. So Game 2, let's take a look at the adaptations coming in from the drafts, because we are heading into the drafting phase for game number 2 for Team SMG as well as Orange Esports.
Yeah, right now Team SMG, they're gonna prioritize the ban onto Valentina because they understand that the nerf is like meh. Valentina is still so strong, but
fair enough.
They don't want to first pick it. But this makes it very, very interesting. What does Team SMG want to first pick? Do they also want to prioritize on Paquito? Or have they discovered something in this patch where it's like something else is very much better in terms of the first pick? So, but Orange Esports, I kind of feel like they have to ban the Akai. I think that's a default ban because nothing has changed for Akai. And especially with Diggy getting banned, I think this is a very easy Akai ban.
I was very surprised that Akai completely kind of ignored, if I do recall. Was it banned in first phase? I don't really recall. I was very surprised that it was kind of...
It was banned, it was banned.
Oh, okay, it was banned, alright. So, for them to ban the Diggy, it kind of makes sense from SMG. They had very, very similar bans as well. We know for a fact that Orange Esports, they did play it a lot, especially with aim. I don't think Haru plays a lot of Diggy in the past. I do recall him to play Grog, Jaw hit here and there. Didn't exactly do too well in his career over the weeks. But now, we do see a little bit of ban coming in from Orange Esports. They're respecting the Melissa from the get-go, so they will take it out. They want to find a way to engage onto the Sasa, which was something that they kind of struggled in game number 1 with Haru, sorry, not Haru. I mean, with Subway trying to make a time with the Paquito, they didn't exactly do too well. Likewise, coming from Neo, the goal away seems to be a little bit too annoying. So I think it's something that they need to take it out, and I can respect that.
But with Melissa being banned, this does push Beatrix
further
up, making it so that it's one of the more stronger marksmen. But if you don't want the Beatrix, the Popol and Koopa, the Clint, the Brody, they're still very, very strong. But I don't know. Do we like right now? Fanny is not getting prioritized.
Oh yeah.
But because Team SMG, I don't know why they themselves banned out the Akai. Does this put a question mark? Because they could have forced Orange to ban the Akai, or they could have picked it up themselves. But because they themselves banned it out, so they don't want to use it. So comes to the question, what is going to be the priority for Team SMG? Is it going to be Paquito? Is it going to be Julian? Or is it going to be something else that even we don't know?
To be honest, I want to see the Fanny on box again. Even though it's been nerfed here in terms of sustained early games, but I was expecting a Fredrin ban coming from Orange Esports. They did ban it in first phase rotation. Fredrin now up for grabs means that Orange Esports may consider taking it for Neo this game. SMG, however, still opting to decide what is it going to be going in their favor. They will secure the Paquito for the SMG, denying it away. So this is going to be box playing on it. Orange Esports, is it going to be Fredrin? Is it going to be the Farsa again? Not exactly sure. Or did they just straight up deny pick with the Mincitar? Because if you think about it, Mincitar is a pretty decent way to deal with Paquito.
Mincitar is good, but Mincitar is kind of like Franco, where you do need mechanics on his hooks, right? Mincitar, I would say he has a wider range of his ultimate, so you don't like, even if your hook doesn't hit, you still have a way to use the hero.
Oh.
Now Orange Esports, they're bringing up Fredrin for themselves, only with 33% win rate, but again, the animations have been a little bit faster. I personally have not seen enough Fredrin to see the real change, but it looks like we're going to see it today. And Julian picked up by Orange Esports. And before this, Stormie, he played one of the most scariest Julian in mid.
Yeah, true. You know, despite the nerves coming from Julian, I want to see how Stormie is going to be able to pull this off, because I am Senpai, he was struggling all the way through, but his job is pretty much setting up for Zorn. So I think this is where things get a little bit more spicy, in a sense, where Orange Esports, yeah, Julian is a little bit annoying. Forces SMG to pick the Mincitar from the get-go is not going to help them a little bit more. I like how they ban off the Natalia just because of how Zorn has kind of scared them off, even though with the nerfs. But they're playing it safe. Picking up Cho again, flexing it potentially for Smooth, potentially for Zorn. It's nice, but the Lunox first phase pickup. This is something I did not expect, but it's a great way to deal with the Julian in case you get dived on. So a little bit surprised by this, but I want to see how this goes, especially for Zion Boy.
Is it for the Julian or is it for the Fredrin? Because yeah, Lunox picked up quite early here, because Lunox, she doesn't need penetration items. She has penetration naturally.
Itself,
focusing on pure damage is going to be quite a lot, and Orange Esports, they're going to pick up the Matilda, and because they have the Matilda, they kind of have to draft a dive composition where they just have to go very, very heavy in terms of how they engage into the team fight. So whatever they pick for the gold lane, whatever they pick for the jungle, assuming that this Julian isn't going into the jungle, they gotta be very, very headstrong in however fight that they take.
I like how you're putting your head in that direction. You know, they're thinking about the composition for Matilda. Personally, I think it's a straight up Haru's combo pickup from Orange Esports, without a doubt. But at the same time, they're going to be banned off from side Orange Esports, so Esmeralda is going to be up for grabs. Does SMG take the lead? Do they want to just, you know, ban off the Esmeralda, denying it away from Neo, you know, forcing to play the Fredrin on the side lane as well, which is something that I think Dirov deals really well against the Fredrin. Not exactly sure if Neo is going to be going for the traditional Concussive Blast, or are we going to see the Brave Smite. Personally, I'm a big fan of Brave Smite, even though Gideon, everybody else is saying, nope, Concussive Blast is the good way to go. But personally, I'm still a big fan of Brave Smite. SMG, banning off the Lilia. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm kind of surprised with it. I think Orange is they're considering that maybe Orange Esports might potentially put this unit in the jungle for Subway,
or
which I don't think it is gonna happen.
That, or they think Orange might do something crazy, and Valence will use Lilia on the gold lane. I mean, like, Team Hot did it before, so maybe it's one of those things where they're considering Sitar straight up ban. I love it.
Respect. Respect coming in from Orange Esports, but that does open up the draft a little bit more for coming in from SMG. I like them in that respect. You know, they've got mobilities, it denies them. Forcing the Kufra up on Zorn again isn't too bad if they decide to go for it. But SMG, they respect the 1-1, they will ban it out. Irritel, up for grabs. Bruno as well has been buffed up recently, so this is something that I think can be taken into consideration for both sides. Sasa plays it. Haven't seen too much coming from Valence on that hero yet, though.
Yeah, honestly, in the gold lane, there's so many options. So
I want to see a Claude on Sasa again, to be honest.
In this game,
nah, it's terrible. Against a Fredrin, I think carry will be not too shabby. Not exactly sure if that's going to be the case coming from SMG,
Bruno's
but okay. Bruno pickup coming in from Orange Esports. Well, 3 picks so far, 0 bans, 33% win rate. Now is a good time to flex some Bruno win rates because there has been good buffs onto his Bruno, easy access to his balls. Sounded a little bit wrong, but at the same time, a little bit more movement speed as well. He moves a little bit faster now.
Yeah, like I said, man, Orange Esports, they want to rank up the game. They want to make it as fast as possible. They're going to be very aggressive. They're going to push a lot of turrets in the early stages of the game, especially because they saw the Lunos. Lunos needs at least 1 or 2 items to actually put an impact to the game. Like, sure, she can roam, she can do the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Atlas as well as Carry has been picked up. Atlas is good because Orange Esports, they might want to group up whenever they want to push. So this is a good pick to counter what Orange Esports is trying to do, but this is already a fight between 2 different win conditions where Orange Esports, they want to brute force their way in, and Team SMG, they want to scale a little bit and then they want to focus on the team fights.
I like the wobble combo coming from SMG. They know for the fact that Diggy is taken out of the equation. There's nothing much that can stop their wobble combo. But oh, Orange Esports, they final pick the Fanny. Great way to deal with it. However, SMG, they're not in the dark yet. They have the Cho, they have the Paquito. These are great heroes to deal with the Fanny despite the Kufra completely ignored. Even though it's something that is in their book, they don't need it. So Orange Esports taking a pretty risky gamble, and I would say these drafts are pretty 50-50 for both sides.
Hey, the way that I see it, the way what Orange Esports want to do is, hey, Subway, use the Fanny, get either the carry or the Ludox. Either one of those 2. If you get both, perfect, because Valence can deal with the rest. The Bruno can deal with absolutely anyone. I would even argue he can deal with the carry. The problem that he might face is against the Lunox. So even forcing the Lunox to use the Brilliance early, that's going to be a big downside for Team SMG.
Well, the drafts has been set coming in. Orange Esports bringing in the newly improved Fredrin as a first pick rotation with the Bruno. They're looking to experiment. Can they get the W against SMG? Can they make it into game 3? Stick around to find out because this is going to be game number 2 for SMG versus Orange Esports. As you can see, to start things off, Valence is going to be helping out Fanny to try and secure the purple buff in case SMG decides to go in for the invade. Smooth once again, confident enough to cut the creep waves all by himself. Not going to be contested. Harassments has been made here and there. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, Neo knew it was going to happen, but he had no way to stop it. And there's no way that we can... There's a way for them to stop the game for a while.
Yeah, you say there's no way you can stop. Yeah. Guess what? The players themselves can't stop them themselves. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of pause coming in, obviously. We're going to try and figure out what is going on. But based on the drafts, based on what we're seeing so far, both teams playing very, very safe. I would say SMG getting a little bit more confident, especially on Smooth. He understands that they are going to prioritize the purple buff, knowing that Fanny needs it. Without it, there's nothing much you can do. But what I was very surprised was that Orange Esports actually reacted to this, despite knowing that SMG doesn't exactly have the tools to contest it right from the get-go, knowing that Fanny will overpower them rather early on.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very risky situation for both teams. Okay, looks like she's going to take a picture of his phone. It's like, this is a very nice phone. I wonder if my mom will buy it for me. But either ways, right now, looking at the situation...
We could always ask Samsung to actually give you one.
Yeah. Samsung has been... I'm still waiting for my phone. But anyways, looking at how the situation is, I do agree that it is going to be a little bit risky to fight around the purple buff, but I feel like they won't actually put all their eggs in one basket the moment they feel like it's not a winnable situation to try to contest the Fanny for the purple buff. They're just gonna walk away, because if they fail and then Fanny hits the level 2, there's a lot of walls there that the Fanny can spam. So it is a situation where if they can contest, like even if you're just forcing out the retribution, it's fine, because then they can have advantage on the Little Wanderer. and then try to get more advantages everywhere else. So this is probably one of those situations, if they don't even try, then James is going to be upset.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case. But I think over the weeks as well, we've seen teams kind of adapt to defending a little bit more just because of how Paquito is just so strong in the jungle role. Every single time the Fanny comes in, Paquito is guaranteed going to go for at least a couple combos in to actually deal some serious damage. And that's something that I think I was a little bit caught off guard in the patch notes because Paquito left completely kind of untouched in a certain degree. So I was very surprised that it was completely ignored. It was kind of broken throughout the entire weeks, maybe even in other regions as well, first pick material. So I was very, very surprised that it wasn't touched at all. But that just means that Paquito will be in the meta for a good period of time. This is where, you know, XP laners can still flex it out, junglers as well. So if you think about it, what's a good jungler matchup against a Paquito? Fanny, absolutely not. We've seen a lot of matchups over the weeks. Didn't exactly go too well, unless the Paquito messes it up.
Honestly, because of the changes where a lot of the heroes, they've gotten the advantage in terms of their armor and magic resist increase. Quite a few, honestly. Jawhead is one of them. Once you hit level 2, then you can basically carry him. But the other one that we haven't seen in quite a while is honestly Barats, where the Barats can take quite a punishment from Paquito, and if the Paquito is not careful, the second skill can push Paquito back, and then it's just a fight of like who can stay in this team fight longer, you know?
Yeah, I want to see a Barrage jungle. It's been a while since we actually last saw it. It's something that I think SMG used to play it a lot, but not jungle. It was on XP lane with Smooth playing it over the season. So I think that's something that they can bring it up the table. Earlier this season as well, we did see a little bit of Barrage here and there. Not exactly sure when he's going to be back in action. It's personally a favorite of mine, but at the same time, now, I think the biggest highlight here is got to be, you know, the Alice, if you think about it. We didn't see a lot of buffs in. You know, Smooth was a very, very scary Alice player, and I was completely surprised, you know, completely ignored. But that's the thing about the current patch, right? There's just so many heroes to experiment. There's so many heroes to try. First game of the day, we talked about Mincitar, boom, instant Mincitar pickup, instant respect bang coming from Orange eSports. And then we talked about Bruno, boom, a Bruno came in. We talked about, I think, the what's it called again? Bruno and what's the other one? I can't remember. Farsa, yeah. Farsa came out as well. So I think that it's something that is worth respecting when it comes to the thing, the heroes itself. But the penetration wise is something that I want to see. But we do see the fans coming in. They want to see a Fanny roam.
Probably not.
I think the only Fanny roam that I have recollection is pretty much from Toda, where Yums play it.
Nah, Zorn can play a pretty nasty Fanny roam as well. He showed it a lot on streams as well. Like he did it as a troll, but then he got it like very strong. Kalau epic lagi season depan, don't be like that. Keep trying, man. Come on, like I've hit mythic every single season. Everyone can do it. But now actually, I want to talk about the Alice because you did bring it up.
Oh yeah.
It's all about adaptation because the way TLDR, Alice is kind of like the Sicilian of the EXP lane, where right now the Alice can scale up on her mana, where her passive has changed. The more orbs that she collects, the more mana she actually gets. So the way that she itemizes will be different as well. You know, the Clock of Destiny is higher in value. It's sure everyone has used it before, but now even when she uses a Dominance Eye, she will get a lot more damage. When she uses a Twilight Armor, she will get a lot of damage as well. But I feel like everyone is still experimenting. It's like, sure, mana gives a lot, but what is the optimal build? Is it still focusing on the mana, or just like build a normal mage kind of itemization? Because I talk to people and they're like, we know it's good, but we don't know what's the best.
Yeah. What's really interesting as well, because I think, you know, the BM caster is calling out Zorn and he's a little bit baffled as well. But based on the stats, you know, this makes Zorn look so good. 100% win rate on the Atlas, on the Cho, as well as on the Johnson. And, well, production won't lie, right? You know, he's played 8 out of 15 games. This is pretty good. At the same time, I don't think he's going to be playing Cho. Atlas looks pretty good as well, because if you think about it, based on track record, Atlas does have a very, very good margin of win rate, especially in the hands of Team Hawk.
Yeah, because of the comeback ability of the Atlas, because it really doesn't matter when It's just that when it does happen, right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't do it in the early stages of the game,
You just need that one big catch.
when it's like 20 minutes, right?
All right.
And then you get a big wipeout. 1 minute for them to respawn. We don't need a lore. We don't need to think about anything else. Honestly, at that situation, even if there's no minions, just push. I mean, the changes have been made where now when there's no minions, before this, the crystal is already pretty beefy, right? But now it's even more beefy. So maybe not entirely a backdoor, but again, the Atlas is just so good, especially in the late game.
Yeah, I want to see it actually happen as well. Seems like there has been a little bit of issues on towards Orange side. I think Neos have a little bit of problem, but at the same time, we are gonna see a little bit of a journey coming in. You know, season 25 ends today, so there's gonna be a new patch coming up very soon.
So tomorrow, everyone's gonna be epic.
True.
Unless you're lower right now, you're gonna be
okay.
Grandmaster.
Here's a little bit of tip for you guys at home, right? If you're new to the game, you're still hard stop epic, you can't push the mythic. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Keep watching ML tournaments, get some fragments, get some skins, focus on one emblem to 60, play only one rows, and slowly, eventually, you will get to mythic with one row. Because the emblems do help a lot in terms of stats into the game. So that's going to be my advice to you guys. So if you're not fully 60 on your emblems, you are going to struggle into your journey mythic. But if you're all 60 and still epic, well, you probably need to, you know, pay attention to LaFell's Instagram as well as the TikTok a little bit more to actually learn some tips. But we finally figured things out. We are going to be starting things off with the fight. Subway doesn't have the charges. He is going to be able to needing to back out. So that's going to be SMG winning a little bit of trade-offs on the little one up top.
Yeah, and again, that...
Simon Boy, what are you
Boy is taking quite a lot of damage, but looks like he's going to be fine. And this is what I wanted to see every single time someone picks out Matilda. I want to see them being a little bit aggressive, which I got to say I haven't seen that much of lately.
I like how Smooth is just so confident that Neo wouldn't be able to take advantage and actually sustain in the lane. We've talked about how he has this charge meter where he's going to be able to regain a little bit of health, and personally I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
once he has his 4 available, this is where things get a little bit spicy. He can take advantage and go for some serious damage, but no, spells has been used. They know Stormie is kind of weak. SMG looking for the re-engagement. Haru will be forced to recall back. Smooth now. Having a way with the Dragon, he's going to be setting things up with the first turtle for box. Stormie going for a couple of harassment here and there, but at the same time, what happened to the purple? Oh no, Subway doesn't have the purple buff. Oh no, he mistimed the timings for his rotation, so that means this turtle will be contested without the purple buff of the Fanny. So that's going to be a free sailing coming from SMG unless Orange eSports has something to say. But first blood has been made. Zorn getting picked off down middle. Subway going to force the issue without a purple buff, but Box a little bit too quick in the hands.
Yeah, he even used his retribution, so if Team SMG, they actually caught that, they could really pressure Subway on the purple buff right now, especially because he is using the fighter emblem, not the assassin emblem, so his damage is not going to be enough, but engagement onto Stormie, and Stormie's going to go down. Smooth secures the kill for himself.
Nicely done coming from Smooth. Very consistent with his catches so far. SMG, you know, taking the momentum coming from game 1 into his game number 2, and I'm liking this a little bit more because as of yet, Orange eSports, they looked a little bit stumbled, but for now, bottom side, Haru gonna be saying hello towards Zorn, but there's only so much Haru can do. This is a Matilda. While top side, they are gonna go for the dive as well. Box missing the combo onto a Subway, so that's gonna be a free wall spam in the hands of Subway. Great takedown coming from Orange eSports.
Yeah, amazing kill, but right now I feel like Orange eSports, they really gotta change their focus and actually help Valens out in the gold lane, because as a Bruno, you can chunk down the turrets uberly fast, so they're not using that to their advantage right now, and I kind of feel like they're misusing their power spike. Like, carry is not super strong early, so might as well take advantage of that, but so far they haven't.
Yeah, they're playing it a little bit slow as well, and I understand where this is coming from in terms of their power spike. They need Subway to be a little bit more proactive. However, Subway, he did manage to get a kill on the top side, so that's a big plus coming from Orange eSports, but they need to carry on with their momentum because slowly but surely, this Fanny is going to fall off even quicker compared to before. But bottom side, Sasa is still being able to farm his way through. Orange eSports, they really want to go in for the setup, but Stormie is there. Haru getting chunked away means they have to back off. So SMG,
smooth.
they know what's happening, but at the same time, bottom turtle is going to be up for grabs. Sasa not going to be dived in as well. And recall is coming from Stormie. I don't think he want to dive. No, but he is going to go in for the side step as well. And Sasa will be able to escape this with the sprint. SMG, however, is going to be focusing on the turtle. They're calling in the Frederick, but there's nothing much Neo can do as of yet. So Orange Esports will lose out the trades on both fronts.
Yeah, they're actually losing out on a lot because for Team SMG, they don't mind playing it slow. They have a Lunos, they have a carry. If they have 2 items, it's GG. That's their win condition. That's their big power spike. Same thing can be said for Zorin because he needs some items to make himself a little bit more tanky so that he can wait a little bit longer to get that fatal link, but Subway go in.
Oh no, this is not looking good. Zorin catches with a fatal link, but there's no follow-up available. Subway is looking for a couple of spams here. Zyme Senpoi needs to support for the Brilliance. He doesn't get it in time, so he will get taken out from Orange Esports. They take down Zorin, they take down Zyme Senpoi, but Sasa, he's going to be forced to back out, knowing that Orange Esports may dive him again. So that's going to be a big win coming from Orange Esports for Valence as well, as he will secure the tier 1 down bottom.
Yeah. Right now, Orange Esports, it's after 5 minutes, so there is no gold plating for the taking, but a turret advantage is still good. Right now, the gold advantage is going over to Orange Esports. 700 gold in 5 minutes is pretty substantial because they're gonna hit their first or their second item a little bit faster compared to SMG, but Smooth, he's in position to get a kick.
Smooth, the kick comes in. Haru almost sidesteps his way through, but follow-up will not be able to connect. Neo taking a little bit too much damage, gets chain CC, not gonna be able to turn the tides with the appraisal grab. So SMG gets away with a lucky pickoff.
Frederick, but it's not over. Boss getting a kill. Zorn, Haru, he was able to dodge the first death from Smooth, but then the second one, Zorn is there.
Feels bad. That's a feels bad moment at the same time. Subway, he doesn't have the purple buff. Very risky plays, but the rest of Orange Esports is going to try and secure this for the team. They're even calling Valence in to try and make sure he gets the purple buff. However, with that map control in their favor for SMG, they will take the tier 1 up top and potentially the turtle up top. So with this purple buff, Subway, he needs to steal it if they want to snowball their way through. Haru getting harassed out. He's going to be popping the flicker in this vicinity, but on the bottom side, Stormie gets a big catch. Neo also going to be taunting Sasa. Sasa needs to make a run for it. Subway takes him down. Big catch coming from Orange Esports, but now Appraiser's Ruff comes in. No, it doesn't. Gets cancelled by Smooth with the Way of the Dragon. Now Orange Esports, they lose Neo, but can they continue? Because as of yet, no jungler from the side of SMG means turtle control in the favor of Orange Esports. But look at this, SMG, they really want to force the issue, but I don't think it's a good call. So Orange Esports comes up on top with their trade.
Yeah, the damage coming in from Valence looks quite substantial, especially when he uses the Wave of the World. He has armor shredding on his ultimate as well. So whenever Team SMG, they actually group up, they're gonna make it a little bit easier for Subway to deal the damage, as well as Valence himself, where he does deal physical damage. Stormie, I would say it's not his most amazing game as Julian, but he's actually providing quite a lot by getting a lot of enhanced chain to actually stop some damage coming in from Team SMG. So even though in terms of damage and kills, not so much, but quite a lot in terms of utility, especially looking at this situation, Stormie looks like he wants some damage because he has the Genius Wand, but the next item is gonna be the Feather...
The Frederick, yeah.
The Feather of Heaven, yes. I just want to make sure because I was like, I'm thinking Feather. Ezra is like, no. Feather of Heaven, yes, that's the one.
Yeah, the Feather is something that he needs in terms of auto attack, right? But at the same time, I feel like Stormie played a very, very crucial fight in the early engagement, right? He was able to stop Sasa from getting super out of control and allowed Subway to actually go in for the combo and she's taking him out. Meanwhile, Zorn has been hiding away his way through. He knows the Fanny's out of the picture. He gets the fatal link, but look at this. They're trying to chase CC onto a deal to take him down. Now, finally, Subway sees what's happening. He's going to be joining the fight, and SMG is looking to scatter away. They managed to outplay him by buying a little bit more time. Box completely juking the Fanny, and Subway, he doesn't have the charges to continue, but Box, look at this. He needs to recall back, and Orange Esports will get a middle turret. And it seems like there's nothing SMG can do to stop this.
Valence was untouched towards the entire fight because they use a lot of their ultimates onto Haru as well as Neo, which is, you know, fine. They're the front liners, so if they're down, it's going to be a little bit easier to actually catch off Valence. But because Stormie coming in with the enhanced chain, again, stopping the advancement from Team SMG, no one was able to catch Valence, so he was free hitting from behind, and that provided way too much damage that prevented Team SMG to prolong the team fight.
This is actually very helpful for Orange Esports. You can see that SMG, they're really panicked whenever Neo's HP passes the 50% threshold, right? You have to focus him down, chain CC him all the way through. You can see that everyone from SMG is just dropping on him, making sure that he cannot turn the fight for the Abrasive Wrath. But it's also counterintuitive because you're using up so much utilities on that, allowing free reign from the rest of the table. But SMG, they're going to try and snipe the Lord while the top side. So this was a little bit unexpected, but at the same time, they know for a fact that Subway will not have the purple buff. So great game sense coming in. Smooth. Taking a look at towards the Magic Sentry, they know exactly where RNG eSports are. So big, that's a good way to use it as well.
Yeah, right now they know that their purple buff is pretty free for them to recontest, because using the Magic Sentry would let you know which area is safe or not. This is not safe,
that's not safe at all.
That is not safe. Zion Senpai already used his Chaos Assault, tried to kill Subway. Subway still manages to run away. Haru and Neo here in the front lines looks like they're going after Zorn. They do not like Zorn. Using this Atlas is gonna get focused down, but he is too tanky, he can run away. And Box gets a kill onto Valens. How did that happen?
Oh my goodness, that was a little bit of mistakes coming from Sasa as well. SMG, they know perfectly well that RNG Esports is not on the top side, but they thought for a second that maybe RNG Esports might have backed out to their base. And because of that, Sasa will pay the price. Meanwhile, Neo gonna be defending on the middle side. The Lord is gonna be cleared out very easily coming from RNG Esports, and potentially Neo might be able to get a couple of kills here unless he makes a mistake. SMG, they want to go for the fight. They force the flicker out of Neo, but the tier 1 will fall on the bottom side. For the middle side, but tier 2 is on bottom as well. A big 3-man tank minions coming in, instantly takes it out. So a lot of map control being thrown into towards SMG's favor.
Right now, in terms of turrets, everyone is pretty even Steven 4-4. And looking at the items now, looking at Valens in terms of the damage, he already has 3 crit items with the Windtalker, Berserk Fury, as well as the Scarlet Phantom. So damage spike is extremely high. He can take any fights right now. And for Team SMG, looking at Sasa, he only has 2 core items, which is the Windtalker as well as Demon Hunter Sword. So he can actually stay quite long in the fight because a lot of lifesteals coming in from the Demon Hunter Sword. But I don't think it's gonna be enough, because looking at Orange, not everyone has a lot of HP. It's only just Neo as well as Haru.
Yep.
Everyone else is, oh, never mind. He already has the Berserker Fury. Now he can deal enough damage to Valens and Stormie to make them die before anything goes wrong.
Well, AI winning prediction says this is a 50-50 match, and I can agree as well, because SMG, they're so focusing on Neo that they kind of ignore Subway in the most of the fight. And you can see that Smooth needs to focus on Subway a little bit more. Likewise, coming from Box to trying to shut him down before they dive onto Sasa. And while this is happening, Subway going for the split push, they call in Smooth, head down bottom to clear the mid wave. So that this next 20 seconds is not going to be in SMG's favor just because of how far Smooth needs to rotate before heading towards the top side. Neo looking for a 1v1. Doesn't seem to want to try and challenge this, but middle lane, they force the Brilliance onto Zion Senpai. But Subway will still hold on to his charges as well. Haru safely going for the saves as well. But what is that fatal links from Zorn? Catches him mid-air. What was that catch? SMG, big plays coming in. Stormie looking for the setup, and now Orange Esports, they are in trouble. This Lord Turtle, this Lord is going to be up for grabs, and Zorn gets a big catch now. Neo trying his best to stall his way through, but the kick comes in. Smooth. They're trying to focus him down, but Neo, he has the charges, he has the Abrasive Wrath. Sasa in a little bit of trouble, gets slammed down, and now Sasa going for a 1v1. Neo will take him down, he will escape, and they manage to buy time. But guess what, SMG, they reset the Lord. They won't focus on Neo, they finally take him down. But with that being said, Subway is back online, and the Lord will not be contested from SMG.
That was a good fight from Orange, but wow, the middle lane! It happened quite a minute ago, but still, Zorn used the Sharingan. He saw what was coming, and then he instantly used it. That was amazing.
He predicted it in advance. That was a big, sick catch-up, man. I wish we had got a highlight coming from Zorn, but at the same time, SMG, they're forcing the issue once again, but knowing there's no purple buff on Haru, do they drop it? No, okay, they get the turtle. They get the Lord, because Subway is just, you know, pushing down bottom, trying to get a little bit more objectives across the map. So, oh no, still another win for SMG, but that was a pretty, you know, that Sword, dude. Damn, that feeling was sick.
Yeah, looking at damage dealt ranking right now, Box and Zion Senpai is topping the charts, but Valence as well as Subway is not falling off too far behind. Stormie 27,000 as well, doing quite a lot of damage in this game. Right now it's just about getting to the proper target, as we saw in the previous team fight where Neo was actually able to catch Sasa, and this is one of the weaknesses if you have a Atlas, because you want to go in front. You want to get a big Fatal Link. You want to get 3 to 4 members, and I would say the same thing from Smooth. Both these guys, they want to engage, so no one is gonna take care of Sasa. So whenever Orange Esports they realize this, they can take advantage of it.
Well, that's the thing about the drafts coming from Orange Esports. As long as Fanny dies, Sasa is all good, and it seems like that's going to be the strategy for now, because as of yet, SMG looking for the engage, but they don't exactly know where the Fanny is. He is going to be revealing himself up top, so that means SMG they need to figure a way to cut the creep waves as quickly as they can, because Orange Esports top side is not going to be helping them at all. While SMG stealing purple buff away, they want to collapse onto this inhibitor, because as of yet, Lord is coming in. Orange Esports, they've got to do in for the defense. Smooth trying to bait things out down towards the middle lane, but eventually this tier 3 is going to fall. Zorn looking for the Fatal Links, not going to connect. So he's going to buy a little bit more time. He still has the flicker to try and bait things out, but seems like they is going to be playing the safe play coming from SMG, as they know the lanes out top is shoved back to them.
Yeah, especially because if Team SMG, they make a bad engage, they saw the amount of damage Orange can actually pull out, it's going to be very, very difficult, because Stormie has an AoE knockup, and for Valence, he has the Wave of the World that can push everyone away, stopping a lot of skills coming in from Team SMG. So I like the respect, because like you said, Zorn did have the flicker, and if this was like 2 seasons ago kind of Zorn, he probably just tried to make the play. He would have made the play. Like, would they win the fight? Would they lose the fight? That's kind of like in the back head is like, we'll think about it when it happens.
You know what I like about this? What? I like a disciplined Zorn. Yeah. He's matured. I really like this. This is a good Zorn. But at the same time,
good boy Zorn. Zorn is a good boy.
True.
Now he's being a bit of a naughty boy.
True. You know, is he gonna go for an attempt? I don't know, because he's got a big catch. Because as of yet, Orange Esports, they're not looking for contest. Subway is pushing down the bottom lane as well. So there is a lot of split push potential coming for Orange Esports. I'm not exactly sure what's the next timing that Orange Esports is looking for, because as of yet, Balance has really just hit his 15, and we haven't seen that big boy damage as well. But Smooth, he finds Subway. He wants to find the angle, and they know for a fact that they need the purple buff. So Team SNG in prime position. Which do we do? Purple buff or Lord? Zorn for the catch. He's zoning Subway. He knows for the fact if he goes in, he's gonna get Fatal Link. So Neo trying to open up the map. He's trying to harass Zorn. Doing a fantastic job, but SMG says, you know what? Screw this. I'm out of this, because Zorn, he might get taken down. He forced the flicker. No, he survives. He still keeps his immortality, and the Lord won't be slain in the hands of SMG. It was all a distraction.
I like the idea, because, yeah, going up against Team SMG, the only reason why Orange Esports they can't really fully engage is because of Zorn on this Atlas, because the moment they overextend, then the Zorn is going to make every single Orange Esports reposition themselves to be in a bad situation. So that's why they kind of want to kill off Zorn first, but he's just a little bit too tanky right now.
He should have died, but at the same time, Subway, he fights Sasa, but he has immortality. There's no way there's anyone going to be able to save him, but he has the Winds of Nature. He procs it. He wants to turn the tide on Subway, but no, he doesn't have charge. He needs to make a run for it. They need to chase him off, and SMG, they've got a prime position to use a box. He's looking for it. It's 0 charges onto his own box. He finally knows he's out of charges. He will take him out. Big catch coming from SMG. And now Zorn from the back lines. He's trying to go for the catch. He flickers forward, but Valence will be able to get out. So now with the Lord knocking in, SMG in prime position to do so. Sasa also relatively healthy. They want to take the inhibitor. Crystal will drop past 50%. Zorn looking for the catch. Sees Neo but doesn't want to aim for it yet. Zorn is still holding on to Fatal Links. He's waiting for the right chance, but Smooth! He gets the kick on Neo. They take him out before he can do anything. And now with the Fatal Link, he catches on 2. They're going for the wipeout. Stormie tries his best to go for the setup, but there's only so much he can do. He's got the Winter Trunket. Haru trying to keep him alive, but cannot do so. Sasa takes him out. Finally, Subway reveals himself, but the damage has been done. Crystals is exposed, and SMG takes 2-0 against Orange.
This game, man, like Team SMG, they're showing up. They're ready for the playoffs, because again, this is the final week, and right now, they look as ready as ever. Orange Esports, looks like even Orange is bleed.
Oh, that is... Oh my goodness, that was a crazy game coming from SMG. What a performance. GG, well played for both teams, but Orange eSports, they will have to take the loss. However, I'm looking forward to see how it goes down in the playoffs because Orange eSports, they are still solidified in the upper brackets. We know for a fact that SMG is still trying to get their spots in the upper brackets in their respective group. But nevertheless, it was still a good game from both sides.
It was an amazing game. Orange eSports and Team SMG, they did their best. But anyways, let's give it over to our host to ask the winning team what do they think about the game.
Alright, Assalamualaikum Queen City Mall. Kemenangan yang menakjubkan daripada pasukan SMG dan seperti biasa kita akan menemu ramah mereka. Izinkan saya duduk di bahagian tengah. Anda boleh duduk di kiri dan juga kanan saya. First of all, saya akan bagi mic kepada Zaim Sepoi. Mana Zaim? Okay, kita depan sikit. Kita diri depan sikit. Ramai-ramai. Okay. First of all, tahniah dapatkan kemenangan dan cukup-cukup menakjubkan. Tetapi persoalan saya sekarang ini, kita nampak perubahan yang begitu banyak yang telah dilakukan oleh beberapa hero dan salah satu hero yang awak main pada awal season kali ini sekarang ni iaitu Faramis. Pendapat Zaim sekarang ni, adakah hero tu tak boleh diguna pakai ataupun still boleh guna pakai, mungkin kena tukar sikit cara permainan dia?
Saya rasa boleh lagi pakai, cuma dia depends teamwork saya rasa.
Sebab tu awak dah tak pakai dah sekarang ni, sebab dah ada Zon, so mungkin awak dah pakai Lunok saya sekarang ni.
Tak, saya apa-apa je boleh. Saya Nana next game saya rasa.
Wah, Nana next game lah. Kasih jadilah. Okay, saya akan ambil mic. Saya nak pass kepada Zon sekarang ini. Awak kau dah ada expect dah. Mesti ramai orang nak dengar Zon cakap ni. Tapi sekarang ni Zon, bila nampak baca patch note tu, ada satu hero kot yang mungkin awak fokus sekarang ni. Minsita sekarang ini. Dah berapa kali dah top global. So, apa perasaan Minsita sekarang ini dia dapat buff and dapat pakai and dapat menang pula tu sekarang ni?
Rasa sangat happy lah sebab dah lama tunggu momen ni lah. Momen Minsita apa tu boleh kata boleh masuk dalam fit dalam kita punya draft kan. Sebab dulu Minsita nak pakai tapi terlalu slow ataupun terlalu tak kuat. Rasa macam lembab je kan.
Tapi sekarang dah memang on point dah.
Sekarang lepas Muntun buff, terima kasih.
Okay, tapi Muntun dia pun tarik juga sekarang ni. Johnson sekarang ni, dia punya cooldown dah ubah. So, awak rasa sekarang ni still boleh guna pakai ataupun macam mana? Dah out of meta terus ke Johnson tu?
Rasa
Johnson sebenarnya diorang panggil sekarang ni.
Saya tak kisah pun. Nerf ke tak, saya pakai je.
Dia nerf hero, dia bukan nerf Zon sekarang ni. Okay, so sekarang ni ada apa-apa tak ucapan yang ingin disampaikan kepada penyokong yang datang dan juga yang tengah tengok dekat rumah sekarang ni? Silakan Zon.
Terima kasih kepada yang menonton ni dekat sini, dekat rumah ke mana-mana. Terima kasih banyak kerana menyokong kita orang sampai sekarang. Saya harap agar korang semua doakan kita orang sampai ke playoff lah nanti. Terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak Zon. Satu kemenangan yang cukup menakjubkan. Bawa hero baru masuk, tak ada masalah untuk mereka. Tapi sekarang ini kita ingin dengarkan mic check daripada pasukan SMG. Apa yang dikatakan oleh mereka sepanjang perlawanan tadi?
Bawah ya. Bawah ada wave ya.
Zaim dapat position.
Oi, sabar. Go low ya.
Tengok Alip. Nice boy. Dia orang one eh. Nice. Baik dulu.
Mati.
Boleh save tu?
Sabar. Sini. Tolong lapar lalu.
Boleh tak? Lagi
Dah.
Boleh save tarik.
Dapat.
Bawah ya.
Masuk ni.
Boleh. Nice one. Dapat Alip.
Dengar dia. Nice.
Sham. Dia nak buy time tau. Penny tu nak buy time tau.
Bruno robot.
Gas ke?
Stop. Kalau aku nak DD, aku ada invi.
Aku nak DD ni.
Boleh dapat. Dia tak ada sticker.
Tengok pun.
Nice.
We gotta look at the communication because Team SMG, their fingers move faster than their mouths. So they talk a lot using the pings.
Yeah.
Right? That's how they talk. They're like, think here, think there, think here, think there. It's like, you guys know what like in SMG, it's like whenever Zorn pings here and there, they're like, okay, we know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but at the same time, what's really surprising was that you know, I was expecting a little bit more noise coming from both Zyme Senpai as well as Zorn, but it seems like they're just so comfortable and
they're using pings.
Yeah, I agree. The pings are just really, really on point.
So use your pings. Press retreat. Press attack.
True.
Press
and pay attention to the map.
Pay attention to the map.
Yeah.
Then you will get out of epic.
True.
Really not that hard, guys. I mean, like, just use the meta heroes. I mean, look, I soloed my way as a roamer. If I can do it, anyone else can do it. Okay, guys, just pay attention to the meta, and then you guys can do it. Speaking of meta, we gotta look at the itemization as well as the hero picks for both sides of the team. Where Orange eSports, I really feel like they did not use their win condition. They were way too passive when they really should be very aggressive.
Yeah, at the same time as well, I like the idea of Fredrin coming from Orange eSports. You know, they want to turn the tides. We saw a little bit of wombo combo. I think the only time that Neo got a kill was a solo fight against Sasa, just because of how SMG had understood that Neo is just a distraction. They need to set up for Subway. The moment they figure out to take down Subway, that was their win condition. So I feel like, all in all, Orange eSports, they did their best to actually salvage the situation as best as they can. But Fredrin is still difficult to pull off, you know, especially with the Abrasive draft. You know, you need to go for sustains, you need to go for that one big slap. I feel like it's just, the damage is great, but it doesn't keep him alive. And I feel like that's a pretty hard hero to actually pull off. And Carry just completely destroys that.
Yeah, Fredrin, I kind of feel like should be great in a team fight, but he can't be the first one to go in. Someone else has to front line for him, take the brunt of the damage, and then goes in and then use the taunt onto everyone. Because if he goes in first, he doesn't have enough sustainability to actually take the amount of damage. And again, like I said, whether the Lunox was picked as an answer towards the Julian or the Fredrin, in this game, it kind of looks like the Fredrin, because every single time he engages, then Lunox is just going to dash back, use the Chaos Assault onto Neo, and then there's not much that he can do.
Yep, and at the same time as well, let's talk a little bit of itemization coming from Zyme Senpai. Nothing out of ordinary, Genius 1, Divine Glaive, Trunkin as well. Box going for T-Kiras in the later stage of the game, but double and T-Kiras on spoof. Not exactly sure what was going through his mind though, but that's something that I want to try.
Legit, I feel like it's just a misclick. The other day, Arta, he was like, "Why should I use?" And it's like, I don't know. I guess a Haskell would be good in this game. And it's like, oh my god, I accidentally bought 2 Haskell. This is what happens when you have too many gold. But right now, we gotta look at the rich guy box, 706 gold per minute. The carry Zyme Senpai did 50,000 damage in the game. Sandbag Neo almost hitting the 100,000 damage taken mark, and Forgotten One Zorn with 10 total assists.
Yeah, who could blame Neo, man? Like he's pretty much the point of interest from everyone from side of SMG. The moment his HP dropped below 50%, you can see everyone from side of SMG was shaking. I think for game 2 in particular was pretty obvious in the early stage of the game, just because of how like they know for a fact that SMG is losing fights because they threw everything on Neo and allowing Subway to do a little bit more damage. So all in all, I would say the stats doesn't really help too much onto us.
No, honestly, I want to talk about the stats, because this is an 18-minute game and Neo did not take above 100,000 damage. That means before he can receive 100,000 damage, he died.
Yeah.
So in this game, it kind of shows that the Fredrin isn't as tanky as a lot of people think, because in 18 minutes, not even 100. I've seen games at 12 minutes. Someone takes over 100,000 damage.
That's why you gotta go for Brave Smite, bro. The second tank emblem is super underrated, but it's pretty good on Fredrin. But nevertheless, let's take a look at who the MVP is for game number 2. It's gonna be none other than Box with a 627 KDA, 93% kill participation, GPM 706 on this Paquito, and also getting the pick off on towards Subway earlier before to close things out.
Yeah, again, Paquito is such a big threat because, like you said, he's not been touched. He's not nerfed, but thank God he did not get a buff. Imagine if he's already like this, and then somehow, technically he did get a buff. He got an armor and magic resist increase.
Fair enough, for every single hero, yeah.
Technically, he did receive a little bit of a buff. So, yeah, Paquito is still extremely dangerous. If you guys want to raise in ranks, get Paquito first pick. If you don't get to play the jungle, play him in the XP, still going to be fine. Still going to be super strong, because the damage output that he can deal is strong, even though in this game it's only 2,544. But either way, we got to look at the highlights that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yep, in the highlights as well, you can see that there were a little bit of struggles coming from SMG earlier stage game as well, just because they are able to punish Haru, right? But you can see the fights are coming in a way where Subway was just left uncontested. They know for a fact that this Fanny is annoying. It has been nerfed, but the damage potential and kill potential is pretty much untouched. If you think about it, they nerfed, I would say, Fanny's tankability, but when it comes to damage output, it's still there. And every single time they go in for the play, you can see for the fact that Fanny is pretty much left untouched. Neo is trying best to survive in the midst of all these fights, but SMG, they eventually figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, but I do gotta say, man, Sasa, even in this 2 series, he has not, the entire season, honestly, I want to say Sasa has not been having a good season because it's hard for him to deal the damage just because a lot of his enemies will go for him. Just like in this situation, it's like no matter where Sasa goes, he's not gonna have a safe spot to deal damage.
Yeah, at the same time as well, he's still got the mechanics, man. People say he's an old man or whatever, Kage, you know, like Gideon calls it up, but he's still got really, really good reflexes. We've seen a lot of times where he died, but he still always finds a way to buy enough time for his team to set up. So I feel like it's still an overall win coming from SMG, but even in this final fights, you know, there was pretty much nothing Orange Esports could have done. They did all they could with Subway to try and buy time, but SMG was just a little bit better, and you know, Haru just couldn't do too much in this situation as well.
Yeah, right now looking at the standings, nothing is gonna be changed because Orange Esports still gonna be #1. I don't see Homeboys actually making it so that they have more points than Orange.
Yep.
And SMG right now has raised in ranks at #3, but after this, RGMY does have 1 game. If they win, they will push SMG back to #4. Looking at this, I highly doubt that Group A will see changes. I feel like Toda and Team Hawk, they're secured there because even if RGMY wins 2-0, he gets 3 points, they get 23. Team Hawk has 2 more games to play.
But that's the thing. Can Team Hawk secure their final 2 games?
It's against CARACAL and Lunatics. CARACAL and Lunatics.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. So right now, RSG, they have 1 more game. And it looks like Team SMG has 1 more game as well. So I guess the only changes is between 3rd and 4th, but that does mean quite a lot because the #3 spot from Group A will be going up against the #4 spot from Group B. So it's still quite a big advantage in the lower brackets because again, if you lose, you're out of the game.
Yep, anything can happen, and I'm looking forward to seeing the bottom one as well. It is going to be a battle between CARACAL and Lunatics as they try to fight for their lives and towards the playoffs. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well because if you talk about Lunatics, yes, we know for a fact that Team Hawk seems to be the stronger opponent, but you know, sometimes when your backs are pushed against the wall, you gotta go all out to survive. This is where you see diamonds kind of shine the brightest. You know, rough diamonds, they will be polished up to the finest, and this is where I'm looking for to see whether or not Lunatics pulls it off because that's something that everyone has been eyeing for since the beginning of the regular seasons.
I would say it's about adaptation because right now I want to look at the coaching staff for Team CARACAL as well as Team Lunatics because whoever adapts first, whoever adapts the fastest, they can get points because right now the difference is only 1 point. But looking back into this game, the keys to victory in terms of composition strength, I feel like the first game, what Team SMG did with Minsitar basically just shuts down any win condition that Orange Esports has. And honestly, in game #2, sure, the composition from Team SMG is pretty safe, it's pretty solid. They have good early to late game scaling, high single target DPS, and they can burst people out. But it's all about Orange Esports not really using the strength of their lineup.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And while based on the draft, there's pretty much a clear cut coming from SMG's draft, right? First pick up is pretty much, you know, very, very good Minsitar final pick. Completely shuts down the idea that Orange Esports draft was meant to design to do, right? I would say the draft, it wasn't really that bad. It was just one hero completely counters the entire enemy draft. For mid laner impact as well, I think Zyme Senpoi played a pretty okay job in game 1, especially with his Julian setups. It was very, very good. Game 2, you know, his Ludox was a little bit annoying in the sense where every single time, you know, Orange tries to go dive in, the Brilliance is something that they need to force a bait out of that. Objective Pursuit, I feel like this is the important one, especially from SMG. They lost a lot in game #1, but time and time again, they always prioritize on those turtle timings as well as Lord P, and that's what puts SMG ahead of Orange Esports every single time.
Yeah, it translates to gold because looking at game #1, they were able to end the game with a 4,000 gold lead, and then game #2 with a 7,000 gold lead. I would say game #2, it was a steady climb up until 7,000 because again, not much that Orange Esports can do to contest.
Yeah, I think in terms of game, good win condition, but couldn't exactly win was Orange Esports' first game. You know, if you think about it, you know, they had the tools to actually do it well. You know, in terms of late game potential, SMG was a little bit weaker on the early one. Late game wise, where the moment you see like Zorn having this like big tanky beefy composition.
When it comes to the team fights, then SMG.
This is where he shines the most. And they just needed to punish even heavier. You know, it was 50-50, and it all came down to that one mistake. I would say a big outplay was Zyme Sayboy setting up the first fight. So that was something that I think game one, SMG was just so much more ahead compared to Orange eSports. And they took advantage of the Magic Sentry as well, which was very nice. Very super small detail, but they used it to their advantage. So that was a good plus point for us to analyze. But of course, you guys want to see how Zorn moves in this game. This is going to be his heat map in game number 2 with the Atlas plays. From the start of the game all the way to the end, you can see a lot of mid control priority to try and set up and potentially get information onto Fanny.
This is from the start of the game up to 5 minutes of the game, where this is still the early stages of the game. There's just like 2 turtles where was happening in the game, and looking at how he played, he actually just makes sure that there's no level of engagement from the side of Orange eSports, because he's basically closing the doors of his own jungle, making it so that no one can actually invade, and then focusing a little bit more on the gold side, just so that he showed his face. It's like, I'm here, Valence. If you really do want to push, I have a flicker, and by 5 minutes, I think he does have his Fatal Link, so it's like, he has to be careful. So he showed his face mostly around the riverside, as well as controlling his own jungle, just so that if Orange eSports, they do want to go a little bit more aggressive, they can.
Yeah, you can see based on the heat map as well, you can see Zorn is prioritizing on his team's purple buff, knowing that Fanny may have the tendency to actually invade. So he has been prioritizing on both the gold lane as well as purple lane. But let's take a look at Smooth's heat map on his plays coming from game number 2 with 13-minute all the way to 18-minute mark. You can see that well, it's all over the map.
Yeah, this is mainly because he's trying to pick someone off, because as a Cho, he's looking for those crucial targets. That's why when we look at the heat map, it's concentrated on certain edges of the bushes, like 1 point here at the top creep, 1 point here at the orange buff, in the purple buff. We see a lot of him here, but again, this is just to make sure that Fanny does not secure his own purple buff. And then in this bush around the river, so he's just making himself invisible so that he can catch anyone off guard.
Okay, now based on this heat map, you know, in first glance, it looks very chaotic, but I want to take you from an objective point of view, right? Start things off, we take a look on his top side where he's heading on the bush. You know, it's not for setup purpose. It's more like he's doing it intentionally to cut the creep waves and lane control. This is where, if you take it from first objective, that's why he's all the way up top. And then it allows him, once he cleared the minions, it allows him to set up for a potential gank to try and cut off any backup flanks coming from the opponents who's trying to contest maybe the top turtle. So I feel like from their position, it's like there's 2 different ones. Hiding in a bush to try and set up and getting information. Another one will be shoving the lanes.
But either way, it's a good game from Team SMG, and looks like Orange eSports, again, they're not in a bad position right now. But here we do gotta say, for those of you that trusted Team SMG, you guys deserve this win. So congratulations to everyone that predicted Team SMG to get a win, especially for those that predicted it to be a 2-0. You guys have won yourselves a skin that is worth 749 diamonds.
Yep, and if you do see your name down the bottom of the screen right now, right here, and you see the comments as well.
Senang menang gang. Wow. That's a bit much.
Hey, that's a pretty cool pun. That was pretty creative.
In case you guys don't know, basically they say that SMG senang menang game, which means easy win.
Gang, you know, gang.
Easy win game, easy win game.
True, fair enough. But I think that was pretty creative as well. We do see a little bit more creative for you guys. And like we said as well, if you're creative with your comments, you will stand a chance to walk away with skins. So congratulations if you see your name. But if you do not see your name, don't worry. We are going to be having more later on in terms of the MPL predictor by the end of today. There's 2 more series to go. So be sure to stay tuned to that, and also hashtag your names and game ID later on, which we will be announcing in the second series. But all in all, this few segments has been great. We've seen great games coming from SMG as well, or Orange eSports. But now I want to play a little bit of a game right here, you know?
Let's see, will we actually play the game? Because right now, we got to talk about M4 because this is the reason that this MPL here is going to be super high because these are the slots for M4. Malaysia, we're going to have 2 slots. Philippines, 2 slots. Indonesia, 2 slots. And for the first time, Latam, the Mobile Legends MMA Super League, they're going to have 2 slots as well, where Singapore, Myanmar, North America, Turkey, Nina, Cambodia, Brazil, as well as Mekong, they will all have 1 slot in total. So what? 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I've lost count.
Okay, what? Okay, well, 8 on the bottom, and then we've got 8 on the top. So 16 teams in total making it to this M4 in Jakarta. So I'm looking forward to see how things go down. Mekong, we will have 3 countries sharing it, unfortunately, but at the same time, that is going to be a very, very tough spot for them. But Malaysia having 2 spots, that's something I want to see. Which 2 is going to go? But I don't know. Will Todak make it this time? Again?
They've made it 3 times in a row, and right now in a different tournament, they are going to Bali to represent Malaysia as well.
Woo!
I mean, even the SEA Games, Toda has represented, so it kind of feels like Toda is the face of MPL Malaysia right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to M4, but we gotta see a lot of good teams right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go to there.
Yeah, but either way, we got to look at the next series coming up. But we're going to have quite a long break because of Friday prayers here in Malaysia as well as all over the world. We're going to look at RSG MY going up against Red Esports. If I'm not mistaken, this is RSG's last match of the entire season. And it's going to be on at 3 p.m.
Yep, we're
3 p.m.
Yep, we're talking about RSG. They are trying to fight for the upper brackets as well. We did see standings earlier on. If they win the series against Red Esports, they are going to be in the 2nd place. But it's all up to either Team Hot or SMG to overtake them. So the climb is going to be very, very important. But it's not over yet for RSG's chances to make it to upper brackets.
Yeah, so for RSG as well as Red, I kind of feel like this is also a trial match between each other because, again, new patch, you kind of want to try new things because I would say RSG and Red, they're both pretty secure in going to the playoffs. It's just about placement, right? Whether RSG is going to be 3rd or 4th, that's the only thing that will really be a factor in the game. I feel like both teams, they will try their hardest, but it's going to be a situation where we have to see who adapted a little bit faster in this patch.
Well, speaking of adaptations, we've seen a lot of drafts coming in from day number 1 here in the final weeks of the regular season. But as of yet, we've seen the first series. We are going to be taking a short break, and we will be seeing you guys for the next one later at 3 p.m. My name is ICPB12. He is Lafel. We'll see you guys in the next one.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
The heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise
live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necro Keep back in June. Did you like the new Necro Keep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Have the heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key. hell are you? Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals grow.
Justice served! I won't let my blood spill blood from death. Justice served! To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the Badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall. Justice served. I won't let my blood spill lumps of death. Justice served. Be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the
After I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals spring. Justice served. I won't let my blood spill love from death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House fans. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Fence. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice served. I won't let my blood spill lumps of death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of arms.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Justice served. I won't let my blood spill lumps from death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikini Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikini Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10 for the final week, day number 1 of the regular seasons. My name is ICESbaby12 and this is LaFell, as we are going to be your commentators for today. New patches has come into us, the Land of Dawn, and we have seen a lot of integrations, especially in the first series. But surprise, surprise, we did see a Mincetar as well as a Bruno in play. Speaking of which here, LaFell, what are we going to be expecting for this upcoming match, Red Esports as well as RSG MY?
So Red Esports as well as RSG, for both teams, what they really need is just to secure the points to make sure that they have a more solid point on the 3rd standing or the 4th standing, because whoever is number 3 is going up against number 4, so you do want to get that number 3 slot, just because when you're at the lower brackets, when you lose, that is it. So for both these teams, in terms of the things that we have to look at for Red Esports, they really like to use this protect the mile composition, which I kind of feel is kind of good for this patch, just because in the late game, the team that has a better late game comp is going to be stronger. But Izanami is pretty nasty on the far side as well, and the far side can counter basically any marksmen.
Well, speaking of which, we did see a little bit buff on towards far side itself. We did see being picked up earlier today. They didn't exactly do too well due to the composition. So hopefully, in terms of the drafting phase coming from RG as well as Red, it is going to be a little bit of different. Now, a little bit of a stat talks coming in for you guys here, as Red Esports is only needing 1 more points before they actually guarantee their ticket in towards playoffs. Well, for RSGMY, this is going to be their final match in the regular season as they try and potentially get their slot in towards the upper brackets.
I wonder how long they've been rehearsing this, but and now with all the fight. Wait, why is the Red and RSG on its side? But let's welcome for both these teams onto the stage, because I can't wait for this match.
Red Esports. Well, Red Esports, they have lost their match last Sunday to Todak 2-1. And like we said as well, they just only need 1 more point to actually qualify for the playoffs. Red has seen to be a little bit different now in terms of the game style as well as their strategy. They have adapted, but with this new patch hitting them, will they be able to adapt quick enough before the playoffs?
I hope so. Looks like Mom is going to be playing here, so he's probably going to be the roamer. I want to see how they can actually protect Mal because, again, I feel like this is a late game kind of meta, which should really suit Red eSports.
RSGMY!
Well, for their final time here in the regular seasons, RSGMY up to the stage to fight for their last match of the regular seasons. And based on the track record, they have won against CARACAL last Saturday 2-0 and lost to Orange Esports 2-0. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well because in the final match, will they be able to adapt to the new meta?
I kind of feel like they can. I know that they can. In this game, I'm looking at both Iris as well as Izanami, where I want to see Izanami using a mage that can actually shut down Mal, and Iris as a very aggressive EXP laner. I want to see him actually dive straight into the backline, making it very difficult for Mom to make a decision whether he wants to engage in the front or actually protect Mal from the back. That is assuming if Mal is going to stay in the back.
Well, that's going to be a very, very interesting one to talk about. But before that, let's talk about the brains behind the bronze. The coach and analysts coming in from both Red Esports as well as RSGMY as they dictate what their players are going to be playing for this current patch. Kuja as well as HY coming from representing from RSGMY, and from the side Red we have Dragon as well as
Miral, yes. So Miral's not going to be playing today, so he is going to be helping out the team with the drafts. And I feel like they need all the help that they can get because RSGMY, in terms of their win-loss rate, I guess, I would say it's kind of 50-50, but the games that they win pretty well. Speaking of which, for this game, either RSG or Reds win, we got to look at the gold laners, the mid laners, as well as how they play the team fight. Because looking at the gold lane again, I feel like it is going to be a late game scaling composition for both teams. And then mid lane, can they actually shut down the opponent's gold laners?
Yep, speaking of gold laners, Impact, I like that you actually brought up a very interesting point about Red Esports is that they do play this strategy about protect the Mao. And in this case, Mao's hero pool has been leaning on towards the Beatrix, the Popo and Koopa, as well as the 1-1. We've seen significant nerfs on towards 1-1, but earlier today, we did see kind of it stumble into a situation where the damage output was a little bit lacking. Hopefully that does not affect his hero pool. But we did see a rise into his Bruno in that particular. Not exactly sure about the Beatrix play yet, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be prioritizing that. You did talk about it still being relevant in the meta. I don't know. It's hard to decide whether what's right and what's wrong as of yet. But when it comes to mid lane domination, I feel like there's just so much to talk about. Farsight is just so amazing, especially in the current meta. But let's take a look at what you guys at home think about this match as well. It seems like a majority is going to be leaning on RSG taking the W against Red Esports.
Well, RSG, they've been growing their fan base, and I like the approach that they're doing because after almost every game, they will actually hang out with some of the fans. They go and eat lunch, and overall just have a very heartwarming talk between each other. So I really like the way that they've been growing their own fan base. And looking at here, make sure everyone support who is going to win this game, and make sure you guys make your comments interesting because you guys got to catch the eyes of our admins and include your game ID as well as server ID to get a chance to win a skin worth 749 diamonds.
Yeah, of course, the most creative comments is going to be able to walk away. We did see a couple of interesting one earlier today, Be as creative as possible, but at the same time, be sure, like you said as well, include your game ID and server, and make sure to hashtag MPL Predictor if you want to get yourself some good skins. But now, let's talk shop a little bit. In terms of jungler, Zayed is somebody that has really stood out for us throughout the entire regular season. Red Esports has been struggling a little bit into a certain degree. But before that, I'd like to tell you guys as well, because in the playoffs is going to be happening in a couple weeks' time. So be sure to register and get yourself the tickets as of yet, because it is going to be here in Kill City Mall, but not on the 6th floor, but on the concourse.
Yeah, the venue is going to be the same, but make sure you guys head towards the ground floor. There's a big area there. Honestly, you guys can't miss it. And it's completely free. Just come by. First come, first serve, so whoever is the earliest here, you guys can secure seats for yourself. But if you guys want more prizes, make sure you guys pre-register. I have no idea what she's about to say. It's so blurry. But pre-register now to get MLBB rewards when you actually hop by to the playoffs.
Well, is there ever a thing about Roger Esports? Are we going to see a return of Roger? I do remember that Red Esports played it. Once upon a time, Mao used to kind of like play a couple of seasons back. But so far in this current season, the only Roger we've seen so far comes from Chiku from Toda, I think, if I do recall correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Roger is a very high-risk, high-reward kind of jungler where you want to scale very early in the game, and then when it comes late game, even though the Roger has damage, but as a marksman, he doesn't have a lot of base stats like HP as well as armor and magic resist. So when he actually goes in and even gets dealt with a little bit of crowd control, will get punished very heavily. Yeah. So that's why people prefer having someone like a Paquito where the damage is more or less the same as Roger, but he can take way more punishments.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the tankiness. But without further ado, we're jumping straight into the drafts for RSG as well as Red Esports for game number 1. With Red Esports on the blue side, this time standard bans coming across from both sides. Nothing out of the ordinary. 2 heroes that are pretty much nerfed.
I would actually say this is different because usually people will make sure that the Valentina is on the second ban. But before I talk about that, we got to look at the gold laners here. Average KDA. Honestly, both these players are more or less the same. 3.3 to 3.7, and then Miles 675 gold per minute, and Lolia's 699 gold per minute. This does show that both these marksmen, they actually like to be a little bit more in front compared to their own teammates. They like to put themselves in a dangerous situation, but they do want to kill because we're not showing the damage. But both of these players are the top of the ranking when it comes to damage.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by these stats as well. I was expecting Mao to have a little bit more GPM, considering that both Lolios and Mao have two very, very different playstyles.
Because they both die a lot.
Fair enough, fair enough. I feel like, yeah, true. But at the same time, Mao has a tendency to be a little bit more farm-oriented, while Lolios is more aggressive in nature.
I gotta say, Mal, he kind of doesn't like the farm, man. Whenever he sees a kill, he will actually annoy. He will ignore the farm, but I gotta say, this season, if it's not kills, he's gonna straight for the turrets. Even though the kill is in front of his face, he's gonna give it over to Mom, he's gonna give it over to Zai Hakimi, he's just gonna go for the turrets. But one thing that I do want to say is an adjustment that Valentina is still being banned, is still being respected, but no team wants to pick the Valentina first pick anymore, because usually we just let it go. Let the opponent, let the second pick to ban out the Valentina, but they're like, no, we don't want the Valentina as a first pick, but at the same time, we don't want to let it go as a second pick.
Okay, fair enough. But seems like there are a couple heroes going to be slid by as well. Arkai is going to be something that is going to be out in equation. Considering that Diki has been banned, Red Esports has the luxury to actually first pick it as a safe pick in terms of flexibility. Paquito being banned, also very annoyingly popular over week number 7. 1-1 also going to be respected as well. Beatrix is going to be out for grab. So Red Esports, they may consider Arkai as a first pick for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good pick, but Zai Hakimi has not shown the best Arkai around. That's the only problem, because right now the Digi is not there.
Yeah.
It's a completely safe pick to pick up the Akai because, again, no nerfs, just buffs because his armor and magic resist have increased, but it looks like I forgot about it as well. But Zai Hakimi, he's very confident. 100% win rate on the Fanny. Not 100% win rate. He's like, if I get the Fanny, 100% we're going to win.
All right. You know, I can respect this coming from Red Esports, but at the same time, in terms of quick succession for the Arkai pickup, they are going to have Ling Aza play that. Didn't see too much of his Arkai yet. They might potentially flex it into his Roamer role, which is still up for debate, which is something that I think Lexia can still potentially play it. So RGMY, are they gonna go for the potential Farsa pickup? But at the same time,
I think it's too early.
It's a little bit difficult to deal with a Fanny.
I think it's way too early. They might as well just pick up like a Beatrix for now, or if they want, they could pick up a EXP laner. But picking up the Esmeralda is a little bit too early as well. So they're going to pick up, they're going to pick up a gold laner, but it's going to be a Brody, not a Beatrix. It's like the pro players think, yeah, Beatrix, Nibiru is strong, but they don't like the Nibiru apparently.
Yeah, but you know, it has been a little bit nerfed in terms of the reload time of all the spells as well. But at the same time, I'm a little bit surprised that Red Esports was ballsy enough to actually pick up the Fanny from the get-go, because the Archive was pretty much up in the grab.
Zai Hakimi loves it, man.
And the heavy spin is pretty much a guarantee lock if your Fanny messes up with Cable.
You know, this is the difference of confidence and meta, because again, looking at logic, yeah, Arkai first pick all the way, but it's like this is something that we can't calculate, but how do players feel about a certain hero? And Zai Hakimi, he says that if a fan is getting picked up, he doesn't care what else is there. He's going to pick it up for himself. And this might be a good punish from RGMY because all of these 3 heroes, they can fight against the Fanny. Once Fanny engages, the Brody can stun. And then with his torn apart memory, it doesn't matter how far the Fanny travels. It's the damage will stick.
Yeah, but I feel like RGMY is in a situation where they pretty much deadlock their drafts. We did see Lixia's hero pool leaning onto the Ruby as well. It was either the Ruby, the Angela, or even the Arkai to a degree, but it's leaning more on the Angela as well as Ruby. So I feel like they might be giving a little bit of show and tell, but they still can potentially flex it for Iris to play on the XP lane. However, RGMI, they ban off the Atlas. It's something that actually completely messes up the draft. They don't really want to deal with it. Red eSports, they do have a roaming potential. Mom does have the hero pool to actually play the choke if it decides to go for it. Maybe even bring in the jaw hit as well. We did see a little bit of buffs coming in. Maybe we will potentially see it, but so far, Frederick completely ignored by both teams. Thereof as well, pretty much a clear indicator from RGMY. They want to pick up the Esmeralda for RGMY.
Well, I gotta say, the Fredrin does excel a little bit in terms of crowd control as well as damage, but there's no beating Esmeralda, man. Now that the Dyrov has been banned, it's kind of forcing the hand of Red Esports to either you ban out the Esmeralda or you ban out a different mage from Izanami. And the thing is, I kind of feel like you just ban out the Esmeralda because, trust me, Izanami's hero pool is pretty deep. It really doesn't matter what you ban. He will have a different option for it.
Yeah, Julian is still up for grabs as well. Kagura recently being buffed as well is a okay way to deal with Fanny to a certain degree. So I feel like based on this situation, they have no choice but to go for it, but it seems like they just don't want to take the risk. They will ban off the Kagura instead from Red Esports. They're letting the Esmeralda slide. It's a pretty clear tell. And I think RGMI, they would be gladly taking it in this regards. And that's going to be a free pick coming from RGMI. 3 very, very annoying frontliners in the front line, and very, very good ways to deal with the Fanny. So Red Esports in a very, very tough spot as of yet.
So right now, it's a difference of Red Esports. They have a lot of damage, and RGMY, they have a lot of peel. They have a lot of frontline. So the secondary win condition for RSG is definitely going to go on Izanami. For Red Esports, I would say the Lilia, the Melissa, as well as the Fanny can deal a lot of damage. Rencuti, he just likes to zone people away, so maybe picking out something like a Uranus or a Chow is going to be still good because... never mind. I'm going to skip the Chow just because the Ruby is there, so it's going to be very difficult for him. The Uranus might be the better choice.
Yeah, I think Benedetta isn't too bad as well. It's a little bit tough, but seems like they are going to be taking the rock for Mom. Final pick from Red QT. What's it going to be? Seems like, yes, like you said as well, it is going to be the Uranus. Going to be trading 50-50s with the Esmeralda. Hopefully, he's going to be able to escape it all. Sprint or Purified, that's going to be a different question as well, considering that RGMI does have the CC to completely punish this guy. So, very difficult draft for Red Esports to pull it off, but hopefully Zaid is going to be able to dictate the tempo because RGMY, their final pick, it is going to be the mage. And what is Izanami going to be playing?
I feel like right now the safer ones is the Sicilian, the Sicilian, the Eve, the Farsas, but the only problem is Zayakimi is very good on Fanny, so it's going to be very difficult using those kind of mages because you have the damage, but it's going to be like Lexia or Ling Iza, they always have to be on top of Izanami to make sure that he does not get punished, and they're picking up the Sicilian because, again, very good scaling. You just got to be careful when Zai Hakimi already finishes his first item.
Well, playing it a little bit safe, I was hoping something along the lines of maybe an Alice, which I know it's not exactly a RG thing. We do see a couple of your fans in the crowd as well. I was hoping maybe a Lunox pickup from Izanami, but I like it. I like both sides, but all in all, the draft seems pretty okay from both sides.
Yeah, Lunox is pretty good. That's why Red Esports, they batted out. Very clever ban overall. But looking at both teams, for Red Esports, they kind of have a timer for themselves. Melissa and Uranus will scale up very, very well. But with the Grok as well as the Lilia in mid, they could heavily control the jungle of Team RSG. And that is very useful because Akai, if he's not controlled, he will go to the Fanny's jungle, and it's going to be a problem for Fanny to get her buff. So good bans and good picks for both teams, but now it's all about execution.
Yep, without further ado, we are jumping straight in towards the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of both Red Esports versus RSG MY. And to start things off, we do see Mom looking to go in for the invades and harassment on towards RSG's favor, while Zaid is left uncontested.
Looking at this kind of situation, Red they just gotta build enough of a lead here in the Riverside just to make sure that Zai Hakimi is not disturbed. He's very crazy when it comes to the level 4 power side. Never mind, level 2, and he's already looking at Ling Eza. And this is why Zai Hakimi is very confident on the Fanny. But I would say he has to wait either his Hunter Strike or his Blade of Hephaestus first before he goes ham onto Izanami or Lolios.
Yeah, but a little bit of harassment coming in, but fortunately for him, he was able to secure the little Wanderer coming from Red Esports. Mom continue with his assault. It's going to try and harass Ling Eza as much as he can. As you can see, Ling Eza is going to be dropped up pretty low. Can they get the trade-off? Fortunately for Mom, he'll be able to get out alive. Bottom side as well, Mao winning his 1v1 against Lolios, a complete absolute bully because of those puppets from him.
Yeah, the models are very annoying to deal with, but once Lolios hit level 4, even if he's in a tough spot, he can use the Torrent Part Memory just to clear all the minions. Now Zai Hakimi is going to get level 4. He will have the cutthroat, so with how Lolios has been winning his lane, he has to be careful because at any point, Zai Hakimi can just come in. And even though Lolios can kind of counter-engage, it's not going to be enough damage to actually punish this Fanny.
Yeah, Zaid Hakimi sitting on an ambush. It seems like RGMY, they need to play it safe, but it seems like they're rotating Lexia down bottom to make sure Lolios secure his farm. They're setting up an ambush, but Mao, I'm pretty sure he scout things out, so he's got to be taking a little bit chill. Meanwhile, the Red Boys is going to be focusing on taking the turtle up top instead, which I don't think is the right time for him, but Zai, he's going to take it slow. He needs to secure his purple buff first. So something is not right across the map. You can see that RGMY, they know what's up. Mao is going to get caught up. Is he going to be able to escape this? Lexia goes in for the connection. A big wall charge will cancel 3 of them, but will still lose Mao in the process.
Yeah, very good read from RSG because they know that Zai Hakimi does want Lolios, and just to make sure that everything runs smoothly, they actually go on the offensive and get the gold laner of Red Esports first so that Lolios has a sizable advantage. Ash coming up tries to defend the gold lane. Will he actually try to get this kill? I don't think so.
Oh, Zaid was hoping Ling Eza would walk up knowing that there was no heavy spin this time. He's going to try and contest the purple buff. Ling Eza forced to back out. Can he go for the slash? He does not have the damage. He just needs one more auto attack, but Ling Eza will survive barely. However, the purple buff is going to be up for grabs as of yet. Lexia getting blocked out of the wall. He's going to go look for the extend as well. The I'm Offender is available. He uses it, but the wall charge comes in as well to slam his face. But the purple buff will be secured. But no, from the sides, Izanami was able to clip him at the edge and take him out. No purple buff for you and me, he say. Lexia will die for the cause, but it was a well-worth trade between junglers because as of yet, Iris is pretty called in. Seems like a little bit of a mistake, over-commitment coming from RGMY, and now Ling Eza looking to re-engage. Unfortunately, Rank QT a little bit too quick to back out.
Good ideas for both teams, but poorly executed because I would say this is a big mistake for Red Esports. And Mal is getting punished. Lolios dealing a lot of damage where, sure, Red Esports, they were able to steal away the purple buff from RGMY, but Ling Eza as an Akai, he does not need a purple buff. He is not affected by this. But Zai Hakimi dying, that does actually bring a lot to the table. And looking at the emblems here, Zai Hakimi is going full on damage. He's using the Assassin emblem with a lot of points onto the physical as well as the penetration, so he can go a little bit crazy in the early stage of the game. He can secure some kills, but he has to make sure that he stays very, very careful because contesting for a purple buff for your own life, I would say it's not worth it, especially when your own purple buff is not in danger.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Fanny is very, very dependent on the purple buff. However, without the purple buff this time, they are going to try and force a turtle fight. And RNG, they know they perfectly well. Sorry, Zaid, he does have it for himself on his side. So I think it's still okay to go towards the fight. But Zaid, instead of focusing on turtle, they will take down Loleo. So that's a big catch for him. Ling Eza will gladly trade Mao as well. Gold lane for a gold lane. So that's going to be RSG getting the respawn in. So Red Esports, do they want to continue this? Red QT is trying to bait Iris out of the situation, but these are both XP laners that are extremely difficult to kill. We do see a little bit of lane swap, but Ling Eza going to be focusing on the purple buff, while Zaid Hakimi will start things off with the turtle. Lexia doesn't have time for Vendor. They are looking for the jump. Ling Aza doesn't have the heavy spin yet. He's waiting for the timing. Looks like they are gonna go in for the clash. Can he go for the steal? No, Zayed secures it, but he needs to back out. RSG, they're throwing bodies for this. And Lexia will be the first to fall as RSG doesn't have the tools to fight back.
I would say RSG, they really shouldn't have contested the turtle right there, because the turtle, sure, is a big advantage, but it's not worth losing your life over, especially looking at their win condition. It is Izanami, but right now, Ling Iza, he managed to actually steal away the purple buff. Now that is worth it. Out of everything, it's a good thing he didn't use the Retribution to try to contest for the turtle. He got the purple buff. That is a clever play from Ling Iza.
Yep, at the same time, Heavy Spin going to be down for a second time. That means a little bit more room for Red Esports as they continue to try and snowball. But like you said as well, it's all about hitting those win conditions. In this case, RSG is all about stalling for time. So lane swaps are coming in. Ren QT and Ari is going to be on the bottom side, and the gold laner is going to be on the top side. Seems like there is going to be a little bit of skirmish coming in. Mao trying his best with the go away, tries to fight back, but Lolios will eventually get traded off before his going down. Zayed comes in with a response, gets off Lolios as well as Lexia. So a 2-for-1 trade. I would say it's a pretty 50-50-ish, considering that Red Esports lose a gold laner compared to a roamer as well. Actually, on second thought, RGM are actually taking the loss.
Yeah, this is why Mal and Lolios, they don't have a lot of gold. Looking at the KDA, 1, 2, and 3 for Lolios, 1, 3, and 2 for Mal. Both these gold laners, they like to be a little bit more in front compared to other gold laners where they really focuses on making sure that they have enough distance away. But I like what I saw just now where they combine Mom actually pulling off the wall and then with the go away, sticking them kind of like an Akai ult, which is pretty good, which is handled pretty well. But RSGMY, because Izanami was there to actually provide some kind of pressure, they weren't able to stay there for a long period of time.
Yep. As of yet, RSG, they're looking for the attempt again. They're trying to deny Zayed of his purple buff. Can he get it? It seems like Ling Aza, he might have stolen it. Nope, it is going to be Zayed Hakimi. However, the backlines as well, you can see Ren QT is going to try to delay Lexia. Can they get another kill on Lexia? Lexia forced to flicker out of there, so he's going to be eventually taken down. However, from the backlines as well, Iris also going to be focusing on Red Esports. But no, Zayed Hakimi, he sidesteps the wall. He actually messed that up, and that's going to allow RSG to actually take him out. That is so unfortunate, as Mom almost getting the perfect wall block for him to wall spam.
Yeah, but honestly, in that skirmish, Ren QT is doing so well right now. 4-0-1. Right now, no one is actually stopping him. And even though, yes, the turtle has been secured by Ling Iza, but look at this, Ling Iza and Iris, they have to be careful of Ren QT. He's doing a lot of damage. He's taking a lot of damage as well. Ren QT is putting Red Esports on his back. He's doing the most in this game.
Yeah, Ren QT just making a lot of space. 4-0-1. Zai now looking for the snipe. Iris does have the sustains. He's sprinting around to try and buy time to build up some shields. Unfortunately, he's down pretty low. So this tier 1 is going to be down for the count. Conceal plays coming from Lexia. Not going to be able to connect. That Red Esports was quick to respond, but the turtle still survives. Ren QT. They're trying to maintain his 20 stacks to try and get regeneration. But it seems like they really want to force a fight against Lolios, because as of yet, Lolios is getting slowed up. I think Ash can't actually go for the attempt. He's got the burst for it, and he will actually get the kill. Mistakes were made again for Lolios. Great catch coming from Red Esports.
Yeah, Red Esports right now, they are being very proactive around the map, and this is what I want to see, because RGMY, they want to scale. Don't let them scale. Ling Iza is coming in again, but Mom and Ren QT, they are ready. Heavy Spin is used, but it looks like he will have to stop trying to contest for the purple buff. Especially he has used his Retribution. But overall, Red Esports right now, I gotta say, Ash and Ren QT, they're doing their jobs phenomenally. Looks like the buff of armor and magic resist is really helping out Uranus.
Well, speaking of penetration, Zayed Hakimi opting to go for the Blade of Fantasies as well as the Malefic Roar. So even more penetration coming in towards the picture despite the recent changes in the patch. And this is interesting considering that Zayed Hakimi is 0-2-4. I feel like he's in a situation where he's trying to set up for Mao towards the later stage of the game. And hopefully that is going to be able to scale a little bit better, because as of yet, RSG, they're looking for a respawn once again. Another conceal play comes in. The wall blocks will slow them down a little bit more, but Ling Aza gets the heavy spin. It connects on towards Mao. Do they have the follow-on to do so? They don't really have much, but Zayat Hakimi is getting blown by Izanami and scaring him off. RSG also looking a little bit weak. They need to back off, but they will gladly take the tier 1. But RenQD comes in for the backline. He wants to mess with Ling Aza. He won't get the kill. Lexia is going to be the next to fall, but Zayat is down towards his last health, but he will manage to do a little bit of chip damage to finish them off. RSGMY, they lose 2, and Red Esports only lose a turret, and potentially getting even more, but Ash is going to get finished off. Lolios. Oh, mistakes. The greed is real, but now with the turtle, with the Lord in play, Iris, he does scout things out, but at the same time, it feels like it's just not worth it.
Yeah, RGMY looks like they have a clear idea to shut down Mal because, but again, Mal as this Melissa, he has to go away. We saw in that previous fight where attempts were made, but because of the go away, they can't actually execute their initiation. So they gotta make sure that they actually make it so that Mal wastes his ult first and then actually fully commit to a fight. Because right now, if they fully commit while go away is still activated, they're gonna get punished very, very heavily.
Yep, it's all about those timings because as of yet, the Lord is gonna be coming in. Mom looking for the wall charge man, but the steals coming from Ling Aza is gonna secure it. Zayat Hakimi is gonna be caught in a very awkward spot as he needs to back out. Lexia as well gonna be trapped in the presence of the puppets as he gets slammed off. RenQT doing a fantastic job just cleaning out the rest of RSG, but eventually Izanami is going to be the big boy from RSGMY as he continues his slap and with a 3-1 and 2. RenQT now getting zoned on from Iris, but I don't think they have the damage to finish him off.
11 minutes 30 seconds. This is RSGMY's timing. Now they have the items to actually fight, especially now with the Lord in their hands. Even Zayat Hakimi, he has to be careful because when he goes in, again, the changes make it so that the damage is not going to be enough. Mom is taking chip damage from Lolios. RenQT is here. It's just an elemental Lord, so they might be able to get just one turret, but that's it.
Yep, Izanani slowly building up his stacks as well as he scales into his later stage game. Red Esports forced to defend on the Lord pit on the bottom side, but meanwhile, Iris also going to be applying a little bit more pressure as the rest of RGMY looking to go and finish off the top side. But seems like Red Esports, they don't really want to overextend this. Zayat Hakimi is going to be cutting off the creep waves up top. Wow, we do see a little bit of the Magic Sentry being in play. There's no one down bottom, so that's going to be clear indicators for Zayat up top to back out.
I kind of feel like it is a bad play. They should have waited a little bit when they're really unsure of the positioning of RGMY, then actually use the Magic Sentry because it has a cooldown, a 90-second cooldown, and I feel like they using it now just gives more revenue for RGMY to camp there a little bit later. Looking at animation here, Izanami already has the Clock of Destiny as well as the Lightning Truncheon, so the damage is there. And now with the addition of a Divine Glaive and an Ice Queen Wand, like if Red Esports commit to a fight, they can't run away because of the Ice Queen's Wand. And now with the Divine Glaive, even Mom has to be careful. RenQT has to be careful because even though both of them has the Mom has an Athena shield and RenQT he has an Oracle. It's not gonna be enough to deal with the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, considering that now Fanny has been nerfed to a point that he does take a little bit more damage in terms of overall sustainability, Izanami has been consistently waiting for him to strike before chipping him down. And every single time Zayat Hakimi comes in, you can see Izanami from afar poking him away, making sure that he's threatened and not having the free flight that the dream Fanny requires. And this is actually putting Red Esports in a very, very difficult spot because if you think about it, they're looking to close out the game in their favor, which is, as of yet, now into the later stage of the game, RGMY is playing to their win conditions.
Yeah, right now looking at the Lord push advantage with just an Elemental Lord, 20,000 tower damage they were able to hit, and now they have a 2,000 gold lead. So for RGMY, they're basically at the most comfortable spot possible, and Mom, he's alone from behind. Was it him that actually used it? But Mal taking a lot of damage from RGMY.
Yep, Iris gonna be finishing off as well as they split off the fight. Red Esports was a little bit caught off guard in the split decision. They didn't know how to connect, and now it's up to RenQT to try and buy a little bit more time, but Iris is just so much more tanky to him. Mom gonna be using the ball blocks to actually block him out, but at the same time, they lose a couple more members. This is not what you're looking for coming from RSGMY. However, on the top side, interesting enough, Red Esports, they were able to get an inhibitor up top.
Yeah, but even though Zayhakimi was able to get it, Lolias was able to secure the kill. So Lolias goes in, goes on to rank Cutie. Even with the consecration, looks like the Izanami was able to get the shutdown. Killing spree for Izanami 4-1 and 2, and Ling Asa got the Lord. This might be the final push for RSGMY.
The Divine Glaive coming in from Izanami is just starting to chip away. You can start to see the penetration kicking in his favor, and because of this, you can no longer expect Red QT to be not threatened. Now, Magic Sentry scouts out the members coming from RSGMY, but the Lord is not out yet, so they've got all the time in the world. But Red Esports, they have to find a way to bounce back into this, because as of yet, it seems like RSGMY in just perfect control in all situations. But Red Esports, they're setting up Zai to cut the creep waves again, hoping to make a miracle play. But he does see 2 members coming from RSGMY, so he needs to play this a little bit safely before he makes another big attempt.
As you say that, he comes out. It's a good thing that Ning is far away, but look, even Iris by himself is doing a lot of damage to Zai Hakimi. He can stop the wave, but the Lord is already here in mid.
Yep, Ren QT gonna try and lure the Lord down towards the bottom side, but unfortunately it's gonna be very difficult to do so. Mom gonna delay it with the wall as well. He's hoping Zai to kind of clear the minions, and it seems like he's gonna get caught out with the heavy speed. He tries to get out, but it's gonna be chunked away. That's gonna be RSGMY getting the pick off as well. Lexia gonna be in the front lines as well. He still has the I'm offended. He's waiting for the right timing to go in for the push. Iris poking away. Lexia taking a little bit too much damage. He wants to pick off towards the back line. They won't get Ash instead. That's the big catch for RSGMY. Now with the Sanguine Claw on top of it all, and the final snap to take 4 members with him. Mom, last man standing for Red Esports, is not going to be able to do too much, and the crystals exposed. RSGMY taking game 1 against Red Esports.
It's all about the win conditions. RSG with the drop, they just needed to scale up, and then they did. We saw that Red Esports tried to ramp up the game, try to get more aggressive, but as we saw, the changes of the armor and magic resist make it so that 1 penetration item is enough. Having more, they will just have diminishing returns. Zai Hakimi was not able to get kills in this game.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult game for them to play, but you can see RSGMY fans, they're super happy about what has happened in that game, because that was a very, very convincing performance coming from RSGMY, because like I said as well, for the final game of the regular seasons, who doesn't want to go out swinging?
Yeah, and Mal was not able to really do much in this game, because again, the way that they focused on Mal, forcing him to use the go away, that's his only killing tool, and once that's over, then yeah, he just has to run away. And it comes to a point where Izanami, he can basically 2-shot Mal. So no matter where Mal positions himself, it's not going to be safe, because no matter what, Sicilian outranges Mal on the Melissa.
Yep, let's take a look at the items real quick from coming from both sides as well. We do see that Zai Hakimi has built a little bit more full damage, but like I said as well, the biggest threat coming from him that's threatening him is actually Izanami. A lot of this fight was like, you can see that Zai Hakimi is trying so much to actually make an attempt to try and set up plays. You know, there has been nerfs on the Fanny when it comes to his HP growth, and that's actually hurting him a little bit too much, because I was very surprised about how Izanami was able to chunk him down low enough that Zai needs to back up not once but multiple times in the fight, which kind of delayed Red Esports' progression on trying to get potential kills.
Yeah, this patch actually low-key does actually nerf the Fanny, where the Fanny actually has to change her playstyle, where her first item should be the Fury Hammer just to have enough penetration, and then try to build up into a Blade of Despair just so that you have extra physical attack to one-shot anyone. Loliels, Izanami, but in this game, he was not able to do so. He was able to get 1 kill, but by the time it reached 5-6 minutes, it's not enough, because everyone from RSG, they've increased in levels, and by that point, increased enough in armor. So with all of this extra penetration not really working, he couldn't deal enough damage, and it was all Ash and Ren Cutie that actually dealt, I would say, the most amount of push towards RSGMY.
Yep, Ling Aza, you know, playing on the Archive as well. All he needs is just the perfect angle with the heavy spins to catch him off guard. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Red Esports, but RSG played a GG well-played game. MVP for game number 1 thus far is going to be none other than Iris on that Esmeralda, completely keeping the backlines of Red Esports in check to a point that they could not push out, despite Mom's attempts in ganks.
Hey, Iris, he is a rising star. He loves the attention. So this is the kind of personality you want from an EXP laner, where he wants everyone's eyes on him and him only. Because Izanami had so much space. And even though Lolias, he likes to go in front, if Iris is like, no, I can be even more in front than you. So whenever Lolias puts himself in a position where technically he's out of position, where he's in a way punishable, but Iris makes himself even more out of position and be like, no, punish me, but only with one death. He wasn't really heavily punished in this game. He had more confidence that he will not die. He built the Ice Queen wand just to slow them a little bit more, because it's like, yeah, I'm not going to die in this game.
Yep, it's going to be very difficult to do so, but in case you guys missed out in the action, this is going to be highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series for the first series. You can see Red eSports, they had multiple intents, you know, they're getting very oppressed, but ever since Zion Akimi kind of lost a couple of deaths, this is where it completely slowed down what needs to be done as a fanny to try and snowball their way through. And you can see time and time again, Izanami was getting free stacks across the fights just because of how Red eSports is unable to close up those kills, which is very, very unfortunate though.
I would say it's about the understanding of priority, where Red eSports, they should understand where if they shut down Lolios earlier in the game, especially because Mal consistently has been winning his lane, they could have gotten a big advantage and probably snowballed after that. But mistakes after mistakes, where taking the purple buff when you really shouldn't, I would say that's a big turning point where RGMY, they got a lot of breathing room, and because of that, they were able to scale up. And that is the big problem, and that is why I feel in this current patch, you can use a scaling composition, because now there's a lot of reinforcements in terms of defending your own base. So Red eSports, they have the idea of what they're supposed to do, but they just did not execute it well because the level of aggression was punished by RGMY.
Yeah, Red eSports, they've got two very beefy tanky frontliners, but in terms of sustainability-wise, only Esmeralda is going to be able to match up against the Uranus. So in this case, it was a very difficult composition for Red eSports to play. They need to win their early aggression. Unfortunately, that didn't exactly happen. RSG, I would say they played as best as they can. They were able to get a couple pickoffs on the Fanny, slow down the tempo, brought it to the stage where they're in the situation where they're pretty much unkillable, especially with the heavy spin. It's going to be able to counter them off completely. So all in all, great game from RSG. But now it's up to Red eSports to respond. Can they get the one game off them to secure their playoff slots?
So we're going to go into the draft just a little bit. So I want to say they have to be a little bit careful with their bans, because they themselves ban out the Digi, but they themselves did not pick up the Akai. So they made it into a more favorable pick and ban for RSG, especially because RSG being the second pick, they were able to ban out the Dyrov, and then they themselves pick up the Esmeralda. So even in the pick and ban phase, RSG caught a lot of mistakes from Red. So they need to watch out for that as well.
I think it's not just the mistakes in-game, it was mistakes off the drafts as well. It's pretty much clear indicators that what RSG wanted in their intention of the drafts, and Red eSports wasn't able to respond to that. So it's a little bit unfortunate. First mistake was, of course, the Archive. Second one was just letting the Esmeralda through, knowing that they banned off the Dyrov. So it's pretty clear indicators. Arguably, Uranus was able to match, but still very, very difficult to do so. So in case you missed out on the action, this is going to be the recap on how the drafts went in game number 1. You talked about this as well. I'm not exactly sure why they opted to ban the Kagura, even though he has been buffed. They could have saved it up for the Esmeralda from get-go, but no. They just doubled down on double mages ban to actually ban off Izanami.
I mean, we do have to see what is being buffed by the Kagura. It's just her own magic resist being increased. So it's just going to be good in the mid lane, taking their early poke damage from any losing matchup. But looking at the damage here, Zai Akimi barely did more damage than Mom, 29,000 compared to 23,000. So it does show that Mom was being very aggressive in the game. But Zai Akimi, I gotta say, in this patch, not a lot of teams have picked up that the way you want to itemize is you gotta balance it out. You can't put too much on raw damage and too much on penetration. You gotta balance it. And looking at the damage from RSG, Lolia's 53,000, Izanami 77, but Iris 91,000. This does show, sure, the Uranus can match up, but if no one is going to stop the Esmeralda, there's no reason to stop. She's gonna go in front and just gonna slap everyone.
Yeah, they just had no real answer against Esmeralda, to be honest. If they went for a carry for Mao, it would be okay against Esmeralda, but he is going to be prone to actually be picked off. But despite that, he was still getting picked off regardless anyway. We have got a Ruby, we've got Arkai. These are great heroes that actually completely dive the back line. So Red Esports, not sure why they were so confident first picking Fanny. I feel like they need to switch up the drafts a little bit more for game number 2. Maybe just straight up ban the Fanny and hope that RGMY doesn't pick it, maybe. But I don't know. Is Fanny still relevant or not? That's going to be depending on how everyone plays it, because the patch did hit almost every meta hero pretty hard.
Well, I understand your concern with Fanny, but this is just one of those things where Zai Hakimi is an assassin player. Even though he's played the tanks and the fighters here in MPL, he's not performing well. In fact, I would say the entire season he's not been doing well just because it is not his meta. Looking at Loliel's almost 700 gold per minute, and he himself almost the same as Valence. Valence almost 4,000 right now. Loliel's is hovering around 3.5k damage per minute. And looking at the games of RG, it can actually push to longer minutes, to like 17, 18 minutes. This is very impressive amount of damage per minute for a long game.
Yeah, this is pretty good coming from them, from him in particular. I feel like it was a little bit of a risky play. It seems like both sides, they had the very clear objectives that they want to punish each other's gold laners, right? I think earlier today we did see the matchup between both Mao as well as Lolios, where their KDS are pretty similar. They do tend to die a lot and get a little bit too aggressive to a certain degree. And based on this stats as well, even Mao has pretty much dropped his average GPM, which is a little bit unfortunate, but still leaning onto his Lolio's side just because maybe, you know, RG has won more games than Red Esports.
Yeah, looking at the kills, Mal has more total kills, 107 compared to Loliel's 99 right now. But the average damage per minute has dropped significantly for Mal, where he started the season having a pretty high average DPM. But as the season moved on and you know, Red Esports have not been doing well, it has dropped. But Mal, he has to realize that he is the linchpin for Red Esports. Like when he does well, what's this? Lafel handsome, thank you very much. Jangan marah tak angkat call, Mira. He's basically saying, Mira, please don't be upset that I did not pick up your call. But either way, right now, let's pick up the draft and see who's gonna get the first pick, who's gonna ban. I already heard a Fanny ban, and the Fanny ban is going over to RG. Oh, so Red Esports did themselves ban a Fanny.
They don't really want to deal with it. I can respect that. But now, RG, they're sticking with their usual bans. They are gonna ban off the 1-1 as well as the Valentina. Red Esports, are they gonna ban off the Paquito? It seems like it needs to be taken out from the equation, potentially letting maybe the Faramis or maybe even the Digi through to a certain degree. But as of yet, the Faramis nerf has hit in terms of temp HP. The temp HP giving a little bit lesser HP than we expected or normally get, but still a viable force to be reckoned with. Doesn't want to take the risk. Red Esports will ban it off again. RGMI, first pick, will have the Paquito. This is something they do like picking it up for Iris. So I don't think they would ban it. They would potentially just ban maybe the Julian, which I don't think it's in the current meta, perhaps. Maybe even the Digi if they want to go and first pick Arkai again.
I honestly think banning out the Digi will be good because they're going to force Red Esports to either ban the Akai or the Paquito, and whichever RG picks, it's fine.
No
Are
way.
they really gonna ban out the Esmeralda?
No
they really
way.
ban out the Esmeralda. So what is the priority pick here for RGMY?
That's a little bit interesting. They can open up both the Paquito as well as
If I'm Red, I'm gonna let both of them go.
Yeah, I think I should.
Right?
It's a smart play to actually just let
both of them go, yeah.
But at the same time, I think Red Esports is not really comfortable on the Arkai all too well. Mom is pretty okay. Zaid is struggling on the Arkai to a certain degree. So I feel like RGMI, they would lean on the Paquito more than the Arkai instead. So this is a situation where Red Esports, they have to choose their poison. Which are they going to let through? Maybe just straight up ban the Digi in case. But if they do that will be limiting their options.
Oh, this is worse.
Oh no.
They're banning out the Digi. So now RSG, they have a free Akai pick if they choose it. So Red Esports, they're kind of hoping for RSG to pick up the Akai so that they can pick up the Paquito for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's actually the thought process that's coming from Red Esports, right? Force them to pick the Akai.
It's very risky though.
Let them take the Paquito. I agree. I agree it's a little bit risky.
Oh, they know.
No
they know.
Okay.
They read it like a book. Oh, you guys want us to get the Akai. That's cute. Let us see you guys use the Akai.
True.
Can you do it?
True.
So right now, RSG, they're
smart.
facing, they're smart and they're calling out the bluff, right?
Yeah.
They know what they're trying to do. It's like, we're gonna call your bluff. We're gonna pick the Paquito.
True.
I like this.
It's something that they're comfortable at as well. Zaid Hakimi doesn't have a pretty good track record on the Arkai, so I think that's going to be a situation. Forcing Mom to play the Arkai, it's also a viable option, but not necessarily the best roamer in the current meta.
I would honestly even let Ren Cutie just use the Arkai.
On
Arkai
XP?
Compared to, I'm sorry, man. I love Zayakimi, but I prefer anyone else. They're still gonna pick up the Akai, and they're gonna pick up the Lunox early. And because of the changes of the armor and magic resist, Lunox actually is increasing value because even without penetration items, she's gonna hurt.
Yep, I definitely agree. But I'm curious to see who is gonna be playing the Akai. Is it gonna be Zaid or is it gonna be Mom? RSGMY now has more options to deal with this. They have the Paquito jungle or maybe even the XP lane. They can still flex it up a little bit more. Izanami, does he want to prioritize in the pick? But I feel like they do want to prioritize Lolio's hero a little bit more. Rodeo was doing pretty okay in game number 1, but against this matchup against Red eSports, it's going to be risky. I think the Melissa isn't too bad if they want Lolios to actually pick it up right now. Right here. But no.
Oh, they're picking up the Polo Koopa as well as the Grog, so maybe RSGMY, they just want to push Red eSport away because by having the Lunox by default, you're not going to have a lot of damage in the early game. So they perhaps want to punish that. It's like, you guys aren't going to stop us from pushing. So we're going to push. RSGMY, they probably want to end this game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case coming from RG. Popo and Koopa was banned in first phase, the first game's draft, right? So that was something that I was a little bit questioning it as well. It there may be better heroes to be picking it up, so I was very surprised at this pickup as well. But Red eSports, they will also double down on the Melissa again. These are great ways to actually deal with the wall charge as well as Paquito. I think the Melissa game 2 here for Red eSports isn't too bad compared to game number 1, considering the amount of CCs that RGMY was bringing to the table. So I would say the cards are reversed now, and Red eSports has a better way to deal with RGMY's composition. However, it all comes down to the Paquito. Is this going to be a jungle or is it going to be XP? So it's going to be a match between both Iris as well as Red QT again.
This really impacts Red eSports ban because they don't know whether they should ban a jungler, a EXP, or a mid. The safest one is mid, but again,
Izanami's got a big hero pool.
Yeah, so RGMY is punishing Red eSports here in the pick and bans. Like, yeah, just ban any hero. Izanami literally does not care. In the flip side, RGMY, they have a rough idea, right? The Akai could go EXP, could go roam, could go to the jungle, but I don't think they want to ban anything from the jungle as of yet, or even the EXP. So actually, yeah, interesting. What does RGMY want to focus on?
I think the Diroff is something that they should take out. Okay, never mind, it's gone. I was hoping that RGMY may pick it up, considering that Red eSports, they do lean onto a little bit more tanky composition for Ren QT. Maybe even the Benedetta, maybe even the Uranus to a certain degree. So I think RGMI made the smart play here. Take away the Diroff. At least it's something that they don't really want to find a way to deal with it. It is a hero that completely, I would say, goes head to head and toe to toe against Paquito. So I guess that's the idea coming from RGMI. Very smart plays coming in.
I mean, looking at RG, they want to push, so maybe they want to draft at least one more tanky hero, whether he's going to the EXP or going to the jungle. So having Diroff could be the reason why Popo would not be able to push. The Farsa being banned, again, respectable because the Farsa has gotten quite strong in rank and in classic games. So banning out the Farsa is good. But again, too much options for Izanami. He still has the Eve, he still has the Sicilian. If he wants, he can even go crazy with a Kadita, but
I think the Kadita isn't too bad here for RGMI. If they want to decide to go for the wall charge setup in towards Ocean's Breath from the side of RGMI. But RGMI, they ban off the Atlas again. They don't really want Mom to pick it up, so they're hoping for a fact that maybe Red eSports might consider him to play on the roaming position, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Zaid playing Akai, but as of yet, options is going to be on them. What is Ren, QT, and Ash going to be playing? Kagura is something that Red eSports has banned off, so we might see an Ash Kagura. This is something that he's very, very comfortable with, but considering that the Lunox is already in the pool, No way, Jose, that's gonna be happening.
Unless Mal can play a gold lane Lunox.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I haven't seen it. It's honestly very viable, but again, it's just something that I have not. Oh no, never mind. They also have the Melissa. So unless this is like a Toda where they're gonna put Lunox in the jungle. Oh, Lapu Lapu.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, why do you like it?
Recent buff onto his Lapu Lapu allows him to get a little bit more damage on his basic attack when he is on his enhanced state. So this buff is going to change the tempo. One of the major changes in the current patch.
So I kind of like this because Rank Cutie in the first game, he was able to pick off a lot of kills in the backline because no one was able to stop him. So more or less the same kind of play as the Lapu Lapu. Just dive in with the Brave Fighter and then it's like, yeah, someone please try to stop me. While Lapu Lapu is creating chaos in the backline, it's all up to Melissa as well as the Lunox to really deal the danger. So even if the Akai can't pick off anyone with the heavy speed, still have the Lapu Lapu. So yeah, I agree. I like the pick.
I just feel so bad for who was that guy who was playing with RGMI in previous season who plays so much Lapu Lapu.
Was it last season?
Yeah, RGMI had this one player who just played so much Lapu Lapu. And now it's like, hey, Lapu Lapu meta, I'm back, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I
can't remember his name. I know it was from RNG for a fact. But pretty much now, solidifying their drafts, the Kagura from the side of Izanami as well as Julian. So that is going to be a Julian jungle coming from RGMI. And Red Esports, seems like I was kind of right. It is going to be a roaming Akai, and that is going to be the jungle Hayabusa coming in for Red Esports. Zayed leaning onto his assassin roots once again. Very, very difficult to play.
I'm just worried who's he's going to burst down. Is it a Grok? Is it the Paquito? If you go on to Popol and Koopa, there's 2 units there. So half of your damage from your Ogi Shadow kill is going to be, it's going to balance out between the two. So with the Hayabusa, I want to see Red Esports getting early leads because with how tanky the RG lineup is, if the Hayabusa is down by a kill, is down by a level or gold, he's gonna be a non-factor until later stages of the game where maybe he can split push.
Yep, seems like the draft has been set. RNG once again playing a very, very solid draft coming from them, while Red Esports in a very, very difficult situation, bringing in the Lapu Lapu first appearance here in the regular seasons, and this is something I'm looking forward to because we're heading into a Zelanodon for game number 2 for RSG versus Red Esports.
Yeah, Rank Cutie on his Lapu Lapu, I'm very interested to see how he plays because the hero is actually pretty cool. The hero is super cool, and then we're gonna see a Lapu Lapu going up against a Paquito in the EXP, so a lot of fighting is gonna go over there.
Yeah, and as we had Lixia gonna get harassed a little bit against Ashe. It's not exactly the best trade-off in the first few levels just because of how much sustains the Lunox is gonna be bringing to the table. Meanwhile, Mao, however, gonna be harassed out of the lane, and Lolios will win the 1v1 and get first blood. That is not looking good for Red Esports, and now Zayed looking to go in for the redemption. Lixia forces the flicker, but they will not continue his pursuit.
Yeah, overall big win for Lolios. Again, this is just how both of these gold leaders like to play. They like to fight, even if they might lose, because looking at that situation, Mal, he went to the bushes hoping that he will actually lose targeting, and that's how he can win the 1v1. But because Koopa decides that he likes the bushes a little bit more, he likes a bit of grass, so he stayed there, provides the vision, and Lolios gets the kill.
Well, that's why you gotta have your dogs, man. Sometimes, if you
Dog
can't
is a man's
hunt them,
best
you
friend.
send the dogs, man.
Yeah, man's best friend, and on the top side, Iris and Rank Cutie. Ling Iza comes in, wants a bit of the action, but just forces Rank Cutie to go away.
True. Mom, however, gonna be bullied out again. This seems to be a repeat, but this is a jungle Akai. So RGMI, they're not too afraid
Roamer
of this
Akai.
Roamer Akai. Sorry, not a jungle. Yeah, correct. It is a Roamer Akai, but at the same time, RGMY seems like they are gonna try and solidify Lolio's lead, knowing that Zahid Hakim is gonna be hungering for him. He's gonna be hitting his 4 real quick, but Ren QT is gonna get caught up. Here comes the combo. Chains does miss. Ren QT will be able to escape this. Quick reactions coming in from him. So great stuff for now. Lexia, however, gonna be isolated all by himself, so he's gonna be taken out. So there's gonna be a freebie for Red Esports, but it is gonna be Mom that steals the kill away from Zayed, while RNG making work onto his turtle. Heavy speed has been expended, but Zayed nowhere to be found as he's getting zoned out by Iris. Red Esports needs to concede this, so this turtle will be in the hands of RGMY.
Yeah, that was a lot of unfortunate things happening, and Iris just goes in, but Ashe is there. The flicker has been used, and Iris is gonna be safe. But yeah, I feel like Zayed Hakimi might be a little bit salty. It's like, Dude, come on. I didn't use it. But Mal using the go away.
Oh, that was big. That was big. The go away is going to keep him alive for a while. But at the same time, Mal, he needs to go in for the escape. He's got the inspire. He's got the sustain. He's going to be returning the tides. But Izanami from behind says hello and goodbye, Mal. 1-for-1 trade. Great outplay coming from Mal, but still very, very difficult one to pull off because that was still a 1-for-1 trade-off.
I'll say that's not the gold lane, man. That's actually the EXP lane that just so happens to provide you just a little bit more gold. These players, they play like EXP laners, man. Even more so than Iris and Rank QD, and that's crazy.
Oh, Mom, he's going to be stuck. He's going to be forced out into an awkward situation because he's completely caught out. There's going to be a freebie. Not exactly sure what Mom was thinking. He's all alone by himself, completely surrounded by RNG MY members. Now, with the war charge coming in, Mao going to be bursted down. And another one in the bag of RNG MY. Red eSports completely not going to be able to do too much. Now, Zaida Kimi is going for a trade as well, but here comes Izanami. He's going for a side step. He wants to go for a trade, but can he take Lexia down? No, he cannot. And he's going to pay the price. A little bit too many players to work with. Izanami slowing Ash in the process. Mom needs to go in for the heavy spin, but he's going to save it up. While RSG gets huge amount of damage on tier 1, but so much value lost in the hands of RGMY.
This is why I say Zaya Kimi, he's on a timer, especially looking at how he's setting up his emblems. He's focusing on the movement speed and the penetration. If he had physical attack and penetration, maybe something can be done. But Zaya Kimi, he's taking a lot of damage from Iris. And Mom, he's probably going to get punished as well.
Yeah, Mom forced to use the heavy speed. He needs to back out with 1 HP, but Izanami from the sides is going to say hello again and goodbye back to the base. Because as of yet, he's going to be looking for more because the rest of Red eSports looking to go in for the fight. Brilliance comes in. Mao forced to go in for a little bit more aggression. He's going to be able to keep things alive, but RNG has bigger objectives because on the top side, Iris getting so much more information, not going to be able to die in this process. So Red eSports losing all fronts and even the turtle pit.
I mean, I don't want to criticize drafts too much, but this is why I criticize the Hayabusa, because the early engagement, this is why you don't pick up a Hayabusa going up against a popular Koopa, because even if there's 3 people, it's actually 4, because the extra unit is gonna reduce your damage even more. And he used the Ogi Shadow Kill. Iris used the jab to get out of that bad situation, and because the jungle creep was there, the Ogi Shadow Kill went to the jungle creep, not onto Iris.
Yep.
So mute damage coming in from Zaya Kimi. This is one of the worst case scenarios as a assassin jungler.
Yeah, feels bad for him, but at the same time, RSG, they still haven't broken through the tier 1 down bottom. They need to take this very quickly, and finally, with Koopa's help, they will get it for themselves. Red eSports still reacting to as much as they can, but it seems like Iris already bearing his fangs a little bit more. He wants to try and punish Zaid as much as he can, and not once now. Zaid has been pressured to a point that he doesn't have the most efficient farm thus far.
Yeah, it's very difficult. What he needs right now is for his team to back him up. Not back him up in terms of farm, but for them to get an advantage, get priority somewhere mid, gold, jungle. It doesn't matter as long as he has more space. And now an engagement coming in from Mom.
Yep, with the heavy speed catching onto Ling Aza, that's going to be a big catch. Red eSports has been eyeing for Ren QT, popping the ultimate as well. He tries to go for a couple of slams, but he's getting chain CC'd. But fortunately for him, he will be able to back out with the flicker. Mom going to be saying hello with Koopa a little bit more, but RSGMY a little bit unfortunate as they lose their jungler.
That is kind of what Zai Hakimi needed. He needs his teammates to step up, and they tried to get prior in mid, where they wanted to pick up a little bit more. They were only able to get Ling Iza, which looks like it's not going to be enough, and Iris a little bit too tanky for the Hayabusa.
Yeah, a little bit more damage as well. Zai just doesn't want to take those risks. However, on the top side as well, Lolios will secure another tower on top. So RG winning the map control across the board, but the turtle top side is going to be the objectives right now, and it seems like Red eSports, they might have to concede the turtle pit unless they want to try and take a risk, because bottom tier 1 seems relatively healthy as well. So that's going to be a free turtle in the hands of RGMY, but Iris, a hero that can deal with this aggression, and they're a little bit slow because middle lane, RGMY, they immediately react onto Ren QT. They get the kill. They're going to be going for more. Lolios flickers forward aggressively, hoping to get a little bit more, but Iris, he's still surviving. He actually wins his 1v3. He gets 1. He's going to get 2, and he's going to try and get a third one as well. Can he get the third one? It seems like he can. 1v3, triple kill for Iris. What an absolute monster. Here comes Zaid. But can he survive? No, he cannot. A little bit too much, but RSG will say hello to Red Esports base because that is going to be the name take it down.
Short plug for my Mama Talk. I actually said that Iris was the EXP laner of the week, and people argue with me. This clip, that 1v3, that's why he was the EXP laner of last week. And looking at this right now, if he keeps it up, I think he's going to be a staple for RSG. They should really add more benefits to his contract to make sure he doesn't go to any other team.
Yeah, that guy's crazy, man. He's so insane. How is he able to find that situation and get a 1v3? That should not have happened. That should not have happened.
Akai,
should not have happened. That was just a little bit
top tier heroes.
I know, right? 4-1-0 up on Iris. He's level 11. He's like what? Almost triple the, or 3 levels ahead almost everyone from Red Esports, and this is a big lead for him because as of yet, Red Esports, they really have no real answer because eventually they are gonna scale off.
If he keeps this up, man, Paquito is gonna get nerfed. I'm calling it. If he keeps this up,
I'm surprised he wasn't nerfed in the first place.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. I was surprised he was buff in the previous patch. I'm like, okay, I mean, like he's pretty strong already, and then adding more damage to the jab, sure, why not? Right now, RSG, they're on the cusp of 5,000 gold advantage, and then Mom, he's gonna get caught out.
No, ball charge comes in, instantly bursts it down. Can he survive? He forces the heavy spin. That means no retaliation coming in. Now, Rank QT goes in for the jump, immediately chunks away by Iris. As you can see, the rest of Red Esports doesn't have the tools to actually contest the Lord, and that's gonna be a free Lord in the hands of RSGMY. While Iris looking to go in for the pursuit. Look at him, the confidence on this guy. He's gonna get chained on, but it seems like he's just got the sustain to do so. 5-1-0 with the Festival of Blood. He's not afraid to ego challenge against Red Esports, considering the amount of lead RSGMY has as of yet. Now, wall blocks comes in. Mom getting chained his way as well, but Iris get a little bit cheeky. The snipes coming in from Mao is not going to be enough to scare him off, but it seems like they will have to say goodbye for now as the minions were cleared off from inside Red Esports, and the Lord also going to be knocking on the top side. So playing it slow, playing it safe, that's going to be RSG's motto as of yet.
Iris, the XP laner, is doing the most amount of damage. Lolias on this Popular Koopa did not do the most amount of damage. Even though the Bidem Koopa kind of punishes everyone. Sure, Mom using the heavy spin, but he's not getting the right targets. Right now, Red Esports, they don't have that ultimate, and then Hazai Hakimi goes back in.
Oh, Zaid, he tries to make going for the iron sidestep. He's gonna get caught out. Forced to go for ODK Shadow kill. He doesn't have shadows. He's gonna be slowed down as well. That's gonna be RSG swarming on towards him. Mistakes were made, a little bit of a micro detail, and RSGMY capitalize on his situation on the spot with the Lord knocking in. Red Esports, they've got to throw bodies for it as RSGMY taking the second inhibitor of the game for their favor with the Lord knocking in. Do they jump the crystal? Mom still has the heavy spin. He needs to buy time, but unfortunately enough, they just don't have it because RSGMY focusing on the crystal. They take the clean 2-0. A very, very convincing one-sided game for their final game in this regular season.
RSGMY secures another 3 points to hopefully make it so that the best case scenario, upper bracket. But the more realistic scenario is they're going to be in third place, making it a better position when they start the playoffs.
Yep, Iris feeling very, very confident. Look at his excitement as well up on stage. He was able to 1v3 members coming from Red Esports. Is unheard of. I haven't seen a play like that in a long, long time. But nevertheless, Red Esports is a little bit unfortunate for them, but it is a loss indeed. But GG, well played to RSG.
Again, Iris, the attention seeker. So both teams, they're gonna show respects to each other. And right now, we're gonna throw it over to Adine to get into the minds of RSGMY.
Yo, 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 GG! GG! Kemenangan yang bersih 2-0 kepada pasukan RSG. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka. Izinkan saya duduk dekat tengah-tengah boleh? Tengah-tengah aja. Alright, thank you very much. First of all, saya nak pass mic di kau di Lexa. Mana Lexa? Lexa terlebih dahulu. First of all, tahniah berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Terima kasih.
Dan setakat ini Lexa, bila you main, RSG 100% win rate sekarang ni. So, adakah you akan pergi dekat Kuja kata, Kuja, please lah. Statistik dah menunjukkan ni, so I kena main ataupun you still akan ikut game plan Kuja ataupun macam mana sekarang ni? Yakin mesti nak main kan?
Nak main tapi belum cukup training lagi lah. So saya just fokus kepada communication lah untuk shot call apa semua.
Faham. Okay, tentang patch terbaru sekarang ini. You sekarang ni main sebagai seorang roamer. Ada tak hero yang you rasa dengan patch terbaru ini yang you nak cuba untuk train and cuba nak bawa masuk ke dalam meta untuk RSG sekarang ni?
Saya nak main Chow.
Nak main Chow? Mungkin kita dapat kat playoff nanti. Mungkin.
Boleh.
Okay, saya akan ambil ni terlebih dahulu. Izanami lah antara pemain yang sangat-sangat menakjubkan di game pertama dan juga game kedua. Okay, Izanami, as a mid laner sekarang ini, dan main mid laner yang positioning punya mid laner, macam mana ataupun apa tips yang you boleh bagi dekat semua orang nak jaga position and then nak keluarkan damage yang besar pada waktu yang sama? Apa tips yang you boleh bagi sekarang ni?
Tips untuk jaga position dan bagi damage tu dia macam main je lah. Dia macam
training lah.
Macam apa ya, macam trust team lah, lebih ke trust team lah.
Faham. Kena percaya dekat teammate untuk buka map untuk jaga you.
Yes.
Okay, sama juga soalan pasal patch terbaru ini. Farsa, pendapat you boleh bawa masuk dalam meta ataupun still tak cukup kuat lagi?
Bagi pendapat saya, Farsa mungkin akan jadi hero yang top pick lah di playoff nanti.
Adakah akan
tunggu
jadi akan jadi pilihan Izanami tak nanti?
Mungkin.
Weh, rasa betul. Okay, untuk ucapan terakhir kepada fan-fans yang datang, yang sokong you guys yang datang pada hari ini dan juga yang sokong dekat rumah, apa yang ingin dikatakan oleh Izanami kepada semua fans RSG?
Kepada penyokong-penyokong yang datang hari ini, terima kasih sangat-sangat lah sebab datang. Dan thank you lah kepada semua yang datang walaupun kami kalah, sentiasa support kami. Thank you so much.
Mantap, terima kasih Izanami. Sekali lagi, GG! Alright, fans RSG memang supportive. I suka, memang awesome sekali. Tapi sekarang ini kita nak dengar mic check daripada pasukan RSG terlebih dahulu. Jadi, apa tunggu lagi? Jom kita dengar sama-sama.
Dapat. Mampus kau.
Mati.
Dapat ni.
Mati.
Boleh ni gerak. Kaiting jap.
Fight kau.
Boleh. Dapat belakang. Kerak. Dapat Benny.
Mati kau barang.
Boleh. Boleh Benny. Aku dapat.
Mati.
Mantap. Clear. Mati. Nice. Boleh. Balen.
Oi! Mati kau. Woi! Dia bijak trap aku.
Mati kau.
Nice.
Boleh bawa. Hati ya. Mampus kau.
Dapat plating. Lunas dia dapat apa tu? Santai.
Nice. Iris mati.
Woi! Kill mana?
Woi. Tengok. Aku langgar. Langgar je. Mati. Gas.
1v3, no problem. Iris right now is adding stocks, and looking at how they were talking about it, even they know that Farsa is super strong, but Izanami was being very careful with his words because, I mean, come on, it's such a revealing question. It's like, yeah, Farsa is strong. If it's over, we'll play it. I mean, come on.
I like how Adin was able to get a good juicy spice out of the information as well. But also very interesting as well, the first hint was the Cho, because knowing that Farsa once upon a time was a hero that was easily dealt with a Cho. As long as you go in for a sidestep, you do mess up with those auto aims on those Pharaoh air strike. However, that's going to be the tips coming in from the interview. Now, let's talk shop on how things went down for game number 2 based on their items.
Yeah, looking at the animation for Zaya Hakimi again, focusing on the penetration, not going to do too much, especially with RSGMY. Lexia actually built the Dreadnought armor a little bit early, so whenever he does use his Ogi Shadow Kill, he actually applies the maximum amount of stacks to Hayabusa. So Hayabusa has a lot of penetration but doesn't have a lot of base stats. And then the Dreadnought armor reduces his base stats. So even, like, no matter what kind of situation it is, as long as Lexia is there with the Dreadnought armor, whenever Hayabusa is there, his own damage is going to reduce by so much that it really doesn't matter, completely shutting down Zaya Hakimi. So with the way that the changes have been made, with the way that Dreadnought armor works, with the way that the skills of Hayabusa works, he's constantly going into a fight with very low base stats, and that's not going to be enough to secure any kills.
Basically, long story short, he's going into fights pretty much handicapped most of the time. So I get where you're coming from as well, because if you think about it, it's not just the Dreadnought armor as well, it's the Dominance Eyes, which kind of reduces a lot of his attack speed if he decides to go for the auto attack. So it's just so unfortunate coming from Zahid Hakimi that he is completely being punished, and who could blame him? Itemization coming from RGMY is on point. The positioning from Iris to constantly harass the jungle is just annoying to a point that, if you think about it, Iris is level 13, and the jungler coming from eSports is only level 12. So who could blame him if you think about it?
I mean, I already said it. If Zahid Hakimi loses by 1 kill, loses by 1 level, he's gonna get punished heavily. And looking at the damage, 21,000 damage. I honestly was hoping a little bit more from Ash. Only 20,000 damage he was able to deal to dish out. Rich guy, Lolial, 753 gold per minute, and Iris, he is the EXP leader, but he is the carry. 37,000 damage dealt. Mom and Sandbag, 72,000 damage received, and Forgotten One, Lexia, 8 total assists.
You know, this brings me a very, very interesting question, right? I think we've got the play of the potential entire regular season with Iris just going for a 1v3, and it was a pretty clear 1v3.
That's
and
crazy.
I don't think I've seen any other best highlights out there that can beat that, if you think about it. We've got a lot of wombo combos, but this is just straight up 1v3.
Against
what's more manly than that?
I mean, to be fair, the other day, I mean, Formis did a 1v4 plenty of times. It's just he didn't kill all 4 of them. So yeah, Iris 1v3 against 3 meta heroes, and he's like
unassisted.
This is where you look at the game and it's like, yeah, Paquito is kind of unfair. He can deal the damage, he can stay alive for a very long time. Sure, balanced. But yeah, looking at this game, Red Esports, I kind of feel like they missed the mark, especially with the jungler. This is gonna be rough for them because this makes it so that it's hard for them to really qualify for the playoffs. Right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. I'm smelling one guy.
Pretty clear, right?
And I'm smelling Iris. 2 games in a row, 54%. The first game was 53%. And now, 3,526 damage per minute.
Yeah, he's just all over the map as well. He's making sure he's shoving up his lane, he's winning out his 1v1 matchups, he tries to stall as much as he can. He's also sacrificed himself to actually take a little bit more time to actually sneak into the backlines to make sure that he finds a way to punish Zahid Hakimi. It's not one time as well, it was multiple times, to a point that he was hiding in bush, he knows out of position, there was no progress, he even recalled back to go in for the lane swap. So his transition in terms of his entire gameplay was just phenomenal. So I really, really enjoyed what Iris was doing throughout the entire game. But in case you missed out on action, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Earlier today, we did see First Blood 1v1 matchup coming from Leos against Mao. Was kind of unexpected from us, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm going to take time here in the highlights just to reiterate a point where Iris, he only had 1 penetration item, and that's the maximum amount of damage. So again, I'm going to say this as much as I can until people gets the point. Zahid Hakimi, as we see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets for the Ogi Shadow kill. Part of the reason why the damage was not enough. And in this game, honestly, Mal as well as Lolios, they did a lot. They keep going forward for Lolios with the Bidem Koopa, securing a lot of kills because of the stun. And again, Iris, looks like the damage from 3 people is not enough to take down the Paquito. But as you said, the difference in level, it was very apparent.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, who could blame Ash, man? Like, there was only so much he could have done as a Lunos. And even here as well, Zahid Hakimi was a clutch play coming from RGMY as well. The shadows was split out very, very nicely. But at the same time, RG understood that there was only so much he can be. And, you know, Zahid Hakimi, he tried his best to dodge, but just unfortunately not enough. But with that clean 2-0 coming from RGMY, that means they are going to be put into the upper brackets as of yet. However, Team Hawk has 2 more games to go.
Yeah, Team Hawk has 2 more games. If Team Hawk, like, even if they win 2-1, they will get 2 points, so it's tied with RGMY. And another game, if they lose 2-1, they will still secure the upper bracket. So I know, a lot of RG fans, they're like, yay, RG, but trust me.
It's not over yet.
3 weeks in a row, RGMY has a few hours in the second spot and then immediately pushed down by either Toda or Team Hawk. I've gotten so used to it that I'm unfazed by it, and at this point, it's like, if you don't expect it to happen, you're not disappointed. So
Well,
it's like, I've gotten used to it.
There's a reason why Group A was known as the Group of Death. Suhas is going to be the only casualty out of Group A, but as close as it gets, the points should never be this close. It just shows you how competitive Group A teams are when it comes to scoring some points. But from the bottom side, from side Red eSports, they will maintain their third spot as of yet. It's not going to be over for them, but hopefully Team CARACAL and Team Lunatics is going to be a little bit happy as they still have some sort of chance to potentially kick them out.
Well, they're going to be a bit happy until they realize one of the teams that they're going up against soon is Team Hawk. Both of them are fighting against Team Hawk, so that's going to be a little bit rough. So because I saw the schedule, and it's not just Team Hawk. Both, like, I think one of them will be facing against
Toda,
SMG, and then another one will be facing against Toda. So it's like, okay, we need at least one more win. Who are our opponents? And it's like,
they've got to go for the miracle run, bro.
It's like, there's no higher wall that they have to go through.
You know, I'm just glad that I was able to watch this all the way through, because the final weeks is always going to be the hardest moments to watch, you know. But in case you guys missed out, Ashbert, on the match as well, let's talk a little bit more on the keys to victory, on how RSGMY was able to win the game. Let's talk about the goal laners in particular. Lolios, Game 1, Game 2. I felt like Game 1, he was a little bit too aggressive. There was just so much emphasis on the goal lane from both sides to try and consistently punish both Lolios as well as Mao. I felt like Game 1 was a pretty poor performance coming from Lolios. Game number 2, he redeemed himself with the Popo Kuba. He was able to trade objectives across the map.
I don't know. I think Game 1 and Game 2 is pretty similar. How many times we see both of them fight down at bot? So, you know, but in terms of damage, he did well. Over 3,000 for the first game, 2,800 for the second game, 69% nice kill participation for the second game for Lolios. And Izanami, the first game, as a Sicilian, he was able to scale up 4,699 damage per minute. Game number 2, he honestly doesn't have to do much.
Yeah.
How many times when he gets the kills, this is like, oh, someone is low HP. Umbrella away. Boom. Gets a kill.
He was able to get a lot of rebound and alley-oops a lot of time for game number 2. I think this is where game awareness and positioning yourself is very, very important. And that's what Izanami was able to do, not both in game 2, but both games in general. Same for Sicilian, because if you think about it, super underrated. Every single time Zai goes in Fanny, he was there to make sure that he gets some sort of damage onto a Fanny, which is very difficult to aim, but patience pays off if you do understand that what you need to be doing. And Izanami played it super underrated. I felt like he should have gotten MVP for game number 1, but all in all, Iris still is a good choice as well.
I mean, as an EXP later doing the most amount of damage, that's
Game 2, yes. Game 2, undeniably.
First game he did 91,000 damage, and Izanami did 77.
But it's an Esmeralda, you know, you're going to be in your face, you're going to be swinging around, zoom, zoom, zoom. You know, like it or not, you're going to be doing damage as long as you don't die. So, I'm just saying. Yeah. But, of course, let's talk a little bit more on Izanami's heat map, on how he rotated in game number 2. A lot of emphasis on the middle lane for the first 5 minutes. Well, he is a mid laner, so it's kind of be expected, right?
Yeah, he visits the EXP lane every once in a while, but when he sees how Iris is doing, he's like, you don't need my help. And then he mostly goes to the gold lane. It's just that there's another patch here in the Tri Brush where this is where Izanami is staying quite a lot, just because Lolios wants the kill onto Mal, and Mal, instinctively, he wants to go back into the second tier turret, or at least wait in the bush in between the first and the second turret. But because Izanami is positioned there is absolutely no way that Mal can get away without dying. So most of the times we see Mal, I'm gonna die anyway, so might as well he goes in front and tries to secure a kill onto Lolios. That's why we see, because of Izanami's positioning, it's basically checkmate, where Mal, there is no winnable situation for him to get out without dying.
Yeah, it's more like trying to salvage as the best of what he can based on the positioning himself. And that's where rotation comes into as a very, very big factor. RSGMY is just out-rotating Red eSports on almost every single point. This is one step quicker almost every single time. And it just feels like RSG had the perfect game in the general. So I would say Izanami, he played a pretty textbook game. You know, he's able to communicate with his teammates, trust his teammates was something that he actually mentioned in his interview, to go in for those kills. So well done coming for Izanami. But now, the man, the myth, the legend. Let's talk about his positioning in game number 2. This is going to be 2 minute to 7 minute mark. And you can see a lot of heavy emphasis on being aggression to try and set up to punish Zayed throughout the entirety of his jungle farming rotations.
And it worked. It really worked. He stayed in the jungle more than he stayed in the lane, and this made it so that not just Ayakimi, but even Ren QT, it's very difficult for him to move forward. I mean, come on. As a Paquito, he 1v3'd a Lunox, a Melissa, and an Akai. I don't think he will have any problem going up against a Lapu Lapu as well as a Hayabusa. So I kind of feel like the reason why he's so heavy in the jungle is because who's going to push him away?
True.
Who's going to push him away?
Nobody. If you think about it, nobody. Pretty much the only one is, I would say Mom with the Archive, but even then he was able to sidestep it. So makes a lot of sense. I like how he's super aggressive to the point that he was able to sneak past the tier 2 right beside the brush on towards the middle lane and sat there for a good amount of time just because he wants to try and harass side a couple more times. But when he knows that he's out of position where every member coming from Radies was able to surround them, what he did was immediately recall. He knew that he needed to go for a lane swap. He recalled back. He walked all the way from the base towards the goal lane to shove out the lane. So that is where Iris understands his timing very, very nicely. So I like how he positioned himself.
I just like the way he fights.
Oh yeah.
I like his micro. Like his macro is great, but I love his micro. But
this
overall,
is his best performance in this season so far, Iris.
I would say he's performing the best this entire season.
Yeah.
Like every single game, he as an EXP later Paquito, I've seen him do more damage than a jungler Paquito.
I know.
That's
crazy.
It's not this game, by the way. It's not this game. It's another game, but that just shows how crazy this dude is. And by the way, congrats to everyone here. If you guys see your names, you guys have voted for RSGMY to win this game, and because of that, you guys have won yourself skins worth 749 diamonds.
Yep. So be sure to check out for your names as well, because you know, don't worry about it. In case you missed out into now's giveaway, there is going to be another MPL predictor later on for the next series. So that's going to be the match that you got to be sticking out for as well if you got to walk away with some exclusives. So courtesy of Moondon, thank you very much for allowing us to give you guys some amazing goodies. I do see a couple of interesting creative items down bottom, but now, question remains: does Paquito deserve the nerf? Yes,
definitely. I feel like going.
How do we because now it's a new patch, right? What's the way to do Paquito?
So the Paquito's damage on the jab is a little bit too much. They over buffed it, but right now, let's guess this hero.
It's Paquito. No, it's not. I'm sorry.
It's a female. It's a female. Okay. It's a mage. Prophetesses of the night and relationships with Amon and Gushens. I don't know whether Amon and Gushen is the descendant or they're the descendant of this hero, but it's between Valentina or Farsa. I kind of feel like it's Valentina.
I think it's Farsa. Because I think I've seen it before.
I've seen it. The thing is, this might be Valentina's new skin.
Valentina looks like an undead rather than an elf, a prophet. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I think it's a Farsa. Amon Gushen. Yeah, actually Valentina isn't too bad as well, but I think it's Farsa. Just because I think this is the Phoenix skin Farsa.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous. I kind of feel like it's the Valentina, so
what do you guys think?
Split table here between... We're not even going to talk about Aurora or Chang'e.
No, so there's no way it's Aurora.
It'll be even more...
But it might be Chang'e as well, if you think about it. You know, production has really, upped the ends here.
Chang'e has relationships with Zilong.
Okay, fair enough.
With the Eastern heroes.
You played a lot of Magic Chess with your Dragon Altar comp.
Yeah. So Valentina or Farsa.
I think it's Farsa. Oh, okay. All right. I'm done. You know, when it comes to heroes, you actually, 100% on the point, aren't you?
It's been 8 weeks, and yeah, it's been 100% on those heroes.
They're pretty good.
Yeah. It's just because, yeah, Valentina has some ties with Gushin as well as Amon. But yeah, this is the new skin of Valentina. So if you guys claim the code 5906Q8BQA and redeem it at m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange, you guys can get this Valentina skin for yourselves.
Well, not exactly sure it's not, but you gotta redeem it to find out. So my goodness, I really thought it was gonna be a Farsa Phoenix skin, man. Come on, like it kind of looked like the previous series. Oh my god, that was it. Season 9's Farsa skin.
Yeah, I know.
No, MSC skin. Yeah, that was pretty nice. But of course, in case you want to watch more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action, there's going to be an upcoming series as well to close things up for day number 1. We are going to be seeing Team Hawk as well as CARACAL. Oh my goodness, this is the match we're talking about already, right?
I already saw Maima just now. I don't know, man. It's going to be tough for CARACAL because Maima as well as Win, they have commitments outside of MPL, so they're restrictive in terms of the training. But Team Hawk, they're not playing their best roster for today because someone is sick as well.
Ooh, seems like a lot of people are getting down the flu as well. So be sure to a little bit of
keep yourself safe.
PSA as well. Yeah, keep yourself safe. Drink a lot of water as well as stay hydrated as much as you can because times are getting a bit tough. But nevertheless, this match is going to be something that hopefully, maybe, just maybe, CARACAL will be able to take advantage and win a game and potentially survive their ordeal of not making it to the playoffs.
Well, if CARACAL is going to win any game, this is their point. Because again, Team Hawk, this is the only time where they might bleed. But either ways, we're going for a break. After this, we're coming back at 6 p.m. to see this match. This is Ophel. This is ICBB 1-2. We'll see you guys then.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Guzhen's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhen with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhen's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhen's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhen. That's why we're bringing Guzhen's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhen in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall. Justice served. I won't let my blood spill love from Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and seek the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall? Justice served. I won't let my blood spill lumps of death. Justice served. To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Check him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the Badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall. Justice served. I won't let my blood become undead. Justice served. Be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Master, I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be...
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The rock star. kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a menanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10 regular season, the final week. Day number 1 final game for today. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is Lafel as we are going to be your commentators for today here in the English broadcast. Well, we've seen 2 amazing games in this new patch. Now, to close things off, we have CARACAL going up against Team Hawk with a little bit of a plot twist in terms of stakes. CARACAL looking to fight for their lives in the playoffs as Team Hawk looking for the upper brackets. Thoughts on this?
Very different mindsets where Team Hawk, they really can't afford a lot of losses. It really doesn't matter right now. But like you say, for Team CARACAL, they got to bring their best foot forward. But the thing is, it's hard to do that when it is the new patch, especially considering for Team CARACAL, both Win and Maima, they both have very low amount of training just because of most of the lineup for CARACAL, they're in Malacca, which is a different state, and Maima as well as Win, they're in Selangor and KL, which is a different state. So their training time is not as optimal as Team Hawk, where every single player is in the same house.
Well, that's where it comes down to teamwork, execution, as well as a little bit of a raw talent when it comes to playing at the finest with the best of the best, if you think about it. But at the same time, let's talk about a little bit on the stakes here, because a rumor has it as well, Team Hawk might not be playing with Lola in the current roster, and Lola has been performing out of his mind. So I'm a little bit curious here, will Team Hawk be able to perform at its finest, or is this the perfect time for Team CARACAL to score some points to actually make it to playoffs?
Yeah, right now we're in a backstage. We're looking at all of the players, Team Hawk as well as Team CARACAL. And it looks like, yeah, Shamsky is going to be the one playing for today as Lola is not feeling well. He's feeling sick, but The players look ready, and I feel like the fans are completely ready as well. So let's both invite CARACAL as well as Team Hawk onto the stage.
Team CARACAL. Well, Team CARACAL fighting for their lives here in MPL. They look pretty pumped up despite their loss against RSG last Saturday. And like I said as well, it is now between them as well as Team Lunatics to try and qualify for the playoffs.
I feel like the Ace brings a different kind of buff to a team because his positive mental attitude, he's showing off. This is a new design. This is a new jersey for Team CARACAL. I'm not gonna lie, it looks very nice.
Yo, I like the Japanese words right there. I'm not exactly sure what he means, but I want to get myself a jersey. However, their opponents.
Team Hawk.
Team Hawk looking to fight for that upper bracket slots despite having 2 more matches leading away. Can they take the win to secure themselves even further into the upper brackets by overtaking RSG? That's going to be the question for today. However, we are going to be seeing Team Hawk losing 1 member from the roster. Will Shamsky be able to fill in the role of Lola?
Well, here's the thing, man. Shamsky, he is registered as a mid laner, so it is going to be the question, who is going to the EXP lane? I heard that for Team Hawk, they have tried basically everyone. Panda played it, Min played it, Man played it, so a lot of things could happen. Perhaps this could be a Toda situation where the mid laner is going to be the marksman.
Well, looking forward to see how it goes down on figuring out who's going to be the best drafts here. We have the coaches from both teams up on stage to figure things out on how they can secure the victory for the team. As you can see up on screen, we have Pops representing from Hawk and Jurong and Sino representing for CARACAL, as they are going to be the ones to duke it out between the brains.
And the brains, this is where we see the difference between a good team and a great team. How could they adapt? Because within just a few days, they have to figure every single combination of number one, the drafts, and how to counter it. Because even us as casters, we've seen a lot of things in the draft so far. Before these teams, they got to make sure the gold laner brings a big impact to the game. And it's difficult for Team Hawk because Panda is the gold laner, but is he going to play the gold lane? Is still unsure. Map control as well as execute cash potential. The map control is so difficult for CARACAL just because if Min is still playing the roam position, whenever I look at his heat map, it's really focused on ensuring there's no rotation from the enemy team. So map control is going to be so difficult for CARACAL.
Well, the difference here is also going to be from side of CARACAL as well. DAs loves to invade into the jungle, which is we've seen multiple times being punished for his over-aggression. So in terms of discipline-wise, that is going to be them prioritizing on this kind of situation. This is where I think the coaches has a little bit more work from different aspects into the game itself. Not just the drafts, the player habits, the play styles, and also the team synergy, especially with I would say, a stand-in coming from Team Hawk. I wouldn't say, considering that Lola is considered as a main roster based off their previous week's performance. So I feel like it's going to be a test of multiple execs coming in from the coach. But despite that being said, let's take a look at what you guys at home as well as the audience think about this matchup. Seems like majority is going to be supporting Team Hawk, but on the screen, we do see CARACAL supporters as well.
Yeah, Bismillah, CARACAL playoff. They're hoping for CARACAL to go to the playoffs, and right now, the Ace, he's usually very happy-go-lucky, but looking at his face, it's dawned on him. The moment he wore that headset, he knows that he has to win. Like, this is not having fun time. I mean, I'm pretty sure they will still have fun, but out of all of the matches, this is the final week. The absolute final week.
Yep, it's game on for Ace, but fans here from Team Hawk,
that's not a fan, man.
Oh, wait, what, huh?
That's Filza. That is Min's girlfriend.
Oh,
yeah.
Very, very supportive.
Every week she comes here, yeah.
Damn, I would like to have a supportive girlfriend like that.
Yeah, and for all of you guys, if you guys want a girlfriend, we can't give that to you, but we can give you a skin. So make sure you guys share your prediction. Who will win this match? Make sure it's creative, you know, ask for a girlfriend, but getting a skin. I think 749 diamond worth of skin is equivalent to having a girlfriend. It depends on what kind of girlfriend you eventually get.
Okay, for a day, probably 700
for a day. For a day, yeah.
Nowadays, I've heard it's been trending as well. There are renting girlfriends to a certain degree.
I've heard that,
especially during Chinese New Year. Nah, I'm not exactly sure how true. It's
You
just
have
rumors.
more info of this than me.
Yeah, well, it pops on the newsfeed sometimes from time to time. It's just weird. It's like, oh, Chinese New Year is coming. You need somebody to accompany you to meet your families. Here, rent a girlfriend. But is it real or not? That's I don't exactly know. Is it a joke? Is it a meme? I don't know exactly sure as well.
I'm just reading the patch notes, and now again looking at them. Even they're all talking. Right now the only question mark is Team Hog, because it's supposed to be easy, right? Maybe Shamsky, even though you play a mid laner, maybe for this series you sacrifice yourself being the EXP. But talking to Adin has very close relationships with Team Hog, and he said that honestly, out of every player, the best player played in the EXP lane was Panda.
Oh.
So that's why I'm a little bit unsure.
Okay.
And to be fair, during the Orange Team Ha game, Man did play in the gold lane.
Ooh, I want to see how that's going to be working out as well. But we do see some amazing cosplayers.
Fanny and Layla.
I think that's the aspirant skin, right? That's pretty good. The reason why I remember it as
Here's
well
the
is
thing,
because
they're both
this...
sisters.
How do you know this?
Literally, they told me.
You know almost every girl out there, don't you, Lover? You're like somewhat of a babe magnet, aren't you?
Don't hate the player, hate the game, man.
Okay.
Team CARACAL, they're starting off the pick and bans by banning out the Akai. Again, looks like Win is not comfortable using the Akai, and the Ace kind of doesn't like it as well.
Fair enough. It's pretty much meta bans coming in from both sides. Nothing super out of the ordinary. Paquito, we've seen it in Week 7. Forced to be reckoned with. Very, very strong. And a lot of people have been trying to figure out how to deal with it. Unfortunately, this recent patch did not hit him at all. So it's understandable why Paquito is going to be a priority. And you can see Team Hawk, they're super excited to actually pick up their drafts. And, they're trying to predict as well. I don't know if they're just celebrating or they're having fun, because it seems like they're trying to figure out something. But before that, let's talk about the gold laners coming from both sides. It's going to be Maima going up against Panda, former teammates.
Yeah, Panda and Mama, as you said, both of them were from Geek Fam. But this is very particular because Panda has been playing basically the entire season, and Mama only had like, what, 2-3 weeks now?
Yep.
But honestly, the average KDA in gold is not that far behind. It's pretty similar.
Based on experience as well, I feel like Panda has the one-up just because of when he was playing with Geek Fam, he was playing gold lane all the way through. Maima was playing between either jungle and gold lane. In between, he's been shuffling around. So in terms of consistency-wise, I think Panda has the upper hand. But I definitely agree in your point as well. Maybe Panda might be playing an XP role, so it's something where Team Hawk is put in a very, very awkward position where everybody's forced to adapt on the fly, not just the meta, but also their role swaps.
Wow, very interesting. Looking at this, a lot of Geek Fam players are sprinkled all around. We got some in Team Hawk, some in Team CARACAL, some in Team SMG. It's very interesting. Team CARACAL, they're banning out the Faramis as well. So whenever I see these kind of things, it's like, these are very good for Spix, but they themselves don't want it. The Valentina is open. Team Hawk should ban out the Valentina. And yes, they will. So what is the priority for Team CARACAL? Because are they going to pick up a marksman for now?
I think Julian's pretty much
Julian is banned.
Okay, Julian's okay. A little bit unfortunate, but I feel like a priority pick here is going to be Melissa to a certain degree. It's going to be safe to a certain, for CARACAL.
My only worry is I don't know how much has Maima trained, and looks like the Grog is going to get picked because so far Maima looks the most comfortable on a Claude. If he has trained the Melissa, that is great. That is absolutely amazing. Because, again, he has outside commitments. I'm just not sure, man.
Yeah, it's all about training and adapting, right? So I get where you're coming from as well, but Grog has been really popular in week number 6. Didn't exactly hit the nerve pretty hard as well. Penetration-wise is something that I think has a little bit of an interference as well. You talked about how the recent penetration in terms of calculation has been messed up in terms of formula. There has a ceiling cap for penetration, which is something that you brought up towards the patch as well. So I think like Grog can take advantage on in case any player decides to go for double penetration, which kind of limits the tankiness of the hero itself previously, but not now.
Yeah, right now, Team Hawk, this composition, the Diggy, the Bruno, has been destroying a lot of teams in scrims. And one of the teams that was destroyed actually was Team Hawk, where they were heavily suppressed under their own turrets. and not being able to stop the Bruno. So this is going to be very, very interesting where Team Hawk, they're going to put a lot of firepower in the early stages of the game. So Team CARACAL, I kind of feel like the best way for them to draft right now is to have heroes that can really stall out the game, like a Lilia, like a... Even though Chang'e is not popular, right? It's not a meta right now, but anyone that can stall out the game and then have one hero, at least one hero that can really do well in the late game, like a Ling, like a Lunox.
Okay.
I want a late game hero, but this is too much. Ling and Lunox, they need one person to clear the lane as fast as possible and not get punished by this Bruno.
Very risky pickups, but I like the Ling pickup because of the fact that Team Hawk has pretty much shown how they want to play the gold lane, right? I haven't seen too much of Bruno on the gold lane or how strong it is in the current patch, but what I have seen is that a babysitting Diggy pretty much wins you the lane for gold lane most of the time. So I can see where this is going, but CARACAL, they're looking to punish for the fact that they have a Grok. Mid lane control is going to be most likely going to be in Grok's favor. Ling can fully solidify that concept as well to kind of snowball your way through and just let the gold lane do its own thing. We punish the mid, we punish the XP lane. So I can see like pretty clear objectives and what CARACAL is going to be going for in terms of their angle. But for Team Hawk's side, their response is going to be the Benedetta. So I don't know, is this a jungle one coming from Gary?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking Team Hawk's draft just because the way that they're gonna play this game, it's not about micro, it's about macro. It's about how you're gonna move around the map because Benedetta can clear the lanes very, very fast. And if this is an EXP Benedetta, and if this Benedetta is gonna pick up the Petrify, she can use her ult and then stun a lot of people inside the ult. So for Team Hawk, if they play this well, they can actually achieve a sizable victory without a lot of kills. I want to see this level of Team Hawk because most of the time, they kind of like fights as well, especially Gary.
I think the Petrify setup for the Electro Final Blow and also the time reversal from Diggy can be a little bit annoying as a setup for the Bruno. But I feel, like I said, it's just pretty one-dimensional, right? You're banging on the fact that you're able to get a one pick off from the get-go, three people focusing fire on one. But what next? You get the first kill, can you transition to the next one? And I feel like based on this situation, Team Hawk, they're reacting to CARACAL's draft for the fact that this Link is to be able for split push. What's a good counter split push hero? Fanny is pretty okay, but Fanny is pretty much taken out. I think Benedetta can still keep up to Link to a certain degree in terms of mobility.
Actually, for this point, I'm thinking of Team Hawk either double down and actually have more firepower to push, or try to balance it out by having some crowd control, right? Because even though Diggy can use the reverse time onto Link, I don't think it's that reliable enough. And plus, even if Ling has, if they answer towards the Ling, the Luna is still going to be a problem. The Grog is still going to be a problem. So I'm just looking at the draft right now. Team CARACAL, they understand that the snowball could happen, so they ban out the Balman, which is great. I just want to see Team Hawk because now they can't use it as a roamer. And if this Benedetta is going to the EXP, then yeah, not a lot of heroes can actually give the crowd control. Because I'm looking at Ruby, but Ruby can only be played at the EXP if this Benedetta is playing in the jungle.
Yeah, true, considering that they've shown their hand at Diggy, unless they decide to play it as a mage D. So far, we've seen all roaming Diggys, maybe even mage roam coming from the Diggy itself. So I get where you're coming from when it comes to whether or not is this going to be an XP Benedetta in terms of split push. But there is still a possibility that this might be a jungle one. However, Team CARACAL, the response is going to be banning off the Kadita. I like it, you know, the time reversal into as a Kadita. It's a pretty deadly combo, but I'm really surprised that they actually banned it off. But Team Hawk, they're okay with this. They're going for Eve. Not a big fan, but considering that they have the time journey, it pretty much guarantees the real world manipulation almost never gets cancelled.
Yeah, and I feel like I said, either balance it out or double down. And I feel like they're doubling it down because once the real world manipulation is open, especially if you have a sizable lead, no one is going to enter your realm, right? No one is going to try to protect their own turrets. So I feel like they are really, they're really putting everything in one basket. And the basket is the early game basket as compared to Team CARACAL. They're going to skill better in the mid to the late game. And now they have a Lilia. This is what I say they needed. They need someone to clear fast. But where is this Lunox going? Wait, is this a Lilia gold lead? Or a Lunox gold lead?
Wait, no marksman CARACAL. Alright. Okay.
This is a Luna. Either Lunox or Lilia is going to the gold lead. And I feel like this is good.
Yeah.
You have your opinions, I have mine. It's fine, man.
Where's the... Okay, Ling is pretty much going to be a jungle, right?
Yes.
So Lunox going to be in the gold lane. Then what? Lilia in the mid, then Cho XP?
Yeah. Eevee did outplay Smooth on this Cho, so I'm pretty confident with Eevee using the Cho.
But who's a good matchup against a Bruno? I think Ludo's going to be golden,
It's
right?
Lilia. I honestly would say Lilia because Lilia, level 1, already has 2 skills.
Okay.
And they have a double mage as well. So, like I said, this is going to be a weird draft coming in from Team Hawk.
Wait a minute. Is this a Karagura XP jungle?
No.
Huh?
Oh, wait, is this a jungle Bruno?
Jungle Bruno?
Oh, wow.
Really?
Hey, I'm up for it, man. I mean, like, I want him to push the lanes, but if you can't push the gold lane, you push every lane, man.
Okay, this is not what I was expecting. I like the adaptations coming in. Will they be able to respond?
This is new meta.
New meta indeed. Something to try out, especially in this new patch, and I don't know how this is gonna go because both sides pulling up some really crazy drafts. Well, how would they pull it off? That's going to be my question, because whoever wins this is got to have the bigger bragging rights of saying, I understand the meta, because the drafts are set from both sides. Triple mage coming in from Team Hawk, alongside with Diggy. And we've got the double mage gold laners, or maybe XP laners coming from CARACAL. Why do you guys stick around to find out what's going to happen? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is game one for CARACAL versus Team Hawk.
It's a Bruno jungle. The Madman's Team Hawk. They went in their dungeon. They have experimented with a lot of things. And the things that they've come up with, Bruno jungle, this is the way. Shamsky is going to be playing mid, and looks like it is going to be a gold lane Lunox going up against a gold lane Kagura, and Man is going to be the gold laner for this game, and Panda is going to be the EXP laner. I like it.
I don't remember the last time I saw a Bruno jungle. It was what, like what, season 6, season 5, when, you know,
Yeah, very long ago.
like Granger was like really popular in the jungle. alongside Bruno. So I think Adamir was one of the guys that really liked playing it once upon a time from the SG side.
Yeah, right now Panda is putting pressure on the purple buff, but AJ as well as the Ace is here to try to punish Panda, and Panda, you might have bitten more than you can chew, no, he got first blood, but AJ really kills him. This slow down Min, and right now Maima has to use the flicker to run away from both Min and Man.
Yep.
There's no separating these two.
Yeah, I like how, you know, you did bring up that Banner is going to be playing on the XP lane, a little bit of insider information, but okay, he's going to be able to recall. Hold on. But at the same time, great trades coming from Team Hawk. They were able to punish the jungler. That's a big takedown coming from Panda. XP trade for jungle any time of the day. DA is now going to be called in to help clear out the bottom lane, but at the same time, Maima is going to lose almost nearly a full creep wave down bottom.
This is a hyper carry meta where the marksman is going to be the jungler. And look at this, like I said, if you can't push one lane, you push all the lanes. So here they took a lot from the gold lane here. If he transitions to the EXP lane and it gets more there, this is going to be an unstoppable snowball.
Wait a minute. Panda looking for the fight as well against CARACAL. He's gladly going to trade his life. Is he going to survive? Electro final blow comes in, but gives the kill in towards Win. Win will secure the turtle on the side as well. But like you said as well, Hyper Bruno. He's looking for kills. He wants to go in for the setup. He goes for the tackle, but doesn't get the crit off. He gets the full gold plating as well as jungle farm all the way through. But Team Hawk, like you said as well, they're going all in on the bottom lane. Maima is going to get caught out with the real elimination. They've got the damage. They've got the combo from Man. Enough to take him out.
The Yin Yang overturn just burst him out very fast, especially with the magic worship. There's not much that Maima can do. He heavily committed on his Chaos Assault. He does not have the brilliance to make sure that he survives the 1v2. But yeah, Team Hawk, they're really doubling down. They're like, we're going full on aggression, and we can see that in Panda as well, where he's like, I would gladly sacrifice my own life in the early stages of the game just to slow you guys down a little bit.
Yep, now I've got a little more question as well, because here comes the kick. Will they bait out the time journey from mid? No, only the flicker. However, now what's a little bit interesting as well is that they've only got about 1 minute or 30 hold that thought for now, because Panda looking for the steals, not going to be able to get it. But bottom side as well, seems like there's going to be fight across the entire map. DA is going to get followed up as well. Man looking for the aggression. He gets stunned out with the wall charge coming from the Ace. Will get him out to safety. So that's going to be the disengage coming in from both sides.
That's the gold lane Kagura, man. It's like, I don't care. I need kills. And right now, let's look at the emblems, where it looks like for this Bruno jungle, he only has 1 point on his movement speed. The rest is going over to penetration as well as physical attack. And the same with Eve as well as Kagura. They're focusing on penetration as well. For CARACAL, looks like, yeah, I think this is starting to be a trend. Now more and more teams are putting less points on the movement speed, and they're putting more points on the physical attack. Very interesting.
Yep, just transition a little bit more with the new penetration calculation. I guess that's going to be the idea coming in from both the teams itself. However, from side Team Hawk, I was expecting maybe Team Hawk will try to set up Gary to try and take the gold plating up top for about 30 more seconds, but I don't think they have the time. They cannot keep giving away free turtles. Middle lane, Panda doing a fantastic job getting a kill down mid against Eevee. That's a big pickoff for himself. Once again, Panda making things work for Team Hawk. Maima, however, dropping a little bit too low. Team Hawk is sending up all the members. Real Woman Nation comes in, connects on towards Maima. Not going to be able to connect to this, but they will take the tier 1 down bottom. Turtle is going to be up for grabs, but this is going to be a tough one considering that they do not have the real world manipulation. Will they be able to secure this? That's going to be my question. It seems like they might just do that as CARACAL not going to be having win in this facility. They are going to apply a little bit of pressure, but that should be all as they will get the turtle for themselves for Team Hawk.
Yeah, right now, Panda 1v1 wins that trade. But you know what? If anyone has a bingo list where they say that Panda will eventually play Vendetta, well, you guys can check that off your list right now. But Team Hawk, I want to see a little bit more aggression coming from them. But looks like Mon is going to get engaged a little bit. AJ as well as the Ace. The Ace is there, but looks like they're not going to heavily commit on this engage onto Mon.
Yeah, I like how CARACAL is being a little bit more aggression. They're reacting as much as they can, but they force the black shoot down bottom. That's not really a good sign indicator, but it is going to take a little bit of pressure off as they try to take tier 1, considering that Win has been trading objectives across the map. Team Hawk going for the lane swap, making sure that Gary will be able to secure the tier 1 up top to further push his economy lead. Panda is doing an okay job trying to get information across the map, not going super crazy yet. But CARACAL, they seem like they're just reacting to all these movements coming from Team Hawk. But can they catch up in time? Because as of yet, they've got the lead. But how far of a lead do they need to actually fully punish Team Hawk? Because there's just so much distraction coming from Team Hawk.
Eevee keeps finding targets, man, but right now, all 5 members of Team Hawk, they're here. Real Manipulation is open, and Team CARACAL, they have to run away.
Yep, time reversal comes in. They force out the Brilliance. AJ taking a little bit too much damage, but the Umbrella doesn't connect. But Panda is going for the kill. He kills Maima. The Black Shoe coming in from AJ is going to be forced him in towards the mouths of Team Hawk as they gobble him up. And the rest of Team Hawk are coming in. Finally, the wall charge coming from the Ace will allow Win to get the triple as Win looking for more. Can he get Shamsky? Can he find him the Diggy? We'll pretend that there's no one there, but CARACAL, great response coming from the Ace.
Yeah, awesome response. I was about to say, it's like, oh no, the Ace really want to go back in, but then Win is like, yeah, I got a damage. I've skilled up because right now Team CARACAL 1,900 gold lead up against Team Hawk, where Team Hawk, they should have pushed way harder in the early stages of the game, but they're not. And I gotta say, man, before I missed this opportunity, the way that Panda is playing this Benedetta, he's playing like he does not see a KDA in the game.
True.
He's gonna imagine that there's no such thing as kill, death, and assist. He's just gonna go forward.
True. He's just gonna try and slow down the jungler as much as he can. However, Vin, he's only died once. He's got 5 1-on-1. The triple kill that give him a little bit more recovery because as of yet he's level 12 and Panda is forced to actually back out. Eve is gonna get the kick in. Here comes the Tempest Blade to set things up, and that's gonna be Panda down. Monster kill for Win coming in from Team CARACAL. They really want those points to make it to playoffs. It seems like they're not making it easy for Team Hawk as of yet.
Unfortunately, that was a mistake from Panda because he used his eye for an eye way too early, and then Eevee saw that he already used an eye for an eye and was like, this is my one and only chance to use my Wheel of the Dragon on you, and he got it. And right now, Team CARACAL, they're the one that's actually pushing Team Hawk push back into their own side of the map.
Oh wow, this is huge. They force a flicker up share onto his Jamski, and the real Blade comes in. They could not get the cancel, but they will trade the Ace's life. CARACAL, however, on a ticking time bomb as they try to trade objectives across the map. They know for a fact they cannot drag this out against Gary, who's just gonna hit so hard, and they're rushing in as quickly as they can. I say this is the perfect start coming from CARACAL as of yet.
Oh my god, look at the gold ranking. Win right now, 8,000 gold. The second closest is Gary with 5,000. This is a huge deficit, man, because most of the gold advantage is on Win by himself. And I gotta say, both Win and Maima, they're the newer additions to Team CARACAL, and they were the ones that actually secure a lot of objectives for Team CARACAL. So this is nice seeing the newer members contributing so much in the game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We do see item progression coming from Win, looking for the 4th item progression. So that's a little bit too much damage coming from Win. No Dreadnought armors from the side of Team Hawk to deal with it yet. So this is actually good stuff coming from Win, considering that he's almost close to his level 15, considering how many kills he's gotten so far.
Well, this is what you don't want to see, right? A late game hero having a gold and EXP advantage. Yeah, you don't want that. He should have been the one getting punished in the early stage of the game. But now he is as strong as he can get. The only way he can get stronger if he has full items, if he has the immortality. And right now, Maima already having a Divine Glaive. Team Hawk, they don't have a lot of tanky players themselves. This is not looking good. Win. He can kind of one-shot absolutely everyone from Team Hawk.
Yeah, smart coming from Team Hawk as well. They know this is not worth it trying to go in for a contest. They have to respect Win because he is level 15. He just got his Malefic Roar. This is where he starts to hit even harder. Whereas Team Hawk, all they gotta do is just stall for time. But with this Lord coming in, can they stall it long enough for Gary to come up online? Because he's only level 12. He needs 3 more levels and a couple more items actually to match up with Win. We did see a gold ranking early on as well. 5k to 8k deficit. That's a big, huge margin. And CARACAL with 5k lead, I don't think they want to lose this lead yet. Because if they do lose one clash, that might be it for CARACAL to actually close out this game.
I gotta say, man, Team Lunatics must be sweating looking at this game right now because CARACAL is doing so good. And right now, Panda again, look at Win. That was basic attacks. I mean, imagine that, just by hitting him with a sword and doing that much damage. Team CARACAL, they've achieved their win condition. Eevee is looking for absolutely anyone to kick back into the team.
Yep, CARACAL now going to be knocking on the bottom side as well. They force the real wound manipulation. Heart's Claw up on Gary is going to give him the sustains, but Eevee, he's trying to bait up for a couple of kicks. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to find the angle as Team Hawk is just barely tickling him down as CARACAL has bigger objectives to secure. That's going to be the purple buff away from Gary, which I don't think is much of an issue for him as Team Hawk going to be forced to defend as much as they can. They managed to defend the bottom side, but can they buy time for Gary? That's going to be a difficult one.
We got 3 bunnies here for 5 bunnies for Diggy. That's excessive, I gotta say. And I gotta remind myself to buy the emote. The sheesh. That's pretty nice.
Can you do that again?
Sheesh.
Alright, I like that. I'll take it. But Min now having one of the highest damage so far with the Diggy, considering the zonings of the bunnies. I get it. You are going to be expected that as well. But Gary, look at this.
Min's damage is high.
Yeah.
It's because 5 bunnies.
Yeah, Easter came early, man.
Yeah.
You know, Easter.
Sheesh. Even the audience, they're like, sheesh. Everyone here is like, sheesh.
Are they listening to the English broadcast? I have no idea. But at the same time, CARACAL.
Look, I'm sorry for memeing, man. Nothing is happening right now, okay? I'm selling the emote. Buy the sheesh emote. Buy the ooh one. I will buy it myself once the game is over. Alright, I need to flex in the game. Speaking of flex, CARACAL, 6,000 gold advantage. Right now, Team Hawk, and as well as CARACAL, everyone's freezing the lanes.
Yeah, it's tough, you know. Team CARACAL, they know for a fact that there's no point shoving the lane.
Give us another sheesh.
If they shove it, things are not going to look good because eventually Gary will get those kind of farms. So starving it is going to be the way to go. CARACAL, however, going to be taking the purple buff away. We do see Lightning Trunking purchase on Maima. Another Lord in the hands of CARACAL. Team Hawk not too happy about this as well, as there's nothing much they could have done in this scenario. Shamsky now defending the bottom side. DA scouts out their movements and there's just nothing much they can do. It's all about full defense coming from Team Hawk. But if they manage to defend against CARACAL, that's exactly what they need to do.
It's unfortunate, but this is the bad of a Diggy because Diggy is not tanky. Yep. Even if you do build tank items. Even if they do build full tank items, right? Because when no one can open the map, like sure, they're using the Magic Sentry. That's all that they can do. Other than that, there's not much right now.
Oh
Team CARACAL, not gonna lie, it looks like they got their checkmate onto Team Hawk.
True, they've got 5 bunnies so far. Items-wise, almost looking for the 6 item progression coming from Team CARACAL. Divine Glaives up on Lunox as well as AJ. So that's a lot of damage coming in. So Team Hawk They've got to pull some big boy damage, especially on Gary, but with the Lord knocking in, Team CARACAL looking to close up the game. They're still holding on to the time journey as much as they can, but even taking a lot of damage. Real elimination comes in. CARACAL is forced to back out a little bit more, so Team Hawk feeling the confidence that they need, but they will be able to hold on. So there is still a little bit of glimmer of hope. However, 10k lead from Team CARACAL.
That is the wave of the world where Bruno is going to shred their armor, and then at that point, Panda, even if he's behind, he will deal significant amount of damage. So Team Hawk, they can fight back because they have the damage, but oh, Panda's going in!
Well, Panda looking for the setup. He's trying to survive his way through the Ace, looking for the follow-up. War charge still available, but they're all clumped up. The wall comes in. Temple Split will be missing the Mar, but the King will be focusing on the Niggy as they separate both the Kagura and the rest, and they get picked up bit by bit. Double kill coming from Win, looking for the triple. Shamsky will be able to survive this, but they've lost Gary as well as Panda. CARACAL in prime position to close things out as of yet. They need to rely on Shamsky to deal the damage. Real elimination comes in. AJ almost gets taken down as they chip away at the Ace. He's getting slowed up pretty quickly, and that's going to be killing spree on Shamsky. They managed to hold on. Win. They don't have the range to poke onto the crystal, but they have to start mowing down right now. Time journey comes in. Man looking for the catch. They focus on eBay, but they are going to man fight the crystal. And CARACAL takes game 1 against Team Hawk.
CARACAL came in, their game faces are on, and now they're at a one game lead against Team Hawk, and I still like the draft from Team Hawk. It's still very, very interesting. But yeah, in this game, looking at the faces of Team Hawk, I think they realized some of the mistakes they did. Like, it was a good draft. They just gotta, in terms of execution, they gotta push super early, right? And Team CARACAL, small success, but they gotta keep focused. They can't let this one win make them drip away and start losing focus. They gotta come back into the game and focus for game number 2.
Well, we've seen that happen ever since the Ace came out of the pool. You know, they won their first game, lost their remaining 2. So Team Hawk, whether or not will they let this slide is going to be my question, because Team Hawk, they also need to fight for their upper bracket spots. But at the same time, sheesh, bro, I like the Diggy skin, man. Is it the emotes in the Diggy skin? You know, it's sometimes I get confused with the effect.
It's the emote. Sheesh. What was the team? It was from Philippines. I just can't remember what team it is. Yeah.
You know, every time when you talk about Sheesh, right, it reminds me of Merkel, man. He loves doing it in this game. Sheesh.
Yeah, but okay, so back into the game. I just have to say, Panda probably gave a little bit too much gold towards Win. Yeah. Because every single time he tried to slow Win down, Win got faster.
Yeah. And that's the thing about Win, right? Like, the initial setup coming from Panda was great. He got a couple of first kills here and there. But what's very nice about CARACAL is that they understood that their win condition is they have to close out the game as quickly as they can. And at the same time, despite the first loss coming from Win, what CARACAL did was that they focused and mirrored Team Hawk to the best of their abilities and allowed Win so much free reign to actually roam the other side of the map. While Panda, instead of mirroring Win, he chose to be a little bit more aggressive and got punished time and time again. So I would say mistakes were made from Panda. The intention is right, but a little bit too much didn't exactly pay off in their favor, which kind of allowed Win to just snowball out of control.
I mean, look at the difference of KDA in his own team. Win is 9-1-1. DA 0-2-5. AJ Meow 1-1-4. Maima 0-2-3. Eevee 0-2-6. That's a big gap. 100% kill participation in the game is on Win.
Well, that's
100% kill participation, man.
True.
What?
True. He's definitely going to be there. And let's take a look at who the MVP is coming from CARACAL. It seems to be it's going to be none other than Win Meow himself with a 100% game kill participation.
Yeah, because every single kill, like 6 kills on just Panda, and then the rest is the sweep up, it's the cleanup where Team Hawk, they try to push, and then they put themselves in a difficult spot where DAs re-engage, Win comes in, Win climbs up, and here's the thing. Most of the gold advantage is on Win alone. That should not be the case.
True, you know, he's just power farming across the map as well. And, you know, somebody gotta call 911, man, because eventually he is murdering everyone from inside Team High. An interesting fact is that Win is currently second highest GPM gained in a single game thus far here in MPL MY Season 10 in the final weeks of the regular season.
In a game that he has to win.
True.
In the game,
the stakes.
In the game that they need to make sure they actually get to the playoffs. Because right now, again, I gotta say, they're looking very good. Let's look at the highlights that's brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, and it's mostly gonna be a compilation of Win getting kills onto Panda.
True, and even here as well, we can see that Panda was trying to buy time and delay, knowing that his rest of his teammates is going to be trying to focus down bottom. The intention of having the real munition is great and all, but the thing about the Team Hawk was that they were putting all their eggs in one basket, but not getting a little bit too much value, right? Even in this trade-off as well, they overextended a little bit too much from Panda. The rest of the teammates wasn't able to follow up because what's next after the time journey, considering that Gary needs a little bit more time before he starts to pop off. And the thing about all these fights is that CARACAL has no intention to force a 5v5 fight against Team Hawk.
Yeah, here's the thing. Team Hawk, they wanted to play it one way, and then Team CARACAL, they kind of used the same strategy where Team Hawk, they want to push, and then CARACAL is like, we can push. And then once they were pushing was Win and Maima. They just went on their separate lanes. They just keep on pushing. The problem is, when you're using a composition that really wants to get those turrets very, very early on, you kind of need the body in front, right? You need someone to zone people away. Sure, the Eve can do it. The Kagura can't. And the way that Panda played, they can't. So I would say the idea is there, but it's not complete. And speaking of which, guys, the new patch is here. Right now, a lot of things that you guys can get. And one of those things is the changes of Gushin and Leslie. And let's see here. What is it? Amazing September new patch events. Watch the video. Get this on exclusive information. And Harley Sarcastic skin for free. I tried it out the other day. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, and on top of it all, the patch notes has been really, really insane as well. A lot of new things has happened throughout the entire game. And, you know, we did see a little bit of Bruno here and there, a little bit of a plot twist here and there. We didn't see the full intention of what the Bruno was going to be able to bring to the table. Interesting idea coming from Team Hawk, but didn't exactly do too well for them. And it just shows you how Lola has made an impact for Team Hawk over the years. And for Panda to be suddenly playing a role that is not familiar with, like the intentions, didn't exactly execute way true. But CARACAL still, especially for CARACAL fans, they're gonna be feeling a little bit happy because if they get the clean 2-0, who knows? Their tournament lives will be at stake.
Small PSA for everyone watching. Make sure this new patch, just build one penetration item.
Yeah.
Don't build two. Just trust me on this one. Right now we're looking at Team CARACAL. They refocus into the game. Like again, this is a very happy team. Win or lose, they celebrate. They hang out with each other. D-Ace is always smiling. You rarely see this guy being down in the dumps. Look at this. He's still being playful with the camera.
Nice.
But again, we can see, despite the faces being happy, they're being very serious.
Yeah, one thing I want to really talk about how Team CARACAL played Game 1 really perfectly was that these are things that not normal teams or players in MLBB do a lot, and that's actually freezing the lane. And what was very surprising was that they understood that the win condition from Team Hawk was that they need to power from Gary to a certain degree. But what they did was, after the first Lord intention, they couldn't get the full GG push. They started freezing the lane and not shoving in and giving Gary any chance of potentially comeback, which kind of slowed down the progression Team Hawk even further. That allowed Team CARACAL to continue on with their win condition, which was not drag it long enough for the marksman to come online, which pretty much solidified their win condition. But before that, in case you missed out on the first game, this is going to be the game recap for the first game's draft.
Yeah, I gotta say, people looking at the damage numbers here, please do not be deceived, because for Team Hawk, they did a lot of damage. But looking at the lineup from Team CARACAL, a lot of them can take the damage. That's why their damage can ramp up a little bit. And in comparison, where CARACAL, most of their members, even including Win, even though he did 37,000 damage, by comparison, it's not a lot, because in Team Hawk, mostly everyone except for Panda has a very low HP. So low HP, no need to dish out that much damage. So that's why, just trust me, CARACAL, they did a lot of damage. It's just that there's not enough HP to really boost that number.
They're just all super squishy to a certain degree. It's all focus fire all the way through. So it makes a lot of sense why the damage is going to be favoring on Team Hawk. They just have a little bit more to deal with against D-Ace in particular as well, because D-Ace has been a very annoying frontliner to a certain degree. That was like one wall charge is all it takes to bait multiple spells coming from Team Hawk. However, speaking of highest GPM ranking thus far in the regular season, with that game coming in from Win, he was able to nearly catch up to Amal on first place with 971 GPM, only 5 gold away. Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, Amal 976 on a link. Win 971 on a link. I don't know if it's the odd one here with a Beatrix, but Amal getting number 4 and number 5.
Also a link.
If I'm not mistaken, it's also a link. So top 5, 4 of them are links.
You know, that's the beauty of what Ling is capable of doing, right? When you're giving so much free reign to roam across the map uncontested, this is how quickly you are going to be able to power farm your way through. And we did kind of see it coming from Win. He died once, it's okay. As long as my team takes the attention away from him, he's going to be able to power farm across the map. And I think it was like 8 minutes of the game, he was like, what, level 13, level 14? 3 to almost 4 levels ahead of Panda, which kind of did not make sense. But based on how Team Out was playing across the map, very, I would say, close and personal, to a point that there were a lot of lanes just free up for CARACAL for the taking.
Yeah, again, it's amazing to see how in the top 5, 4 of them are Ling. What does this tell us? Money gives you success.
Wow, so that's pretty deep for an adult topic, man.
Get a lot of money. Now, looking at the draft, I already hear Pito getting banned, and looks like Team CARACAL, they're gonna be first pick. They're banning out the Fanny, and Team Hawk doesn't want to let go of the Paquito, which we've seen time and time again. Don't let go of the Paquito.
Okay, fair enough. But I want to, drag it on a little bit on the topic you actually brought up as well. Get a lot of money. Do you have any particular tips on how to get a lot of money? Are we talking about real or talking about game? Now, that's going to be our question.
This can apply in the game and the outside world. Have a good relationship with other people and have a good relationship with God.
Wow, yeah. God's man. All right. Good advice coming in from Lafell. Hopefully you guys watching at home will be able to pick up on from themselves. But now, talking shop, going to the draft, Fanny, Akai going in, pretty standard coming from both sides. Both also 3 of the heroes so far also bad in game number 1. Nothing out of the ordinary, but we do see game face on coming in from Team Hawk. They were smiling for game 1. Not too happy about what happened. This time it is going to be the fight back coming in. They're respecting the clock. They're taking away the Ace's hero pool from the get-go. We've seen this happen over the weeks when CARACAL, whichever any team faces of CARACAL, they do tend to push the Ace to his limits.
I want to say, get Min on his game-winning heroes, because the way that Min plays, he likes to set up a fight. He likes the rubies. He likes the Chos. He likes the Atlas. If that hero does not give good CC, if that hero can't stay in the bush forever and catch anyone off guard, I don't think that's Min kind of hero. Like, Diggy is good. Diggy is meta, but Diggy is not Min. If Min uses a Chow, he could have gotten the... He could have gotten win, for sure. So, for this game, honestly, like, I'm even okay with having 2 mages. I'm okay with that. Just let Min use a hero that is tanky and has crowd control. That is the win condition for Team Hawk. Trust me.
Maybe just
but
let...
they ban on the Ruby! I want you to use the Ruby!
Why would they ban the Ruby from the get-go?
Wait, Chow.
Doesn't make sense.
They want to early pick the Chow.
Okay, maybe I get the Chow actually makes sense from the side, but if you think about it, right, objectively, there are the Valentina up for grabs coming from Team CARACAL. So maybe it could be a bait. It could be a bait. They might just straight up pick up heroes that just doesn't allow.
If CARACAL is clever, they pick up the Chow now, man. I'm calling it right now. Eevee used it well.
Yeah, I think the Chow is pretty good, but I think they would... Okay, they're not going for the Valentina, just straight up going for Lilia.
Valentina Chow?
Maybe, just maybe coming from Team Hawk, but I'm a little bit more curious on who's going to be playing the marksman role again, because if you think about it, they forced Gary to play marksman in jungle, didn't exactly do well, but what's really interesting that works well as a marksman jungler is Granger. Granger, recently buffed a bit, not exactly sure how great of a buff it is on the second skill, but this time, they pick out the Claude. Seems like Panda might be playing it again.
Oh yeah, I think it's Panda.
But who's going to be on the XP? Is it going to be Shamsky? Is it going to be Mon? Is it going to be Min? Who's it going to be? But they do pick the Valentina for themselves. So
I'm actually okay if Mon or Shamsky plays the EXP, just because the Valentina can be played in the EXP.
True.
Yeah.
Technically, it's still a viable option as well. Team CARACAL can still look to go for the Lilia on mid, maybe even a XP lane if they decide to go for it again. Was very surprised by the first pick again, coming from Team CARACAL. No marksman coming from them, kind of worked out in their favor. This time they're bringing in the Ling for a second time. But Team Hawk, they have ways to deal with it now. They know that this is coming. They will need to figure a way to deal with this. No Paquito in the picture, but they do have the Valentina, which does have the Black Shoe, does have the Tempest Blade to keep and sustain the fights as long as they can. It's great for them, but CARACAL, they respond to the Fredrin trend themselves.
This is very interesting because so far, Fredrin has been used 4 times. He only won once, and that was Iris with Team RSG. And I would argue he did well, but he was not the reason why they won. So I want to see Team CARACAL. For Team CARACAL, can they make Fredrin really worry? Because I feel like a lot of teams are still figuring this hero out.
To be honest, you know, almost every single team who's played Fredrin has went for Concussive Blast. I know
still on the Brave Smite, huh?
Yes, I'm still on a Brave Smite trade, but at the same time, is it possible to play it as a roam? I haven't seen too much of it yet.
Right?
I haven't seen too much of it yet because in terms of chain CC, you need to have those charges to actually be set up. So that's going to be something that is going to be very, very difficult to do. Team Hawk, however, going to be picking up the Atlas. You got what you wish for, Lafel, because this is going to be the Min and Man special. Maybe not. It might be Shamsky playing on the Valentina. Maybe not. But these are comfort heroes coming from Team Hawk.
Yeah, I heard some of the fans from Team Hawk the moment they see the Atlas. Like, imagine having more of a reaction towards the Atlas, in comparison to the Quad and the Valentina. Look at the world we live in right now, where the roamers are getting a lot of praise for their amazing setups. And Diggy, very easy ban. For Team CARACAL, what do they ban?
Why would you praise the roamers, man? Look at today. We've got Zorn on the Mincetar just completely destroying the entire composition of the team with one skill. One button, boom. Nobody else can do anything. Paquito can't do anything.
And now I just imagine Mincetar's face, and then slowly the shades come up to his face.
Yeah, I get it. Snoop Dogg. But at the same time, Balmond, once again, going to be banned from the side of Team CARACAL again. Understanding Gary, that is going to be Gary's comfort hero pool. But I'm still curious, is this going to be Panda playing on the Claude? And who's going to be playing XP? But like you said as well, maybe Valentina going to be picked up as well.
I'm curious if Gary will be picking up the Lancelot, just like, oh, you're showing with your assassin? I'm the assassin player. I want to see whether Team Hawk, they will default back to a normal style of play and actually let Gary play a damaging kind of hero, because not gonna lie, I kind of miss seeing the assassins junglers fighting it out.
I kind of like the Helker here, just for the fact that the silence can completely destroy the Lilia and potentially throw off a Link to a certain degree if Gary decides to go for it. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I hope it might, but I don't think it will happen for now. Diggy being banned off means that they want to try and go in for the Wombo combo. At the same time, there are still potential heroes that can actually do some serious damage against Link, because in terms of mirror matchup, I don't think Lancelot can actually keep up against the Link. Maybe a Jungle Benedetta. We've seen it before coming from Red eSports. But
honestly, you said Helker. Helker is not bad.
Helker is actually not bad.
I'm trying to recollect. And Gary does use the Helker. I think he even used it in MSC. Can't remember how successful it was, but people definitely got a reaction from Gary using the Helker. So right now, they're going to ban an Assassin, and I wanted the Lancelot. They're not going to let it happen.
It's gone.
Because here's the thing, man. This matchup has been, ever since Ling was introduced in the game.
They're smiling. They know.
No, because they wanted the Lancelot. Trust me. I know Team Hawk, man. And then they're like, I wanted the Lancelot, but I kind of feel like this is scarier. The Dairoff.
Okay.
Dairoff jungler.
I like this. You know, it's just so much flexibility. You can play in jungle. You can play in XP. You know, Dairoff versus Fredrin. Fredrin pretty much gets outclassed to a certain degree. A little bit too much damage to handle. Looking forward to see how they actually tackle this, because as of yet, Team CARACAL, they're a little bit uncertain. Is this going to be XP or a jungle? And on top of it all, this seems like a standard draft coming from Team Hawk compared to game number 1, which is kind of a little bit on a questionable route, just because of the fact that you talked about, hey, Panda's going to be playing a Benedetta. Panda's going to be playing a Benedetta. Yeah, he did play pretty good First Blood, aside from that, they didn't exactly transition well. So maybe they're, like you said before, Shamsky could be an XP, perhaps, but CARACAL, they're double downing on the Lunox as well as the Lilia. So no marksman once again coming from Team CARACAL, but they bring in the Kufra. Huh.
Hey, again, it's all about adaptation, man. And they've realized that the Lunox might be more effective than marksmen, because throughout the day, we've seen a lot of Lunox, either pick or bad. I feel like today is 100% for the Lunox, so...
Nearly 100%.
Okay, so but either way, a majority. So right now, we can definitely see one of the changes on the new patch is Lunox is heavily favorable for at least all the teams that play today. So right now, Team CARACAL, it's a very interesting dev. And then Team Hut, you're going to finish it off with a Kadita. So I kind of feel like this is going to be Gary on
the
Durov, and probably the Valentina in the XP.
Yeah, makes a little bit more sense coming from Team Hut, but at the same time, they can opt to have the Kadita on the XP lane as well. So it's something that we may consider. So I'm looking for, say, is this a XP Valentina, or is this going to be an XP Kadita? Both works well. Double mage composition. Team CARACAL going to be putting all their eggs on the basket onto his mid once again, while Team Hawk is going to be looking to respond. Very interesting drops again here in the new patch, in the first day of the final week of the regular season.
This. Both AJ and Mid, they're sitting the same way. When I talk to them, they're like, look at how we sit. If we sit like this, it's game on. They have their legs on their, how should I say this? On their chair, basically. This is their game face. Mine and AJ, both mid laners, they're like, nah. We want this game.
Well. Why do you guys stick around to find out whether or not this draft is going to win them the game? Because this is going to be game number 2 for Team Hawk versus Team CARACAL. Now, with a little bit more standard drafts coming from Team Hawk, Team CARACAL looking to try and solidify their spot, going for all in onto his win, trusting the process. And it's no surprises as well, because if you think about it, Team Hawk, they don't really have a solution to deal with the Link unless they go in for the mirror matchup. So it's going to be very, very difficult to catch him off guard. But like I said, it's all about that one big fatal link to chain CC their way through.
Yeah, right now looking at lane setups, Mine, one of the things that makes Valentina very, very unfair is her passive, where naturally she will have more EXP compared to whoever she's laning with. So looking at this game, it looks like probably for both sides of the game. Nah, I'm taking it back. Team Hawk, again, I want to see very, very high level of aggression from Gary, because as a die-off, any lane you go to, someone has to die. So I want to see that happen in this game as quickly as possible.
Yep, he's about to get his Abyssum Strike. This is where things get a little bit dicey as well. AJ does have to Purify just to try and potentially walk out from those fatal links and potentially pop the Black Shoe. So they're looking for that fight. Panda, however, looking to bully up against Maima. He's in a bit of trouble. They call in Win, but seems like Win will miss the target. So Team Hawk is going to be A-OK for now. Comfort picks going across this wall. Mon going up against Eevee. Not a favorable matchup for Eevee at all.
Yeah, and Panda probably said just now, it's like, I'm not gonna die that many times this game, man. Like, Win, I think he's going for Panda again in game number 2, but this time Panda is like, this is different. This ain't the Vendetta. This is me on the Claude. I'm gonna kill you. So every single time Win actually engages in, he has to be a little bit careful.
Yep, Win already starting things with the Turtle. Team Hawk a little bit too far-fetched to actually go in for the assist. Mon going to be scouting things out ahead, but he doesn't have the skills to fight this off. He gets caught up. The Ace looking for the engage. Tempest Blade does not secure the Retribution. Gary will be able to out-retrieve. And now with the Fatal Links to try and pull the Ace back, they could not chain the CC, and that's going to be Team Hawk getting on top of the Turtle. But aside from that, Team CARACAL also managing to retreat for free.
I don't know if he did that on purpose, but mine kind of flickered for one reason or the other when there was absolutely no danger around him.
Well, sometimes it's better be safe to be than sorry. So it seems like Team Hawk, they are playing a little bit angsty, but Team CARACAL, however, still in a little bit of full control. They still have the advantage. So fortunately for them, they didn't exactly lose too much. But before that, let's take a look at the emblems as well. Panda going for the average build. Pretty standard coming from him.
I would say the one we gotta look at is Shamsky. No penetration at all. Going full on the magic damage. So quite an adjustment from Team Hawk.
Huh. Interesting enough. You know, maybe, you know, once he gets the Divine Glaive or maybe the Genius one, this is where he starts to hit a little bit hard. It's either that or Mon goes for the Genius one, set up for him to go for that big wombo combo. So I guess that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so right now looking at Team Hug, Min is very active trying to get anyone that he can, and he catches the ace. But looks like Gary, both of them are gonna get stunned down. The ace pulls them to the wall. First blood goes over to AJ. Gary gets a kill, but double kill for AJ. What a good setup from the ace.
Oh, mistakes were made. They just didn't have the numbers to do so. Eve going for the Appraisal Wrath. Not going to be able to take down Mon. So a little bit of mistakes coming from Team Hot. They overestimated CARACAL's damage. And this is where Win is going to kind of snowball out of control as well. Because this is the exact same lead with C coming from CARACAL from game number 1. And now Win almost having a near perfect start once again. This is actually good for CARACAL fans, actually.
Yeah, I like what Team Hot was trying to do. Min tries to give the snowball to Gary. To be fair, Gary still get a kill, but he died himself. So I want to see this executed a little bit cleaner. I kind of feel like the Fredrin is kind of a free kill because he is a melee hero, so he has to go in front. Might as well just go chase after him.
Well, Min now going to be going for the setup as well. Shamsky missing the combo. They are going to be able to get the black shoe. He needs to go for the rough waves as well. He gets the pop off. He's going to be able to disengage. Ranman, he still has the black shoe. He's trying to bait things out, but it seems like Team CARACAL will get the full disengage in. Team Hawk just doesn't have damage to do so. However, they need to secure the farms on Gary as well as Panda. So that's going to be the key winning factor for Team Hawk. And so far, with that small engagement, it is going to help them out a little bit more. Retribution again. Team Hawk will come up on top. Win missing the mark again.
Yeah, holding my breath for a bit there because I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Gary is challenged a little bit, especially seeing his Lancelot getting banned. If Win actually gets, oh, never mind, Min is gonna get caught, and there's nowhere where he can go. He used his flicker. Shamsky is there, but looks like he's gonna be saved because of his passive.
Yep, Min looking for the setup again. He's down towards the 10% mark, but it seems like they have to disengage. Panda baiting things out with the vision, but from the side, he gets counted out, but the blazing to win.
Wow.
Just enough to take him out. He knows it's gonna come, and that is where he underestimates his damage. Now, Rough Waves comes in. Shamsky sidesteps his way through. Win does have to do a little bit more, but he does not have the ability to back off as Gary picks him apart. Great outplay coming from Shamsky.
Was that an outplay or was that a mistake?
Mistakes for sure, because this is going to be Team Hawk's time to shine because they are slowing him down bit by bit, and this is a way better game compared to game 1 for Team Hawk now.
Yeah, 1,600 goal lead, and again, look at Man, one level, an entire level ahead. This is why Valentina, this is where they should have nerfed her. But anyways, right now, Gary as well as Min are going to engage onto Eevee.
Appraiser's Rough still available, can't seem to set up, but nope, he's going to get focused down instead. So Team Hawk will take a tier 1 down bottom. So this is going to help Team Hawk even further coming in from Gary. CARACAL making no rotations yet, they're farming their way through, but top side, seems like they are going to try to pick a fight against Panda, but with this cool front play, it's going to be very difficult to do so. They're calling Win as well, but Panda does scout things out to a certain degree, so they're calling in Min to open up the map. With 10 seconds left on this turtle pit, it seems like this clash is going to be very, very important for Min.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Panda had the instincts to put his battle mirror image in there to make sure that there is no one is going to engage. But speaking of which, Min is going on to the ace.
Oh, the Fatal Links pulls only one with the Petrify as well. The Rough Phase is going to be enough for the ace, but Panda zones him up with the Blazing Duet, and he's going to be able to back out and force out Brilliance as well as Maima's Tempest as Blade potentially, but he's down so low. Turtle's going to be coming in. I don't think he can get it, so they are going to go for the split push coming in from Team CARACAL. Wow, the rest of Team Hawk looking at an attempt onto AJ. Black Shoe will be forced out to delay the inevitable, so nothing super crazy yet, but Gary setting up, he's looking for the big catch. But it's going to be very, very difficult to do so because the bottom side is going to be shoved in from the side of Team CARACAL.
Well, I gotta say, Team Hawk already got a lot. They got the turtle, they got the turret. I kind of feel like they're in a very good position. Win has the Berserker Furies now, so if Panda is not careful, Win can potentially burst him very, very fast. But that is if he can catch Panda, because this guy, man, his reflexes is out of this world.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to do so, but as of yet, this is going to be the goal ranking from all the players coming from Team Hawk. Gary, Panda as well as Mon is pretty much on top of the game, but Eve, he's going to get caught off. He's got a pretty decent stack of Embrace of Rough. He can look to go in for the setup. Rough comes in, but the taunt cancels Shamsy. He can't turn the time. He needs the big fat Embrace of Rough. He takes the Baba, did not connect the rest of the members of Team Hawk. They will lose 1 for 1. But Team Ha, they almost lost all their lives. Eve chained that perfectly.
Yeah, Eevee, like, he bait out the Fatal Links, and then he was able to stop Shamsky from killing him. Wow.
Oh, that was just so unfortunate for Shamsky, man. Oh, it's just so unfortunate, but things could have gone south. But Win now trying to threaten the middle turret. He's going to be able to have the damage to do so. Meanwhile, Mon going to be baiting himself out, but guess what? He flickers in towards the hands of Win. Can he survive this? He doesn't have the IMU, but no! He will not take the risk. He escapes narrowly as Panda is here to say hello. I got your back, but Mon... Oh. Very, very, very close call for him, but it's not over yet. Here comes the Fatal Links. They catch onto his Eevee. He's got a big appraisal wrap. Does he connect? Oh. Yes, he does with the flicker, but at the expense of his own life.
I mean, okay, so here's the thing, right? Mon almost died. Min came. Min saved his life. That was great. That was amazing. And then Win, I can see in his eyes, he's taking a lot of damage from Panda, but he was hoping and praying that the damage from his Wind Talker was going to be enough to kill off Mon, and Mon actually survived, and I bet at that point, even Wind was like, come on, man.
Yep.
Come on.
He needs kills across the map, and as of yet, Team Ha, Gary just left untouched. He's going to be starting things out with the Lord as well. He's baiting things out. Shamsky doesn't want to connect his combo onto the Ace. Not exactly the right target yet. Uses Petrify, so that's not going to be a good sign for him. So with the Lord going to be up in jeopardy, CARACAL just doesn't want to take the risk, and Win is going to be pressuring the bottom turret instead. So Tier 2 is going to be taken out as a trade-off, but Team Out having advantage of the situation. Wow, on the top side as well, Min scouts out where Eevee is, but it seems like this is go time for them. Eevee going for a force on. He doesn't have the charge, but he knows exactly where they are. Do they want to engage? This is pretty much go time, but Shamsky makes the move. Round Face comes in. He will be able to back out. Pretty long cooldown on that skill, but considering that they have the Lord advantage, it's not that bad for them. But CARACAL gets a free Tier 1 up top.
Yeah, right now I like how Win is controlling the side lanes, make sure that they will get advantages, and right now Shamsky is being caught out.
Oh no, he needs to make a run for it. He doesn't have the wrap away. Shamsky will be taken out. Win gets a kill. Fatal Link connects on 2 with the Blazing Duet. Eevee now has the Braces Wrap, doesn't let it go, and Team Ha will be able to catch 2 very, very important heroes coming from Team CARACAL, and this is not looking good for Team CARACAL as of yet.
This is why you give Min the Atlas. This is why you give him the Rubies. This is why you give him the Chows. Give him this kind of heroes. He can make plays. Make it so that your roamers can make plays, and then Panda as well as Gary will have an easier time. Panda 3-0-3, stark difference from game number 1.
Well, Panda looking good for Clash as well. They force out the Brilliance coming in. Min doesn't have the Fatal Link. He will gladly pay with his life. The Tyrant's Ring will be baited out from the Ace. Mon, however, does have the Black Shoe. He needs to back out. He will flicker out of it and he survives it all, but Win is here to say hello. Wow, he doesn't have the charges to continue his assault. Panda will pick off the rest of the members of Team CARACAL as Team Ha is looking to drag this to game number 3. And it seems like Panda, he needs to be a little bit careful. He's all by himself.
This is him sending a message. It's like, I'm angry from what happened game number 1. And Shamsky gets Mima off of that.
Oh my goodness. One-shot combo. Instant delete. That is so unfortunate. Win now. Forced to finish onto the Crystal. It seems like it's not going to do so, but Team Hawk will focus on the Crystal. Drag into this game number 3. They tie the series against CARACAL.
If we want to see how Panda reacts when he's a little bit angry, we see it in this game where in game number 1, he was so aggressive, and in game number 2, he's really showing out. It's like, I am one of the best gold laners in Malaysia. Don't make me play the gold lane. Be happy I'm at the EXP. Now in the gold lane, he's proving himself. I like where Panda started and where he is right now.
Yep, started from the bottom, now he's here as Team Hawk is doing a fantastic job in this game itself. However, it's back to the drawing board for Team CARACAL. They need those points even more now, considering that they've just took a loss. However, the series is not over yet. They have to play game number 3. Game 1, great adaptation. Drafts a little bit iffy coming from Team Hawk, but they adapted for game number 2. I like how they sent up the Kadita as well as Valentina on the XP lane. A little bit sloppy on this mid lane control, but you do see a little bit of change that helped them win this game.
Right now, speaking of adaptation, they gotta be wary of mid because sure, Panda did well. Sure, Gary, Mon did well. But again, Min is the reason why everyone did well. The Fatal Links. And in game number 1, no one stopped Win. Now, Min is there to stop him. So whatever way they draft after this, they need to be wary of that.
Yeah, I think it's just smart adaptations coming from Team Hawk to actually trying to respond to how Win has been playing throughout the game. They know Win has certain tendencies from game number 1. We did see how he likes to prioritize on his farms, and Team Hawk was able to capitalize on this situation. But let's take a look at the KDAs coming from Gary as well, because he's got 9,833 gold. He's got Radiant Armor, Brute Force Breastplate, Malefic Roll, as well as the Hunter Strike. What are your thoughts of this? Double penetration and double defense.
He started off with the Hunter Strike, and then he built the Radiant Armor to make sure that he can actually take damage from AJ as well as Maima. But then, as we talked about, I feel like not a lot of players are aware of this, but there is like a hard cap right now in penetration where you guys can try it yourselves in ranked games or in practice mode, where the more penetration you stack up, the less returns you're gonna get, because your damage is gonna your damage is gonna plateau so hard. That's why we saw that in the early stage of the game, Gary did well, but after Panda gets his second item, it's all over. It's the end of the game. So right now, let's look at the MVP of the game presented by Mig Delivery. It is Panda, 5,081 damage per minute.
Yep, he's topping the GPM on top of the fights as well. He was getting flanked time and time again, but Panda on the cloud was completely outplaying his former teammate Maima on the gold lane. So well done coming from Panda. 2 games in a row coming from Maima, playing on the Lunox. Seems like it's just so difficult to play a game without marksman. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not CARACAL, are they going to adapt again to their non-marksman playstyle. Game 1, it pulled off. Seems like it was could have been luck, could have been outdraft. Maybe drafts coming from Team Out was a little bit questionable. But game 2, Panda brought the table with the Claw, just completely denied them any opportunities to come back to this game.
And let's just imagine Claude bringing a table. Let's look at the highlight that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, where honestly, the Ace, all of the good setups is honestly bad engagements coming in from Team Hawk. Usually when we see a Kufra, it's going to be a little bit more proactive around the map, trying to catch anyone off guard with the first kill. But in this game, he's being reactive. When someone comes in, then he's going to slam them against the wall, which kind of shows maybe he's not entirely comfortable with Kufra, because, again, how many times do we see engages coming in from the Ace?
Yeah, this is just so unfortunate, eBay. He got 4 members right in front of him, but the Abrasive Draft just connected on 1 player, and it's just so sad considering that he could have turned the entire fight in their favor, and it was so very difficult to pull it off. But like I said as well, Min has been phenomenal. He was able to get off on towards Vin multiple times, and the Fatal Links is what all it takes to pretty much slow down any momentum that CARACAL was trying to develop to actually transition into his fight where it was favorable to them. But at this stage of the game, you know, Panda was already so far ahead. There was no way Win could actually contest it without Panda having some sort of solution to deal with the initial burst. I'm pretty sure at that stage of the game, even if they lost that fight and prolonged even more, Panda would have gotten his Winds of Nature to actually deal with the initial burst and yada yada. And I feel like it was so very difficult for CARACAL to come back into the game, and that's why when they played this draft, they had a very, very small ticking window to actually close out the game.
Looking at the damage just now, looks like penetration has diminishing returns, so perhaps the way you play right now is damage based on HP, because Claude is doing quite a lot. 5,000 damage, that's crazy. But we're going to go for a short break, giving time for both teams to prepare for the third game. So we'll be on the break, but after this, it is game number 3.
you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit for warm-up.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10 for the final game of Dynamon in this final week of the regular seasons. My name is ICBaby12 and this is Lafel, as we will take you through the final match of today's games, the decider match of both CARACAL as well as Team Hug. Both these teams needs their win to try and secure their spots. In this case, Team Hug looking for the upper brackets and Team CARACAL fighting for their tournament lives against Lunatics.
Since I'm hungry, I'm thinking of a cheeseburger. And it looks like for Team Hug, they tried to cheese their way off a one-game victory with a very interesting draft. Didn't work out. And in game number 2, they brought their A game, which is very interesting because it looks like even if Valentina is open, Team CARACAL, they will not pick it up. This is valuable information for Team Hug, where there's like, out of every single hero in the game, the first hero you pick is a Lilia.
Which is kind of surprising, right?
Yeah, very surprising.
Yeah, I totally did not expect them to actually prioritize Lilia over Valentina, even though it's been nerfed here and there. But I still feel like I do see the potential threat of it. You know, they nerfed the fear a little bit. Sorry, they nerfed the terrorize at like 0.1 second. The ultimate skill still brings so much more value, right? And getting a steal onto a black shoe just helped them so much. But in case you missed out, in the recap of how Game 2 happened off, this was pretty much a draft coming from both sides. We did see a little bit more Fredrin pickups in this coming weeks. Reworks has been made, but I still think it's a little bit lacking still in terms of overall potential and setups coming from Fredrin, right? If you think about it.
I feel it's not enough because the animation has been sped up a little bit.
Yep.
But
still not enough.
The Prison Rev, a lot of teams have been able to avoid it. I kind of feel like if you want to make sure that it actually hits, you kind of have someone else has to stun them, slow them like a Numinum Blast kind of situation, and then it can connect.
Going for the setup, right?
Which makes sense why Lolita was banned. So right now, I kind of feel like for CARACAL, they need to adjust on the hero that the Ace gets. And looking at this game, Panda 60,000 damage, that is quite a lot. So I like when the meta shifts, man, because now damage according to HP is a lot stronger because of the changes of armor and magic resist, where HP is not affected.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case as well. And Demon Hunter Sword just completely excels that in this kind of situations, right? Having shields kind of counter
Carry will be good.
Passive. And I honestly like carry. I was hoping to see more carry gameplays in today's games, but so far people are just straying away despite the nerfs on the Beatrix. You know, Popo and Koopa still okay-ish. But it's still Melissa as well was kind of in a gray area for me because completely ignored from both sides. So wasn't exactly sure what was going through their minds, but of course, like I said, new patch, new ideas, new testing grounds. It's going to be proven here, especially in the final weeks of the regular season before they make it into those playoffs. Now, with Game 3 being decided, Team Hawk now on the blue side. Once again, they will respect the Aces Grok. They will ban it off again.
You know, I want to take this time. This is completely random. But I want to appreciate something. You know, where we don't necessarily not my Claude, please. Oh my god, even Panda is like, please give me the Claude again. Please don't ban the Claude. I wonder if they will even first pick it.
You know, but it's funny, right? Like during first game, we were hovering on the camera as well. Panda was like, first pick Benedetta, give it to me. And now, oh, okay, give it to me. Claude.
Looks like Panda is controlling the team. I don't care what you guys use, just get me my hero. All right, what does this one say? Bagi Panda Claude.
Really?
Okay, now this is what I want to say, right? We don't necessarily have a Malaysian meta, and because right now what I like is every single team, they have their own identity. Like if I say a certain hero, you can already identify a few players, a few teams. Like Claude, Panda, Bakito, Chibi on Homeboys.
Oh, you're forgetting Iris as well.
Iris as well, and even Team Ha, they're memeing on Panda. They're like, Panda only knows how to play Claude. I just want to put it out there that every single team have their own personality. They have their own drafts, and I love to see it.
What about Sun?
Adip.
Yeah, you see?
Oh, Win out of nowhere!
Whoa!
It says Win already has a girlfriend.
Is Win's girlfriend in the crowd?
I don't know. I haven't introduced myself to her.
You gotta find who's Win's girlfriend.
You want to know a funny thing? When
you would know, right? You don't tell me you even know who Win's girlfriend is.
No. I was interviewing Team Hawk, right? And then I was shouting out that Min's girlfriend was in the crowd.
Yeah. Don't tell me it wasn't a girlfriend.
The cameraman shot on the wrong girl. The cameraman was shifting to the wrong
girl. So you lied to me?
No. The girl just now, that was the girlfriend. But the cameraman showed someone else. During that time, the girl, and then after that, I had dinner with Team Hawk, and then Min's girlfriend is like, oh, Claude first pick. Look at the happy face of Panda, man.
Okay. First pick
Panda takes the draft.
All right. First pick Claude. Team CARACAL action to deal with it. Grok is a great way to deal with the Claude. Cho is pretty decent as well, so I want to see the ace on that Cho. Maybe even Eve on the Cho, because game 1, his Cho was pretty phenomenal. So force picking it, denying it against Min and Man isn't too bad as a solution to deal with the Cloud for Team CARACAL. I want to see a little bit more that coming from Eve. But Maima is in a situation where he does play a pretty decent Cloud, but I don't know why they're straying away from the Marksman division. CARACAL, they respond. It is going to be the Cho as well as the Arkai. Arkai is still potentially in the roam, potentially in the jungle coming in from Win.
Here's the thing, right? Having the Claude first pick and looking at how Panda was laughing all the way to Japan, it does show that he really does not care whatever OP pick Team CARACAL takes, because the Akai is a very good pick, right? Akai is a very good pick. Cho is a very good pick. He's like, have every single lockdown hero that you can get in the game, and I guarantee you I will not die in this game. This is the kind of vibe that I'm getting from Panda.
You know what guarantees that?
What?
They pick the Digi right here, right now. Nothing matters anymore if they get the Digi right here, right now from Team Hawk. But do they pick it? Come on. No way! No way!
No! Gary Fanny,
no way!
No!
What?
No!
What? Why would they not pick the Digi, but they went for Fanny Kadita? Alright.
No, dude. Gary, man. Gary is a different monster on the Fanny.
Okay.
If you go to his TikTok, even on his TikTok, he says in the description, I can only play Fanny. Of course, that's a lie. That's a complete lie. But that shows the amount of
dedication and tribute to Fanny itself.
Exactly. Like, put Gary's face on Fanny. It will look weird, but it will make sense.
You know? Is he the Malaysian top ones yet? Is he the Malaysia top 1 Fanny yet?
Is my
I think he's been there for not just Fanny. Not just Fanny, not just Link, not just Lancelot, a lot of assassins, man.
All right, I want to see things go well for him because as of yet, Team CARACAL, they have the tools to deal with it. They've got the Cho, they've got Heavy Spin. These are 2 heroes that can deal with both the Clot as well as the Fanny. If they want to double, triple their bet right from the get-go, getting the Kufra is going to be okay for them. Unless Team Park says, you know, that's a little bit of overkill in that regards. And I like Brody is a great way to actually deal with the Fanny. It's one of the very few marksmen that can actually stop the momentum that a Fanny brings to the table. So I get where this is coming from CARACAL. But when it comes to ban phase, Diggy needs to go. Team CARACAL, they get away with it. They ban off. I was hoping Team Out would pick it off though.
I was hoping they don't.
Why?
Because I prefer Min using a cash hero. I prefer him using a tanky hero.
Fair enough.
I gotta say, some teams, I legit don't care about the meta. This is your way of playing. Just play it that way, right? Like, okay, for example, Gary. Even if Fanny is not in the meta, just use Fanny. That's your hero, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is my coach senses where it tells me like the meta can go away. Just use whatever you want. He said hi something.
Hi mama.
Hi mama.
Wow. Nice. Is either hi mama or hi mama, but at the same time, I think it's mama. Mom makes a little bit more sense. But at the same time, they will ban off the Lunox. Maima has been playing 2 games of the Lunox so far. So they are going to force CARACAL to play a traditional marksman, which I don't think is much of an issue, considering that the Brody has pretty much shown his hands.
I mean, AJ is pretty dangerous on the Lunox, so that could be another way they're thinking about it. Atlas ban, yes, please.
They've got to respect that. They have to respect that. So that's going to be taken out of the equation coming from CARACAL.
If they ban out the Atlas, I think the next hero that Min wants is probably the Lolita.
No, I'm not a big fan of Lolita pickup here. They need some way to actually go in for the setup against Team CARACAL. Jawhead, haven't seen the current patch yet. They buffed it up a little bit, but I don't see it as a great way to deal with both the Archai as well as the Cho. Grok has pretty much been banned off as well. A hero that actually opens up that map a little bit better.
Your team is
Ooh, now that I think about it, it's actually quite limited as of yet. Franco isn't... No, actually I want to see a Mincitar, to be honest. Mincitar is actually pretty decent against the Cho.
Yeah, it's just about has Min tried it out. The last time I talked with the coach from Team Hawk, Coach Bobs, he's like, what hero haven't we used, right? Because, sure,
Layla?
No, it's like in the scrims, because of course they don't share every single detail of their scrims. But when Badang was buffed, I was like, have you guys tried out the Badang?
Have you guys tried Badang? Have you actually tried the Badang? I actually like it. It's pretty strong.
I personally haven't tried it for this one, but the previous one where Badang was buffed in the previous season as well, previous patch as well. Kaja!
Okay.
Kaja! 4 heroes that have a stun going up against Gary on this Fanny. If Shamilo is watching this stream, shoutouts to you, man. We forced him to use a Fanny, and this is the kind of drop he had to go up against. He did not have a good time.
I like how you're hyping up the Kaja, but immediately the camera pans onto Shamsky's face. You can see the face was like, guys, what do we do now? Because they've got so much catch potential, and we kind of messed up by not taking the DK from the get-go, because this is just doubling down lockdowns after lockdowns. Divine Judgment completely shut down Fanny. Wave the Dragon shut down Fanny. Likewise, coming from the Claw, they need a way to get out of this sticky situation, and seems like they're doubling down on the Lilia as well as, like you said as well, the Lolita being picked up.
Man.
They need Purifies.
I know all of these teams. Their face have certain heroes. And if Team CARACAL they want to double down, pick up the Eudora.
Oh.
Like, the moment he sees the Fanny, Thunder Wrath, boom. Like,
okay.
Even if they lose, just make sure that Gary goes 0, 10, and 0.
I think Kagura is a safer bet right here. Kagura is definitely a safer bet if they want to really, really double down on this, because that is going to be a jungle archive for sure, I think. Unless this is going to be an XP Kaja. It's been a while since I've seen an XP Kaja for a very, very long time. So what's it going to be? They're breaking the Esmeralda for Eve.
Mid Kaja.
Mid Kaja for Team CARACAL. Esmeralda going to be benefiting from the shields of Lolita. I love the drafts coming from CARACAL.
Oh, I love it. Like, I'm laughing. I'm happy. This kind of drafts cures my depression.
Wow. Yeah, I like how Team CARACAL is drafting this a little bit more. A little bit of intervention, but at the same time, Team Hawk, they've drafted a pretty solid one themselves. Can Gary pull the W with this fanny play despite the amount of CCs that's going to be thrown his way? Because CARACAL, they're looking to take the win. They're fighting for their lives. This is it. All or nothing. This is a game to watch, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be the decider match of both Team CARACAL as well as Team Hawk, bringing in the Kaja from CARACAL. Are you guys excited? I sure am. Why don't you guys stick around, because we are heading in towards the land of dawn for game number 3.
I'm hyping Gary on the fanny, but at the same time, I kind of want Kaja to win, because when's the last time we saw the Kaja get a win for himself? Let this game be the game, but at the same time, Moonton, if you're watching, don't buff Kaja. When he's strong, he's too strong. So just put him there as a very niche hero, please.
Yeah, but I feel like based on the current drafts coming from Team CARACAL, they wouldn't be able to take advantage too much on the Divine Judgment's magic reduction because of the fact that they only have an Esmeralda. And I feel like based on the scenario from Team CARACAL, they're just doubling down on just going for hard lockdowns to counter Gary. And Gary's going to be in a situation where he might be just forced to split push the entirety of this game. So he has to be very, very careful with his setups. But of course, if CARACAL makes one wrong move, Shamsky can completely one-shot them with those rough waves.
Yeah, so while game is calming down, let's look at the emblem setup. So it looks like this Kaja is going to be using the Magic Worship and having the penetration. Because of the extra penetration, it's going to be easier to trigger the Magic Worship. Right now, Maima is taking a little bit of damage from Panda as well as Min, but it's going to be A-okay. And part of the reason why I feel like Lolita will be a good pick because
you can block the Toast Taunt part of
this is Cho Jungle.
Hold up.
This is
You're
Cho
right.
Jungle. It took me a while. I was looking at the Kaja, but this is a Cho Jungle.
You're right. I for a second I thought it was gonna be a Arcade Jungle, but
Wow.
What?
This draft makes me feel some kind of way, man.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah. I guess I get where you're coming from as well, because I'm kind of speechless myself. But as of yet, Gary going for a little bit of challenge against DAs. The jungle is going to be out for grabs. Cho already starting things off. This is very, very risky. Eevee going to go for the Falling Star Moon. Bullies off Shamsky to a certain degree. But here comes the Petrify. Here comes the Rough Waves. Looks good. Connects on DAs. But will they go in for the follow-up? But seems like the turtle will be secured by win from Team CARACAL.
Yeah, Panda is cleaning the wave. Looks like he has a very clear advantage here in the gold lane, and he's gonna get the farm in the mid lane as well.
AJ,
so
AJ, go for it. He should have.
You have the. I mean, okay, he might know that Min is there, because if he goes in, he's gonna get bombed on the head by the Lolita's hammer, and no damage is gonna come through. So discipline, man, discipline.
I thought he would have gone for it because he's so close to the turret. He doesn't have those battle mirror image to a certain degree. He might have gotten a little bit of value, but well, all things considered, played a little bit slow. But Team Hawk, they're setting up for an ambush up top, and there's just nowhere to be found for Team CARACAL. They've got Eevee as the Esmeralda, but is that the right target they should be focusing on? Because on the bottom side as well, they're also setting a mini ambush in with Shamsky on that Kadita. So this is going to be a little bit difficult. Win playing the space, shoving the lane, rotating down bottom. That's going to be a clear indicator for Team Hawk to back out.
Yeah, right now, Team CARACAL, they have the catches, right? So they're actually the one that has the go, but whenever they want to go for a fight, they should go for it. It's just that I feel like whoever is the decision maker for Team CARACAL, he's not seeing the correct window to catch anyone.
That's a pretty nice emote, I'm not gonna lie. But
I mean, the crowd is... I love this.
We're vibing with the crowd. The crowd's vibing with us as well. I like it. But as of yet, bottom side, Panda gonna get harassed down. Maima gonna be forced to back out. Win gonna be showing himself. He does have the angles for the Wake of the Dragon, but they just don't have the burst potential to do so yet unless AJ gets a couple of fights. Luminar Blast comes in. Shamsky looking for the bait, but he gets kicked away. Roughway still holding on. He still has it, but he gets chain CC. First blood for the ace to cancel him off, and Min is gonna be the next to fall. Mistakes were made, but great teamwork coming from CARACAL to chain CC Shamsky.
Yeah, right now, Man, he is in the middle of 4 people. He still has black shoes, but he's still in a rough situation. Eevee, as well as the Ace, is there doing a lot of damage onto Man. Is still trying to run away, and he actually manages to run with his life.
Yep, made a lot of space because CARACAL is going to be focusing on the turtle instead. AJ still has lockdown available. Gary hasn't exactly shown himself yet, but Eevee going for an early Oracle on his regards, but Maima was getting focused down as well. Gary, he knows that there's no one protecting him, but they're not going for the kill. They're giving it to Panda. Great economy swing for Team Hawk to make sure that Panda is going to be the win condition, because eventually, even if Gary gets the kill, he can't really do too much in these situations.
Either that or even Panda is like, don't you dare get that kill. I don't care if you're the jungler. I'm the gold laner. I need the gold. So, I don't know, man. Like, in my head, things are a little bit fun here.
The Ace gets the heavy spin, doesn't seem to connect. Min is going to be a little bit of trouble, but he does have the shield to do so. So, the Ace forced to back out. Panda consistently chipping away at the tier 1 down bottom, hoping it will put up the map, but Team Hawk still not ready to force a fight yet. They have to play this slow. Maima pops the ultimate for now, and that's going to be not doing a little bit too much damage. So this is going to be a game of farm, and Panda will almost 1 level, actually nearly almost 2 levels ahead of Panda soon.
Actually, looking at the gold difference, CARACAL, they're in the lead, but I wonder who actually has the most amount of gold in this game, because Eevee as well as Panda, both of them have the Everest emblem, so whenever they do go in front, they have a little bit more, but I kind of feel like Panda is uninterrupted, and he's been getting both the gold laner farm as well as the mid laner farm, so he should be #1 in charts.
Yep, I like how this is going out for Team Hawk as well. This is not super aggressive to a degree. They know for a fact that Gary can't exactly snowball their way through. They're respecting CARACAL's positioning, but in terms of burst potential, it all comes down to Win, whether or not he makes that first mistake. But seems like Win actually going for a tanky composition coming in from CARACAL instead. So, seems like AJ is going to be the main damage dealer on this Kaja. He needs to go for the one-shot potential, but it's going to be very difficult. So, it all comes down to the setup.
I kind of feel like AJ might just be burning everyone and then getting Maima a easy third part memory to kill everyone, but the Ace goes in. Will he use the heavy spin onto anyone? Not yet. Oh, Nominal Blast is 2!
Oh, Nominal Blast connects on it. It denied the heavy spin, but now on the back lines, AJ gets focused down, and that's going to be CARACAL forced to back out. Mistakes were made. Great catch coming from Shamsky as Team Hawk looking to go a little bit more mid, catching them off guard. Win now, dropping a little bit too low. They can still try to punish this, but he is only opening up the map for this tier 1 down middle. So Team Hawk doing a fantastic job just shutting him down. And now with the turtle also secured in the hands of Team Hawk. But
I'm just a little bit worried. Team CARACAL, they're playing this super passively, because right now, the goal difference non-existent.
Yep, it's going to be very difficult to do so as well, considering that AJ needs a little bit more items to scale into a later stage of the game. He needs that one-shot potential, but it's going to be so very difficult to do so, considering that everyone from that Team CARACAL doesn't exactly have the damage to do so. Mostly it's supposed to be coming from eBay, mostly it's going to be supposed to be from Maima, but it takes a little bit more time. Once AJ gets taken out, this is where Team Hawk is going to go in for the fight, but AJ! He tried to go in for the Flicker Divine Judgment, but guess what? Panda is just a little bit too quick.
That's not just the Sharingan, man. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. He read everything that AJ wanted to do. You were talking about how AJ has to one-shot someone.
Oh,
Shamsky! Like, I got it! Shamsky goes in! 3 people now come to Nominal Blast. Hits onto 1, mid-engages, gets the kill onto AJ. Panda free hitting from the back lines. The Ace has to run away. The kick onto Mon, but it's not going to be enough. Panda using the Blazing Duet to get a kill onto Eevee, but Eevee is still very, very tanky. They're going to settle for the mid lane turret. Engage from Team CARACAL, but Team Hawk came up on top.
Big cash coming from Team Hawk. Mistakes were made, but overall, Shamsky doing pretty well in this situation. But with that small fight, let's take a look at the itemization come real quick from Panda. He's 3-0-2. He's got his Winds of Nature. This is where Brody is no longer relevant. But for AJ's side, he's got the Genius One, he's got the Assure Blade, but bottom side, Maima, he gets connected with the Numenon Blast. He will get taken out. Now, Win, next going to be the fall. The Ace not going to be able to save his life. They get Shamsky as a return, but at what cost? They lost Maima and Win in the process.
Looking at the item just now, Panda has 3 core items.
But at the same time, seeing how things is going on, here in terms of core items, it feels like AJ needs a little bit more before he can actually take a little bit more damage. Because if you think about it, the thing about Kaja, you need to go for the one-shot. And every single time they try to go to engage, didn't exactly happen in Team CARACAL's favor. He was a little bit hesitant, understanding that the drafters don't have the tools to do so. And now with the turtle secured in the hands of Team Up, this is going to help them a little bit more. Gary just understanding that he doesn't need to play it safe. But sheesh, once again, from Team CARACAL, can they make the win wombo combo? Yes, putting on the map, trying to fight against Min. But is it going to happen?
AJ right now, he has the Calamity Reaper shoot, so he can do a little bit more damage. The point I wanted to talk about, and again, sorry, Panda already has 3 items. Maima only has 1. He only has a Blade of Despair. In comparison, Panda, Demon Sword, Golden Staff, and Wind of Nature, we can see a big gap in the gold leaders.
Yep, and itemizations as well. It's going to be very, very easy for Team Hawk, as all they got to do is itemize for physical. Luminum Blast not going to connect onto CARACAL. CARACAL would narrowly escape this for now, but they have to defend against the Lord. Gary already shoving the lane down bottom. Panda already making quick work onto the tier 2 up top. So CARACAL, they have to make a decision. Seems like they will be able to escape for now, but Shamsky just got his Genius Wand, so that's going to be a little bit more damage on that Kadita even further.
Yeah, but looks like in this game, he just got to help set it up, because I feel like Panda, he is putting dibs on those kills. Even though Gary has secured 2 for himself, even Min has 2 kills on his name. Panda has a 100% kill participation. Look at what that tells you about him as a player, right? Panda, he gets the farm from gold, he gets the farm from mid, he gets assists, he gets kills, 100% kill participation. Panda, he's becoming quite a star.
Oh my goodness,
and
the ace!
He's seeing stars.
Gone! Deleted. Goodbye. Back to the base, bro. Because that was the
that a
quickest. I don't know. That doesn't seem to be a roamer, because that's just got one shot coming from Team Out. What is that damage? Because if you pay attention to his item, he's got a Athena shield. Yeah, it's great against the magic, but against physical, the Dreadnought armor's a little bit too lacking, because Thunder is going to shred through his way. But now, Team Up, you're playing with the aggression. Man, he does have to purify. He blades out the Black Shoe. AJ still hesitated on his jump for now, as he's not make the big plays yet. But with this coming in, they want to go in for the fight. Team Hawk going to be completely backing out of the fight as of yet, as Team CARACAL not going to be able to respond to this at all. It's just so very, very unfortunate for Team CARACAL as of now.
Team CARACAL, they have a lot of ways to engage, but there's no engagement. That is the only thing that I can say that can really envelop of what is happening in this game. If people want my opinion, Team CARACAL, they have a lot of ways to engage, but they did not. So yeah, win condition, they're not achieving it.
True. AJ is just struggling. He's just so afraid to making wrong plays, but eventually not doing anything is going to hurt them even more than doing something. But as of yet, Team CARACAL seems like they're playing the safe approach. The next Lord is going to be in the favor of Team Hawk. Balls in their court. And Team CARACAL, they have to find a way to fight this. Maima securing the purple buff. Lord already being started from side Team Hawk. Win has no choice but to start to play. He is going to be scouting for information, but they don't exactly know where Man is. Man showing himself for now. It is going to be a Lilia, but guess what? The bigger priority is going to be Eve. Eve gets comboed in. Eve going to be focused down as well. He's got the combo. There's no one to save his time. And Gary immediately understands that there's no one protecting him. Takes him out of the equation. Very nicely done from Team Hawk.
What kind of calculations is Gary making in his head? Because it's like he really look at the geometry of the map and is like, okay, cable here, and I will arrive here. This is my final destination. Because the way that he moved around just now to get a kill onto Eevee, it looks like he was walking with cables.
Yeah,
that was so precise.
That was crazy. But with that being said, the damage that ranking here is going to be coming from Panda, Gary, as well as Mon. 17k from Mon, Gary 24,000, 30,000 from Panda. But at the same time, AJ only 12,000. That's
bottom 4.
Not what I was expecting on this mage card. I was expecting a little bit more than just this. You know, he needs to be a little bit more proactive, but seems like the timing window is pretty much closed off.
Here's the thing. Panda is dealing 3 times more damage than Maima.
Dude, he's doing 3 times more damage than everyone else.
Yeah, so Right now, the conceal has been used by Min. Is he going to set anyone up with the Numinum Blast? He's looking for a moment, and the Numinum Blast has been used, but it's going to get cancelled.
Yep, and as of yet, it's CARACAL. They're fighting for their lives. They need to go for the all-out push, but eBay is stalling the back lines, but he's a little bit afraid in case Shamsky catches him off guard. So they've learned their lesson, but somehow Team Hawk, they do not want to take the risk yet. They managed to defend against Lord. They still hold on, but with the Magic Flare coming in, they are going to be able to scout things out for now as Team Hawk will play the safe approach. They've got all immortalities. Win looking for the kit, doesn't seem to connect as Team Hawk is slowly chipping away at the turrets of this inhibitor. Blast comes in, doesn't connect the eBay, but eBay getting Skybomb is about heavy speed, delays the inevitable, but Man from the sides will finish him off. CARACAL now in a little bit of trouble. Win will be forced to use the Way of the Dragon to stall and save his life. This engage coming from CARACAL, this engage coming from Team Hawk. Do they risk this? I think they should. Because eBay, 25 seconds on the sidelines, 5v4 at the base. Win doesn't have to wave the dragon. This is goal time for them to push over the Crystal. And it seems like they go in the push for AJ. They get the push. They couldn't get the finish. Gary will try and clean out the breast of the Dragu. He's got the health. He's got the damage. Double kill coming from Mon to wrap things up. Crystals are exposed and Team Hawk will look to close out this game and take the full series against CARACAL.
2-2-1. Gary looking strong. And Panda, this is the Team Hawk special. Bringing in the Claude as the first pick. Literally not caring whatever hero gets picked up by CARACAL. I kind of have to say the same thing for Gary. I'm going to pick up the Fanny. Legit, I don't care. Any crowd control that you bring out, I just don't care.
Yeah, you can see Team Hawk fans absolutely happy with that performance. They bounce back 2-0. A reverse 2-0 sweep. GG, well played from Team Hawk. Well done indeed. Despite Lola's absence, they still pull through. But as of yet, CARACAL, they do. I'm looking forward to see what Team Hawk has to say with the host up on stage.
Assalamualaikum Quill City Mall. Kemenangan yang didapatkan oleh pasukan Team Hawk, comeback yang diperlukan telah berjaya dilaksanakan oleh mereka. Ayo kita bersama-sama dengan mereka. Guys, depan sikit guys. Di tengah-tengah saya sekali ni. First of all, saya nak pass kepada rookie kita terlebih dahulu. Syam Sky, first of all. Tahniah berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Apakah perasaan awak dah berada di pentas MPL dan kemenangan yang pertama didapatkan oleh awak sekarang ini? Debut dan terus menang.
Terima kasih Adina. So first of all, kalau nak kata perasaan memang happy gila sebab dapat lagi pun first debut dengan diorang semua berempat and Alhamdulillah menang 2-1.
Alhamdulillah berjaya untuk dapat kemenangan, prestasi yang begitu mantap. Tapi saya perlu pass mic ini kepada Panda terlebih dahulu. Ada sedikit sebanyak ingin saya katakan di sini. Okey. Team Hawk berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan 2-1. Di game yang pertama, kenapa you tak main je dekat gold lane tersebut? Kenapa ada perubahan you main dekat bahagian EXP tersebut?
Boy. Sebab tu strategi coach lah. Kita follow je apa yang coach cakap.
Dan bila tak terjadi, terus kena ubah balik lah.
Betul.
Okey, dan perubahan itu berjaya untuk membuahkan hasil sebenarnya. Okey, Panda.
Boring duk gol.
Oh, lain macam sebenarnya. Okey, saya nak ambil dia, saya nak pass kepada Man sekarang ni. Aduh, sorry. Man. Awak ni, geram saya tengok kadang-kadang. Okey, kita tahu minggu ini Lola tak ada, mungkin ada masalah kesihatan, semoga dia get well soon. Tapi macam mana scrim korang dengan Man terpaksa main dekat bahagian EXP lane? Adakah kesukaran itu efek korang ataupun macam mana?
Mula rasanya susah lah untuk ESP kan sebab nak kita gantikan Lola punya lane. Tapi asyik berkat teammate dengan coach bagi semangat untuk kita main juga lah.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, soalan kedua mengenai awak juga. Sedangkan awak kena main EXP lane untuk minggu ni, ada tak coach ataupun awak sendiri terfikir yang kena main fighter kat ESP lane juga ataupun coach kata tak apa Man, main je hero-hero match awak?
Actually ada, tapi mungkin simpan dulu.
Simpan terlebih dahulu. Okey, selalunya kita akan suruh pemain-pemain bagi ucapan dekat fan. Tapi kali ini, saya pasti kemenangan ini korang nak hadiahkan kepada Lola. So, ada tak ucapan yang nak berikan kepada Lola yang mungkin tak berapa sihat, dia nak get well soon sekarang ni? So, ada tak ucapan kepada pemain korang yang sedang menonton, berikan sokongan kepada korang hari ini?
Okey, kepada Lola, get well soon lah. Nanti join ya.
Nanti join semula sebenarnya. Lola get well served. Tanya kepada pasukan Tim Hak sekali lagi tepukan gemuruh untuk pasukan Tim Hak dan juga pasukan CARACAL. Match yang begitu baik telah dilaksanakan oleh mereka. Tapi sekarang ini kita nak dengar mic check daripada pasukan Tim Hak untuk perlawanan mereka sebentar tadi.
Nice!
Nice guys.
Kau dah aku tim Liga.
Nice.
Nice!
Mantap Wan, sampuk Wan.
Kewan. Boleh tak? Tu Digi. Asin. Nice!
Bruno.
Bruno If. Nice! Bruno If. Tolong, aku sakit. Lagi aku cari. Turun aja. 3 second. Nice lah guys. Nice lah guys.
Kelas jam.
Kelas. Lampu. Oh, Allah tak angkat tu.
Kelas. Lo. No kuning.
Mata dong. Rata. Ya, berapa kaca? Nice! Mati dong. Nice! Kena. Hajar. Mati. Woi! Itu Syam. Gas. Mantai rancak. Mana rancak? Berdosa. Kepek. Nice! Ganting. Akan mati. Mati dah. Nice! Aku hati.
Dewan.
Boom! Mata dua!
I'm gonna say right now, Fanny is there. Gary has to take a picture of Fanny. But before that, I do have to say, right? Adin gave an opportunity for Man to give a heartwarming speech towards Lola, and the only thing that he can come up with, come back, join us again. I don't want to play EXP. And the thing is, Lola is here. Oh my goodness.
I thought he was like off home and sick as well. He's here supporting, cheering them on. So at the same time, get well soon. It's going to be very, very important for Team Hak. But at the same time, Shamsky demonstrated some really, really good Kadita gameplay so far. So who knows? Maybe he will be playing on the main stage. However, let's talk about how Game 3 happened in terms of the items that's happened from both sides. Because if you think about it, I feel like AJ struggled the most despite itemization towards a Genius Wand, Calamity Reaper, and then towards a Divine Glaive with that Kaja.
I have to say this, nothing against, I'm not saying bad things about Maima, but this is the big difference when Panda 13,000 gold and Maima 9,486 gold. The difference in terms of items, 3 items to 1, especially with Maima itemization, is super expensive with Blade of Despairs as well as the Malefic Roar. I kind of felt like if he was really struggling in the game, he should have built a 100 strike first item and then eventually build up to the Blade of Despair. Because again, you don't have the luxury of gold. Don't waste your gold by buying something that is so expensive that will put you so far behind.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I'm a little bit surprised by Win's decision as well to actually go for a full tank Chol, considering that we were expecting maybe an Archive jungle, right? Maybe going for the XP Cho to a certain degree. But what was really messed up was that they opted to go for a triple tank composition coming from CARACAL and completely oblige the fact that they don't exactly have main damage dealers. And despite, even though Maima was going for a Hunter Strike, right? Everyone from the other side was pretty much itemizing against him, which I don't think is much of a big deal as well. They don't really need a lot to actually deal with just 2 DPS, which are not really hard damage dealers. And with this being said as well, we can see Panda's damage can transition very well. 50k, 35k for Mon, Gary 35,000, whereas the rest of CARACAL, not anyone even barely hitting 30,000. EVA was pretty much the only one that did the most, but at the same time, this is Nesmeralda I was talking about. You're going to be in front, swish, whoosh, you're still going to be doing damage still.
Yeah, and again, looking at attention seekers, Panda the rich guy, Panda the carry, Panda the forgotten one.
Really?
He has the most gold, he has the most damage, and I still think that he has 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
The Ace took 102,000 damage in the game, and like you said, the highest damage for Team CARACAL is 22,000 damage. You kind of don't want to hear that about your team.
Yeah, it's just very, very unfortunate considering that we're expecting a little bit more. Maybe in terms of draft, maybe a little bit of roles as well in terms of their comfort heroes. It's been in a little bit of an issue for them. So right from the get-go, of course, great stuff coming from Team Hawk. They played it really well. They played it a little bit standard. Props to Shamsky as well. We haven't seen too much coming from him, but it's understandable why CARACAL was banning the Kadita in the first game, respecting Shamsky, and now with game 2, game 3, 2 games in a row, Shamsky was able to get some very, very big catches against CARACAL. And who could blame CARACAL for, especially in AJ in particular, to be afraid to be counter-engaged because of the petrified setups from the Kadita itself?
Yeah, Team Hawk, they gotta be careful. I feel like if any team, like especially Lunatics, they should ban out this Claw. But right now, let's look at the MVP presented by McDelivery Panda. Not 100%, I'm so sad. 85% kill participation, 308 game KDA, 3,258 damage per minute. Why did you miss out on the kill, Panda? Why?
Well, it's all good, you know. Sometimes it gets a little bit boring in the goal lane. Sometimes farming his way through. He tried his best to participate as much as he can. I say 85%, pretty good number despite the 100% he had early on. But that as a farmer, he's done really well as a marksman department. But at the same time, I'm surprised he's the forgotten one, considering that he's still an MVP, you know? Usually forgotten one and MVP is like 2 different people.
Forgotten one is the most assists, and looks like in this game,
fair enough, fair enough.
He has the most assists with 8 assists, and yeah, you know, coming in with the Blazing Duet, hitting absolutely everyone in close proximity. Yeah, it's a pretty sizable assist, 8 assists. Pretty good. Let's look at the highlights that is brought to us by Samsung Galaxy A series, and the only thing that I want to talk about is the lack of engagement from Team CARACAL when they literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 people that can engage. And honestly, if Maima is feeling frisky, just flicker in front, use the second skill. In a way, that's an engage as well. But nah, they didn't do it.
Yeah, and you know, despite that, there were a couple of instances where I saw that they could have gotten engaged. But I think what really threw CARACAL off guard in this match was that Min was able to start things off with that Numenon Blast, which we kind of saw like 5 seconds ago. On how the thing kind of stuck in CARACAL's mind, right? After that engagement, everyone from CARACAL was just so afraid to start the fight, and ever since they were just playing so passively and reactively to a point that that's actually what Team Hawk wants. They want Panda to build up and then transition to the later stage game where he goes completely out of control. He's got immortality, and this one-dimensional ultimate that CARACAL has is just not enough to take him down not once but twice through the Winds of Nature, through the immortality. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but props towards Team Hawk. But as of yet, the standings will put Team Hawk up on top above against RSGMY, further securing themselves in towards the upper brackets.
I already said it, man. I already said RSGMY, you're just going to celebrate for a few hours and then Team Hawk will take it, you know. Dude, I just called it, man. The drives I could call, the positions I could call. Sometimes it doesn't feel nice to be right.
Well,
too bad RSG.
Feels bad for them, but it's not over yet for SMG, I guess, to a certain degree. Can they catch up? That's going to be my question, because if they get the 2-0, they're still potentially up against Team Hawk, or maybe even Toda, because if
SMG gets
2-0.
If SMG gets 2-0, then they can be above RSGMY, so they will probably be going up against Team CARACAL or Lunatics. That should be the goal number 1 right now.
Yeah, it is very possible, but the chances of maybe Toda and Team Hawk dropping their games against either CARACAL or Lunatics, also a possibility. They might be shoved down into the low bracket, so I would say it's still pretty close, especially for Group A.
Okay, so CARACAL right now, they have
RSGMY is out of the equation for now.
Yeah,
there's no way they make it upper brackets.
Let's talk about CARACAL and Lunatics, where CARACAL has 11 points, Lunatics has 9. All right. Oh no, I don't like to talk about this. Can we not talk about this? Apparently there is a possibility of a 3-way tie where the first... Okay, so right now, Toda, Team Hawk, and RSG, they have the same points. I'm right now currently kind of happy because I don't think we will have that 3-way tie, but if it does, first we got to look at the points. If the points are the same, then we're going to look at the head-to-head history. And if in terms of head-to-head, they have this weird win-lose ratio against each other, then we're going to look at the winning points. And then once the winning points is more or less the same, then we're going to look at average game win time. So whoever has quicker games, which I got to remind everyone, Toda has the fastest game so far with a 8-minute 55 game. I mean, Toda has pretty long games as well. I don't know. Average game win time is going to be very difficult for me to calculate.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how they are deciding tiebreakers as well. So in case you guys do not know how it's happening, that's pretty much how they calculate as well. It is a temporary 3-way tie. All things considered, it is still a very, very possibility for SMG to actually go in for the fight. But of course, all of us are hoping for a potential not happening a tiebreaker, especially for the teams, because that is going to put them in a position where they're forced to play more games during the regular season, potentially revealing even more strategies before the playoffs. So getting the clean 2-0 might have been the dream that Team Hang needed for, but with this being said, it's close for Group A. It's really, really close.
I like the way that you spin it. I appreciate that. Way different than the reason why I don't want a tiebreaker. But anyway, let's look at the key to victories for the teams where game number 1, CARACAL win, but then 2 and 3, Team Hawk, they secreted for themselves. Gold leader Impact, Panda, looking at the smile on his face whenever he gets a Claude. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is gold laner difference for both teams.
Yeah, you know, in terms of gold laners, Impact, I feel like Panda was put in a situation where game 2, game 2, he's playing a traditional marksman. But for Maima, he was put in an awkward situation for game 2, right? It was pretty much a free win coming from Maima, for Panda on game number 2 because Lunox was his Cloud. You know, arguably, what can the Lunox do against a marksman, if you think about it? Game 3, marksman versus marksman, had a little bit of support with Lolita, was expecting a little bit more from Brody, but the thing about the animation when it comes to auto attack is that Lolita can easily catch an auto attack from Brody, easily compared to any other marksman, just because of how he has this charge time. So, makes a lot of sense. Gold laner Impact, hands down, Team Hawk won game 2, game 3. Game 1, not exactly sure what they were thinking with the draft. I'm going to ignore Team Hawk's game 1. Map control-wise, Min's positioning was very, very good as well because they understand from the fact that his needs to outbrain CARACAL on all fronts and make sure that they give this mental impression that they are not going to be, I would say, not punished to a certain degree if they overextend a little more, which in one team fight kind of transitioned into a fight where AJ was just so afraid to do anything despite multiple instances that he could have just done something and just gotten a free kill.
Yeah, the execute cash potential, that was literally the key to victory for CARACAL. They have Heavy Spin, Way of the Dragon, Divine Judgment. Technically the Falling Star Moon as well, you can catch multiple people's there. Again, nothing happened. So this is a situation where no matter how good your draft is, if you don't use the strength of your heroes, there is no strength to talk about.
True. Just a little bit unfortunate for them, but that's pretty much the keys to victory for Team Hawk. Well played to them. But as of yet, in case you guys want to see more on how the players roam in that particular game, let's take a look at the heat map coming from Min on how he played his entirety of the game. As you can see, he's been prioritizing a lot on the mid lane potential. What are your thoughts on his Lolita play?
Yeah, so this is minute 1 up until minute 6, and because of the Fanny, he's heavily focusing on the river side, both on the purple side as well as the orange side. This is again just to prevent, because I feel like Min is preparing himself mentally that this is a catch heavy composition. He wants my jungler, he wants my mid laner, so he wants to make sure that that does not happen. So looking at how Min plays, it's not just this heat map, it's almost every single heat map of Min. He controls the mid, because look at this, he's closing the jungle, but he's closing the side lanes as well. How can AJ with the Kaja go to the gold or EXP? Min is blocking his pathing all the way through.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the reason why AJ was just so afraid, right? Like you said as well, every single time AJ tries to make the play, there is a potential hammer that could immediately stops him to drag. So he's always positioned to try and stop Kaja as much as possible, knowing that he is the only kill potential, especially in the early stage coming from CARACAL. So it makes a lot of sense why Min was playing in this kind of playstyle. But let's take a look at how Man plays on the XP lane. He knows for a fact he misses Lola in the XP lane, but wow, this is just all over the map.
Yeah, heavily focusing on the EXP lane, but the moment he feels like he is really not needed there, swap lanes, go to the gold lane, and actually gave advantages to Panda, because at one point, because looking at the structures right now, at this point of the game, between 4 minutes to 9 minutes for Team CARACAL in the EXP lane, they don't have any turrets left. It's just the inhibited turrets. He does not have to stay there anymore because there is no more objectives for him to claim. So he goes to the gold lane, and at this point, he positions himself between the first tier turret and the second tier turret, making it so that if Maima wants to go in front, he can punish. And because of that, Maima can't get the farm, and it makes it very easy for Panda to slowly pick off the first tier turret and then eventually the second tier turret as well.
Well, that's the thing about his role, right? He's really forced to actually play a little bit more defensively because he is playing a mage role rather than traditional XP lanes where we do see a lot of this Benedettas or maybe even Paquitos who cut the backlines all the way through. So their approach in terms of decision making on where he positions himself, especially for turtle top, turtle bottom as well, has been on the safer side, hoping that maybe Gary's going to be setting out for plays. It's all about playing it safe, passively, and buy time for Panda to come online. So I like how Team Up play this playstyle. Very different approach from the traditional aggressive ones, where you are seeing like people just hiding onto the enemy side of the bush. We did see earlier today as well as Iris hiding on towards the orange side of the brush of the enemy's jungle, just to try and catch potential. So I would say Team Hawk played the best on what the drafts needed them to do. They played it, understand it, positioned himself, waited for the right timing to get farm, and just clutch out the game.
This is how Min and Man plays. Min makes sure the enemy cannot play, and Man actually helps his own team to get advantages. But we've seen 8 weeks of MPL. Right now, we gotta revisit the thing that we've been doing from week 1, I think it was week 5 or week 6, and now week number 8. This is our best, in our opinion, our dream pick. For me, myself, I made changes where before this, I put Smooth as my EXP laner. Now I'm changing to Iris. Iris have really shown up. And even though I love Min, the guy is awesome, I'm subbing him out for Yumski because Yumski lately, not gonna lie, I feel like he will win the best plays of MPL Season 10 because his Chows, his Faramis, his Ruby is something different.
Yo, I made this prediction over the weeks as well. Smooth, very, very consistent so far. Yumski definitely one that really stood out for me the most over the last week, right? So it makes a lot of sense why I picked
we're the only difference in the XP?
Yeah, the only difference is XP, but I didn't pick Iris because I wasn't super convinced of his consistency, right? Like, he was able to flash out his Paquito. His Paquito has been on point. We've been raving it on and on again. But after seeing today's game, I don't know. I haven't seen Smooth do something like that in a long time. And, you know, in terms of prediction, you know, if I saw that game earlier with Iris, I would have been mirrored with you for the Talent Dream team pick, to be honest. Might have to be close to mirror.
This is boring. Why do we have the same picks?
It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, it's expected. No, I like Chibi for his retribution. You know, Valence for his shot call. You know, eventually I thought about it. Is like, hey, you need a shot caller. You need a very, very good roamer. You need a good mage as well. That's why I kind of drafted it as well. But the reasons still I played Smooth because, like it or not, XP laners, you need a consistent player.
Well, we gotta look at Toda being number 1, number 2. It's kind of weird that Team Hawk is top of the rankings, but we don't have any Team Hawk members here.
Or Panda. Not enough yet.
I mean, to be fair, right? Panda is great, but Valence has above 150 kills in this entire season. He's a shot caller. Min is great, but Yumski outplays absolutely everyone. And Min and Man, they come into a package, so if you want one of them, you gotta get 2. Stormie is in a league of his own, but lately hasn't been performing that well. Yeah,
lately it's a little bit, especially just now's games, right? It was a little bit shaky. But of course, you guys at home, if you guys predicted that Team Hawk was able to come back with 2-1, or maybe even predicted that Team Hawk actually won, if you see your name down below with your most creative comment, you are going to be walking away with exclusive skins brought to you by Moonton. So be sure to stay tuned, and that's pretty much it for the MPL Predictors giveaway.
Yeah, congratulations to all of you guys. And I saw one comment where he reminded everyone that, guys, ranked season is closing. Ooh. Hello to all the epics tomorrow.
We are all going to be epics tomorrow.
Hello to all the epics. Tomorrow we will have professional players who are still in epic rank on stage.
True. True. Only time that happens. And, you know, that's the best thing about a rank itself, right? They want to ensure, I would say, the integrity of their players as much as they can. They've got to reset it here. If you think you are one of the best in the world, you got to prove yourself time and time again. And this is where we polish the best of the best to be battling out among the best. But nevertheless, we have seen the first day in the final weeks of the regular season. I know you guys want to see more before we close out the entire regular season. Tomorrow's games, we are going to have Suha's eSports going up against Red eSports, followed by Team Hug against Team Lunatics, and close things off, we have Toda as well as CARACAL. Team Lunatics, Team CARACAL, fighting for their lives, fighting against the best of Group A. Pretty scary match.
I mean, like, imagine CARACAL, it's like, oh, that was a tough game against Team Hug. We gotta play again tomorrow. Who are we up against? And then the manager is like, Toda.
Oh.
And they're like, well, out of the kitchen and straight to the fire pit. And then now Team Hug against Team Lunatics. CARACAL is kind of praying for Team Hug 2-0 tomorrow. But Lunatics, I think they learned a lot watching Team Hug play today.
Yeah, considering that they do have a little bit of upper hand just because of how newly fresh the patch just hit us. So a lot of teams are still experimenting as well. And I understand why Team Hug decided to go for the Bruno pickup. Didn't exactly go too well for them. So hopefully, all things considered, we will roughen things out for over these past few days before we make it towards the big playoffs to see the best of the best fight for the M4 ticket.
Yeah, again, this is the final week. M4 is coming up in January. Playoffs is starting in about 2-3 weeks, but it's still here in Quill City Mall. But with that being said, that is the end of the show for today. My name is Afel. This is ICBaby12. It's been great games. Thank you for everyone for watching. We will see you guys again for tomorrow.
Hey, hey. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik. Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey. I'ma go hard for the win. Win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen. Stand by, I'm coming in.